1,000 Secrets of Wise and Rich Men Revealed. By C. A. Bogardus. Chapter 1. Quick Shooting Records. From the time I was 12 years old, I was considered a very fine shot with a rifle, although I did but very little shooting, and in fact did not know that I was any more than a common marksman. Yet in any contests while a boy I always won. One day in June, 1884, while passing a shooting gallery, my friends called me in for a match to pay for shots. I beat them all shooting. My score was 11 consecutive bull's eyes, while none of my friends had made half that score. The boys said I did well, to which I jestingly remarked that was common shooting for me. Just throw up an apple and I will hit it. The apple was thrown up, and I hit it, which was as much of a surprise to me as it was to any of the rest. I then borrowed a .22 caliber Stevens rifle and practiced shooting at objects thrown in the air, first shooting at tomato cans, afterwards at smaller objects, and finally at marbles and various other small objects. By practicing half an hour a day, within a month I could hit 70% of the glass balls which were thrown in the air. On July 4, 1884, I shot a match with James Robinson, at Pratt, Kansas. Conditions: 10 glass balls each at 21-foot rise, he using a shotgun, I a rifle. I lost with a score of 4-6. This is the only match I ever lost with a rifle against a shotgun. The trouble with me was, this being my first match, I was thinking more about the stake money than the shooting. Besides the stake money which I lost, I had to treat all the boys who attended the match. They all laughed and had a good time at my expense. The next day after my shoot with Robinson, I sent to P. Power & Son, of Cincinnati, for a .32 caliber Winchester repeating rifle. I continued practicing with the Winchester for about 6 weeks, when I challenged G. W. Washburn of Kingman, Kansas, to a match. Mr. W. was at that time champion of Kingman County. He to use a shotgun at glass balls from a mole's rotary trap, 21 yards rise, I to use a .32 caliber Winchester, balls from a straight trap, 10.5 yards rise, 50 balls each. In the toss-up I won and preferred to shoot second. The score was a tie on 47 balls. We shot the tie off at 10 balls each. Again we tied on 10 balls straight. The match was continued at 10 balls more each. By this time things had become a little exciting. Over $1,500 was bet. Many were betting $4 to $1 against me, thinking that I would lose my nerve and go to missing. Mr. W. walked to the score for the third time and broke 9 balls out of 10 shot at. It then came my turn to shoot, and I hit 9 balls in succession when I was interrupted by a big fellow who offered to bet $25 I would miss the 10th ball. This bet was accepted, and it turned out that the fellow had just spoken in time to lose his $25. For the 10th ball had not got 8 feet from the trap when I broke it. I won this match with a score of 67 against 66 out of 70 balls shot at. I then went to shooting at glass balls with rifle against a shotgun, and in the past 20 years I have competed against 206 good trap shots and have not lost a match. I will mention only a few of them. In the summer of '85, in Medicine Lodge, Kansas, an expert shooter came over from Coldwater, Kansas, to shoot with me. We had a match at target, distance 90 feet, with .22 caliber Stevens rifle. He used globe and peep sight. I used open sights. The score stood in my favor 114 to 107 out of a possible 120, at a quarter-inch bull's eye. The next day we shot a match at 100 glass balls, he using a shotgun, I a rifle. The score stood 99 to 94 in my favor. I will mention a match which I had in Omaha, Nebraska, in August 1886. There was nothing very striking about this match because of fine shooting. I only mention it to show how unfair people sometimes are towards strangers. I have forgotten the man's name, but he was a barber working on 10th Street. He held a championship medal that he had won in Dakota with a Winchester rifle at glass balls. He challenged me to shoot 3 matches. First, 100 glass balls hanging still from the limb of a tree, 50 yards distance. Second match at 100 balls, 10 yards rise, thrown by hand. Third match, each to shoot 100 glass balls laid on the ground in a circle 200 feet in circumference, balls 2 feet apart, shooter to stand in the center of the circle, the one who broke the balls in the shortest time to win, but neither of us was allowed more than 133 shots in which to break the 100 balls. I had heard a good deal said of this man. Over Nebraska everywhere he was spoken of as a fine shot, and in the first match I was really afraid of being beaten, for I never had practiced a great amount at stationary targets. But on the whole I was not afraid, for the party who won 2 out of the series of matches was to be declared the winner. In the first match I broke 100 balls in 206 shots, while my opponent broke 82 in the same number of shots. This made me easy winner of the first match. In the second match all kinds of tricks were resorted to beat me. My opponent's friends tried to rattle me by offering to bet that I would miss certain balls, but when they failed in this, the party throwing the balls would first throw a ball 4 feet high, then one 20 feet high, while my opponents were thrown uniformly. Notwithstanding the fact that I was treated very unfair, the score stood a tie on 83 balls out of 100. In the third match at 100 balls in shortest time, I won easily, breaking the 100 balls in 2 minutes and 3 seconds, shooting 127 shots, while my opponent broke 61 balls in 133 shots, time 4 minutes, 42 seconds. In Fort Smith, Arkansas, March 21, 1889, I shot on time at 100 glass balls against 5 men with shotguns, I using a .32 caliber Winchester rifle. I broke 100 balls in 95 seconds, while the 5 men broke 100 balls in 3 minutes and 2 seconds. Ravenna, Ohio, July 4, 1890, I broke 250 glass balls in 4 minutes and 16 seconds. At Newark, New York, July 4, 1891, I broke 81 glass balls in 74 seconds, 31 of which I broke in 16 seconds, which is far the best record ever made with a rifle. In all of the matches I had assistants to load. I have hit 39 .44 caliber cartridge shells out of 110 thrown up, 67 .22 caliber cartridge shells out of 110 thrown up. The most difficult feat I ever performed was hitting 7 balls thrown up at one time. This I did at Shelby, Michigan, October 24, 1889, using a .44 caliber Winchester rifle loaded with shot cartridges. On July 4, 1893, I hit 1,000 wooden balls with .22 caliber Marlin rifle in 17¼ minutes, which is 9.25 minutes quicker than the feat has ever been accomplished by any other person. I have thrown an object into the air and hit it 12 times before it struck the ground, I using an automatic shotgun. In concluding this article, I will suggest to those learning to shoot that as a workman is known by the kind of tools he uses, it is equally true of the marksman. In order to do good shooting, a good gun must be used. As a repeating rifle, I have never seen the equal of the Marlin, Model 92. When the gun is kept in good repair, used with well-loaded cartridges, it is absolutely sure to repeat, a thing that I cannot say of any other repeating rifle. Although others are good, I consider the Marlin the best. C. A. Bogardus, Champion Quick Shot of the World. Chapter 2. Medical Department. Bogardus liniment. Take 2 ounces oil cojupate, 1 ounce oil sassafras, 1 ounce oil cloves, 1 ounce oil organum, ½ ounce oil mustard, 1 ounce tincture capsicum, 2 ounces gum camphor, 1/2 gallon of alcohol. Use as other liniments for any ache or pain. For sore throat or hoarseness, saturate a towel with the liniment, place it over the mouth, let it remain so for 4 or 5 hours, and you will be cured. For croup, bathe throat and chest with the liniment. Give 1/4 teaspoonful of liniment in 1 teaspoonful of warm water every 5 to 10 minutes till relieved. Also, let the child breathe the fumes of the liniment. I especially recommend this liniment for general family use. Healing salve. 1 pound lard, ½ a pound, resin, ½ a pound, sweet elder bark. Simmer over a slow fire 4 hours, or until it forms a hard brown salve. This is for the cure of cuts, bruises, boils, old sores, and all like ailments. Spread on a cotton cloth and applied to the parts affected. Specific inflammatory rheumatism. 1 ounce saltpetre, pulverized, 1 pint sweet oil. Bathe the parts affected 3 times a day with this mixture, and a speedy cure will be the result. Another salve. 1 ounce sheep's tallow, beeswax 1 ounce, 1/2 ounce sweet oil, 1/2 ounce red lead, 2 ounces gum camphor. Fry all these together in a stone dish. Continue to simmer for 4 hours. Spread on green basswood leaves or paper and apply to the sore. Magnetic ointment. 1 pound elder bark, 1 pound spikenard root, 1 pound yellow dock root. Boil in 2 gallons of water down to 1, then press the strength out of the bark and roots and boil the liquid down to 1/2 gallon. Add 8 pounds of best resin, 1 pound beeswax, and tallow enough to soften. Apply to the sores, etc., by spreading on linen cloth. Ointment stramonium. 1 pound stramonium leaves, 3 pounds lard, 1/2 pound yellow wax. Boil the stramonium leaves in the lard until they become pliable, then strain through linen. Lastly, add the wax previously melted and stir until they are cold. This is a useful anodyne application in irritable ulcers, painful hemorrhoids, and in cutaneous eruptions. Cathartic pills. 1/2 ounce extract colocynth, in powder 3 drms. Jalap in powder 3 drms. Calomel 2 screw. Gamboge in powder. Mix these together and with water form into mass and roll into 180 pills. Dose: 1 pill as a mild laxative, 2 in vigorous operations. Use in all bilious diseases when purges are necessary. For heartburn, lozenges. 1 ounce gum arabic, 1 ounce pulverized licorice root, 1/4 ounce magnesia. Add water to make into lozenges. Let dissolve in mouth and swallow. Another cough cure, good. Take the white of an egg and pulverized sugar, beat to a froth. Take a tablespoonful every hour for 3 or 4 hours. Tedder ointment. 1 ounce spirits turpentine, 1 ounce red precipitate in powder, 1 ounce burgundy pitch in powder, 1 pound hog's lard. Melt all these ingredients over a slow fire until the ointment is formed. Stir until cold. Spread on a linen rag and apply to the parts affected. A sure cure for piles. Confection of senna, 2 ounces, cream of tartar 1 ounce, sulfur 1 ounce, syrup of ginger, enough to make a stiff paste. Mix. A piece as large as a nut is to be taken as often as necessary to keep the bowels open. One of the best remedies known. Diphtheria. Take a clean clay tobacco pipe, put a live coal in it, then put common tar on the fire and smoke it, inhaling and breathing back through the nostrils. Fever and ague. Quinine 1 screw. Elixir vitriol 1 drm. Dissolve the quinine in the elixir and tincture of black cohosh 14 drops. Dose: 20 drops in a little water once an hour. Corns. A sure cure and painless eradication. Extract of cannabis indicus 10 grs. Salicylic acid 6 grs. Collodion 1 ounce mixed and apply with a camel's hair pencil so as to form a thick covering over the corn for 3 or 4 nights. Take a hot foot bath and the corn can easily be removed with the aid of a knife. Magic oil. 1 gallon sweet oil, 2 ounces oil hemlock, 2 ounces oil organum, 2 ounces chloroform, 4 ounces spirits ammonia. Mix. Let it stand 24 hours and it is ready for use. Dose: internally, 1 teaspoonful for adults. Bathe the affected parts well. This is a great remedy for aches and pains, rheumatism, neuralgia, and all nervous and inflammatory diseases. Cure for sore throat in all its different forms. 2 ounces cayenne pepper, 1 ounce common salt, 1/2 pint of vinegar. Warm over a slow fire and gargle the throat and mouth every hour. Garlic and onion poultice applied to the outside. Castor oil, 1 spoonful to keep the bowels open. Drops of life. 1 ounce gum opium, 1 drm. Gum kino, 40 grs. Gum camphor, 1/2 ounce nutmeg powdered, 1 pint French brandy. Let stand from 1 to 10 days. Dose: from 30 to 40 drops for an adult. Children, half doses. This is one of the most valuable preparations in the materia medica, and will in some dangerous hours, when all hope is fled, and the system is racked with pain, be the soothing balm which cures the most dangerous disease to which the human body is liable: flux, dysentery, and all summer complaints. Catarrh, positive cure. Carbolic acid, 10 to 20 drops. Vaseline, 1 to 2 ounces mixed and used with an atomizer 3 or 4 times per day. Cough drops. Tincture aconite 5 drops. Tincture Asclepias 1 drm. Glycerin 2 ounces. Syrup of wild cherry. Mix and take a teaspoonful every 40 minutes until relieved. Eye water. Table salt and white vitriol, each 1 teaspoonful. Heat them on earthen dish until dry. Now add them to soft water 1/2 pint. White sugar 1 teaspoonful, blue vitriol a piece as large as a common pea. Should this be too strong, add a little more water. Apply to the eye 3 or 4 times a day. To remove tapeworm. Let the patient miss 2 meals. Give 2 teaspoonfuls powdered camellia. Should the bowels not move within 2½ hours, give another teaspoonful of the camellia. You may follow this in 2 hours by from half to 1 ounce castor oil. This is a positive cure for tapeworm. It will not make the patient sick. In buying the drug, be sure and get camellia, not camellia. Camellia is in appearance like quite red brick dust, and is nearly tasteless, whereas camellia is of a yellowish color. A sure cure for smallpox. A gentleman contributes to the Chicago News the following as a sure and never failing cure for smallpox: 1 ounce cream of tartar dissolved in pint of boiling water, to be drank when cold at intervals. It can be taken at any time, and as a preventive as well as a curative. It is known to have cured in thousands of cases without a failure. To strengthen and invigorate the system. 2 drms. Essential salt of the round leaf cornel, 1 screw. Extract rhubarb, 1 screw. Ginger powder. Make into pills, and take for a dose 2 or 3 twice a day. Gonorrhea. Balsam of copaiba 1 ounce, oil of cubebs 2 drms. Laudanum 1 dram, mucilage of gum arabic 2 ounces, sweet spirits niter ½ ounce, compound spirits lavender 3 drms. Camphor water 4 ounces, white sugar 2 drms. Oil of partridge berry 5 drops. Mix. Dose, a tablespoonful 3 or 4 times a day. Sure corn cure. 1/2 ounce tincture of iodine, 1/2 ounce chloride or antimony, 12 grains iodide of iron. Mix. Pare the corn with a sharp knife. Apply the lotion with a pencil brush. Put up in 1 ounce bottles. Sell for 25 to 40 cents. This sells to everybody. See price of labels. N.B. The law imposing stamp duty on medicines, compounds, perfumes, cosmetics, etc., has been repealed. Russia salve. Take equal parts of yellow wax and sweet oil, melt slowly, carefully stirring. When cooling, stir in a small quantity of glycerin. Good for all kinds of wounds, etc. Paradise liniment. Take a gill of alcohol, 1/4 ounce tincture capsicum, 1/2 ounce paradise seed, cracked, and put all together. For rheumatism, sprains, lameness, etc. Court plaster. This plaster is a kind of varnished silk, and its manufacture is very easy. Bruise a sufficient quantity of isinglass, and let it soak in a little warm water for 24 hours. Expose it to heat over the fire until the greater part of the water is dissipated, and supply its place by proof spirits of wine, which will combine with the isinglass. Strain the whole through a piece of open linen, taking care that the consistency of the mixture shall be such that when cool it may form a trembling jelly. Extend a piece of black or flesh-colored silk on a wooden frame, and fix it in that position by means of tacks or twine. Then apply the isinglass, after it has been rendered liquid by a gentle heat, to the silk with a brush of fine hair. Badger's is the best. As soon as this coating is dried, which will not be long, apply a second, and afterward, if the article is to be very superior, a third. When the whole is dry, cover it with 2 or 3 coatings of the balsam of Peru. This is the genuine court plaster. It is pliable and never breaks, which is far from being the case with spurious articles sold under the same name. A certain cure for drunkenness. Sulfate of iron 5 grains, magnesia 10 grains, peppermint water 11 drams, spirits of nutmeg 1 dram, twice a day. This preparation acts as a tonic and stimulant, and so partially supplies the place of the accustomed liquor, and prevents that absolute physical and mental prostration that follows a sudden breaking off from the use of stimulating drinks. French lustral. Take castor oil 3 ounces, alcohol 1 1/2 ounces, ammonia 1/16 of an ounce, well shaken and mixed together. Perfume to suit, bergamot or any other perfume. Splendid hair dressing. 3-ounce bottles, 25 cents. Lung medicine. Take black cohosh 1/2 ounce, lobila 1/4 ounce, canker root 3/4 ounce, blackberry root 3/4 of an ounce, sarsaparilla 1 ounce, pleurisy root 1/2 ounce, steeped in 3 pints of water. Dose: 1 tablespoonful 3 times a day, before eating. Sure cure for spitting blood. Toothache drops. 4 ounces pulverized alum, 14 ounces sweet spirits of niter. Put up in 1-ounce bottles. Retails readily at 25 cents per bottle. This is the most effective remedy for toothache that was ever discovered, and is a fortune to any one who will push its sale. It sells at every house. Magnetic toothache drops. Take equal parts of camphor, sulfuric ether, ammonia, laudanum, tincture of cayenne, and 1/8 part of oil of cloves. Mix well together. Saturate with the liquid a small piece of cotton, and apply to the cavity of the diseased tooth, and the pain will cease immediately. Put up in long dram bottles. Retail at 25 cents. This is a very saleable preparation, and affords a large profit to the manufacturer. Green Mountain Salve. Take 1 pound beeswax, 1 pound of soft butter, and 1 1/2 pounds soft turpentine, 12 ounces balsam fir. Melt and strain. Use to heal fresh wounds, burns, scalds, and all bad sores. Warts and corns, to cure in 10 minutes. Take a small piece of potash and let it stand in the open air until it slacks, then thicken it to a paste with pulverized gum arabic, which prevents it from spreading where it is not wanted. Liniment, Good Samaritan. Take 98% alcohol 2 quarts, and add to it the following articles: oils of sassafras, hemlock, spirits of turpentine, tincture cayenne, catechu, guaiac, guac, and laudanum, of each 1 ounce, tincture of myrrh 4 ounces, oil of organum 2 ounces, oil of wintergreen 1/2 ounce, gum camphor 2 ounces, and chloroform 1 1/2 ounce. This is one of the best applications for internal pains known. It is superior to any other enumerated in this work. Plain court plaster, that will not stick and remains flexible. Soak isinglass in a little warm water for 24 hours, then evaporate nearly all the water by gentle heat. Dissolve the residue with a little proof spirits of wine, and strain the whole through a piece of open linen. The strained mass should be a stiff jelly when cool. Stitch a piece of silk or sarcenet on a wooden frame with tacks or thread. Melt the jelly and apply it to the silk thinly and evenly with a badger hair brush. A second coating must be applied after the first has dried. When the both are dry, apply over the whole surface 2 or 3 coatings of balsam of Peru. This plaster remains quite pliable and never breaks. A cure for cancer, as used by a New York physician with great success. Take red oak bark and boil it to the thickness of molasses, then mix with sheep's tallow of equal proportion. Spread it on leaves of linwood green, and keep the plaster over the ulcer. Change once in 8 hours. Davis's pain killer, 1 quart proof alcohol, 1 drm. Chloroform, 1 ounce oil sassafras, 1 ounce gum camphor, 1 drm. Spirits of ammonia, 2 drms. Oil of cayenne. Mix well and let stand 24 hours before using. August flower. Powdered rhubarb 1 ounce, golden seal 1/4 ounce, aloes 1 dram, peppermint leaves 2 drms, carbonate of potash 2 drms, capsicum 5 grs, sugar 5 ounces, alcohol 3 ounces, water 10 ounces, essence of peppermint 20 drops. Powder the drugs and let stand covered with alcohol and water, equal parts for 7 days. Filter and add through the filter enough diluted alcohol to make 1 pint. Blood purifier, BBB, fluid extract burdock 1 ounce, fluid extract sarsaparilla 1 ounce, fluid extract yellow dock 1 ounce, fluid extract senna 1 ounce, syrup 8 ounces, alcohol 2 ounces mix. Basch's German syrup. Wine of tar 2 ounces, fluid extract squills 1 ounce, tinct. Opium 2 drms. Fluid extract sanguinary 2 drms. Syrup of sugar 8 ounces mix. Centaur liniment. Oil speak 1 ounce. Oil wormwood 1 ounce. Oil sassafras 1 ounce. Oil organum 1 ounce. Oil cinnamon 1 ounce. Oil cloves 1 drm. Oil cedar 1 drm. Sulfur. Ether 1 ounce. Aqua ammonia 1 ounce. Tincture opium 1 ounce. Alcohol 1 gal. Mix. This is an excellent liniment and good whenever a liniment is needed. Castoria. Pumpkin seed 1 ounce. Senria leaves 1 ounce. Rochelle salts 1 ounce. Anise seed 1/2 ounce. Carb. Soda 1 ounce. Worm seed 1/2 ounce. Mix and thoroughly rub together in an earthen vessel, then put into a bottle and pour over it 4 ounces water and 1 ounce alcohol, and let stand 4 days. Then strain off and add syrup made of white sugar, quantity to make 1 pint, then add 1/2 ounce alcohol drops and 5 drops wintergreen. Mix thoroughly and add to the contents of the bottle and take as directed. Harder's iron tonic. Calathea bark 2 ounces, citrate of iron 2 ounces, gentian 2 ounces, cardamom seed 2 ounces, syrup 2 ounces, alcohol 2 ounces, water 8 ounces mix. Hall's balsam for the lungs. Fluid extract ipecac 1/2 ounce, fluid extract squills 1 ounce, chloroform 1/4 ounce, wine of tar 1 ounce, tinct. Opium 1/5 ounce, fluid extract of mullein 1 ounce, syrup enough to make 1 pint. Godfrey's cordial. Tinct. Opium 6 ounces, molasses 4 pints, alcohol 8 ounces, water 6 pints, carbonate potash 4 drms. Oil sassafras cut with alcohol 1 drm. Dissolve the potash in water, add the molasses. Heat over a gentle fire till it simmers, remove the scum, add the other ingredients, the oil dissolved in the alcohol. Hall's honey of horehound and tar. Wine of tar 1 ounce, fluid extract of horehound 1 ounce, tinct. Opium 1 drm. Syrup orange peel 1/2 ounce, honey 3 ounces, syrup enough to make 1 pint. Hood sarsaparilla. Fluid extract sarsaparilla 1 ounce, fluid extract yellow dock 1 ounce, fluid extract poke root 1/2 ounce, iodide of potash 1/2 ounce, syrup orange peel 1 ounce, alcohol 4 ounces, syrup enough to make 1 pint. Hamlin's wizard oil. Oil sassafras 2 ounces, oil cedar 1 ounce, gum camphor 1 ounce, sulph. Ether 2 ounces, chloroform 2 ounces, tinct. Capsicum 1 ounce, aqua ammonia 2 ounces, oil turpentine 1 ounce, tinct. Quassia 3 ounces, alcohol 1/2 gallon. Mix and you have a fine liniment. Hop bitters. Hops 4 ounces, orange peel 2 ounces, cardamom 2 drms, cinnamon 1 drm, cloves 1/2 drm, alcohol 8 ounces, sherry wine 2 pints, simple syrup 1 pint. Water sufficient. Grind the drugs, macerate in the alcohol and wine for 1 week, percolate and add enough syrup and water to make 1 gallon. Hostetter's bitters. Gentian root, ground, 1/2 ounce, cinnamon bark 1/2 ounce, cinchona bark, ground, 1/2 ounce, anise seed 1/2 ounce, coriander seed, ground, 1/2 ounce, cardamom seed 1/8 ounce, gum kino 1/4 ounce, alcohol 1 pint. Water 4 quarts, sugar 1 pound. Mix and let stand for 1 week. Pour off the fluid, boil the drug for a few minutes in 1 quart of water, strain off and add the first fluid, and then the sugar and water. Injection brew. Water 4 ounces, nitrate silver 20 grs. Tinct. Opium 1/2 ounce, sulph. Bismuth and hydratis 2 ounce mix. Jane's expectorant. Syrup squills 2 ounces, tinct. Tolu 1 ounce, spirits camphor 1 drm, tinct. Digitalis 1 drm, tinct. Lobelia 1 drm. Wine of ipecac 2 drms. Tincture opium 2 drms. Antimonium 2 grains. Mix. Jane's tonic vermifuge. L. Santony 20 grs. Fluid extract pink root 3 drms. Fluid extract senna 2 drms. Simple elixir 2 ounces, syrup 2 ounces mix. Take tablespoonful night and morning. Mustang liniment. Linseed oil 14 ounces, aqua ammonia 2 ounces, tinct. Capsicum 1/4 ounce, oil organum 1/4 ounce, turpentine 1 ounce, oil mustard 1/4 ounce mix. SSS fluid. Extract phytolacca 1 ounce, fluid extract sarsaparilla 1 ounce, iodide potash 1 ounce, extract fluid xanthoxylon 1/2 ounce, culiver's root fluid extract 1 ounce, acetate potash 1 ounce, cinnamon tinct 1/4 ounce tinct, cardamom seed 1 ounce, alcohol 4 ounces, sugar 1/2 pound, water 36 ounces mix. Smith's tonic. Fowler's solution of arsenic 2 drms, culiver's root 1 ounce, syrup orange peel 4 ounces, simple syrup 12 ounces mix. Then add cinchonia 40 grains dissolved in aromatic sulf. Acid. Shake to mix well. Sozodont fragrant. Tinct. Soap bark 2 ounces tinct. Myrrh 1 drm. Glycerin 1/2 ounce. Water 1 1/2 ounces. Essence cloves 10 drops. Essence wintergreen 10 drops. Tinct. Cochineal enough to color. Mix. Accompanying the above is a powder composed of prepared chalk, orris root, carbonate magnesia, of each equal parts. Mix. Shaker's cutive syrup. Fluid extract blue flag 20 drops, fluid extract culiver's root 20 drops, fluid extract poke root 20 drops, fluid extract butternut 20 drops, fluid extract dandelion 20 drops, fluid extract prince pine 10 drops, fluid extract mandrake 5 drops, fluid extract gentian 5 drops, fluid extract calcium 5 drops, fluid extract black cohoes 30 drops, tinct. Aloe 30 drops, tinct. Capsicum 10 drops, tinct. Sassafras 30 drops, borax 1 drm, salt 3/4 drm, syrup 3 ounces, water 8 ounces. Ayer's cherry pectoral. Take 4 grains of acetate of morphia, 2 fluid drams of tincture of bloodroot, 3 fluid drams each of antimonal wine and wine of ipecacuanha, and 3 fluid ounces syrup of wild cherry. Mix. Brown's bronchial troches. Take 1 pound pulverized extract of licorice, 1 1/2 pounds pulverized sugar, 4 ounces pulverized cubebs, 4 ounces pulverized gum arabic, and 1 ounce of pulverized extract of conium. Mix. Succus alterns McDades. Fluid extract starlinga 1 ounce, fluid extract sarsaparilla 1 ounce, fluid extract phytolacca decandra 1/2 ounce, fluid extract lapa minor 1 ounce, fluid extract xanthoxylon 1/2 ounce, syrup 14 ounces, mix. Teaspoonful 3 times a day. 7 seals of golden wonder. Oil cajapa 2 drms, sassafras 1/2 ounce, oil organum 1 drm, oil hemlock 1 drm, oil cedar 1 drm, tincture capsicum 1/4 ounce, alcohol enough to make 1 pint. Wakefield's wine bitters. Cinchona bark 4 ounces, gentian bark 2 ounces, juniper berries 1 ounce, orange peel 1 ounce, lemon peel fresh sliced 1/4 ounce, California port wine 4 pints, alcohol 1 pint, water 3 pints. Digest or let stand 10 days, then filter and add wine enough to preserve measure. St. Jacob's oil. Camphor gum 1 ounce, chloral hydrate 1 ounce, chloroform 1 ounce, sulfate ether 1 ounce, tinct. Opium, non aqueous, 1/2 ounce, oil organum 1/2 ounce, oil sassafras 1/2 ounce, alcohol 1/2 gallon. Dissolve gum camphor with alcohol and then add the oil, then the other ingredients. RRR, alcohol 2 pints, oil sassafras 2 ounces, oil organum 3 ounces, camphor spirits 1/2 ounce, tinct. Opium 1 ounce, chloroform 1 ounce mix. Piso's consumption cure. Tartar emetic 4 grains, tincture tolu 1/2 ounce, sulfate morphia 4 grains, fluid extract lobelia 2 drms, chloroform 1 drm, fluid extract cannabis indica 2 drms, essence spearmint 10 drops, hot water 8 ounces, sugar 4 ounces, dissolve the morphia and tartar emetic in hot water and add the rest. Warner's Tippecanoe bitters. Cardamom seed 2 ounces, nutmeg 1 drm, grains of paradise 1 drm, cloves 1 ounce, cinnamon 2 ounces, ginger 1 ounce, orange peel 1 ounce, lemon peel 1 ounce, alcohol 1 gallon, water 1 gallon, sugar 3 pounds. Mix and let stand for 6 or 7 days and filter. Then add enough water to make 4 gallons. Warner's Safe Cure. Take of smart weed 4 pounds, boil for 1 hour with 1 gallon soft water, adding warm water to supply waste by evaporation. Then strain off and add acetate potash 4 ounces, sugar 4 pounds. Boil again till sugar is dissolved, then add alcohol 8 ounces, and flavor with oil of wintergreen cut with alcohol. Wakefield's Blackberry Balsam. Blackberries crushed 2 pounds, boiling water 4 ounces, sugar 4 ounces, Jamaica ginger 4 grs. Alcohol 2 ounces mixed and add syrup enough to make 16 ounces. Accidents and emergencies. What to do? If an artery is cut, red blood spurts. Compress it above the wound. If a vein is cut, dark blood flows. Compress it below and above. If choked, go upon all fours and cough. For slight burns, dip the part in cold water. If the skin is destroyed, cover with varnish or linseed oil. For apoplexy, raise the head and body. For fainting, lay the person flat. Send for a physician when a serious accident of any kind occurs, but treat as directed until he arrives. Scalds and burns. The following facts cannot be too firmly impressed on the mind of the reader, that in either of these accidents the first, best, and often the only remedies required are sheets of wadding, fine wool, or carded cotton, and in the default of these, violet powder, flour, magnesia, or chalk. The object for which these several articles are employed is the same in each instance, namely, to exclude the air from injured part, for if the air can be effectually shut out from the raw surface, and care is taken not to expose the tender part till the new cuticle is formed, the cure may be safely left to nature. The moment a person is called to a case of scald or burn, he should cover the part with a sheet, or a portion of a sheet, of wadding, taking care not to break any blister that may have formed, or stay to remove any burnt clothes that may adhere to the surface, but as quickly as possible envelope every part of the injury from all access of the air, laying 1 or 2 more pieces of wadding on the first, so as to effectually guard the burn or scald from the irritation of the atmosphere, and if the article used is wool or cotton, the same precaution, of adding more material where the surface is thinly covered, must be adopted, a light bandage finally securing all in their places. Any of the popular remedies recommended below may be employed when neither wool, cotton, nor wadding are to be procured, it being always remembered that that article which will best exclude the air from a burn or scald is the best, quickest, and least painful mode of treatment. And in this respect nothing has surpassed cotton loose or attached to paper as in wadding. If the skin is much injured in burns, spread some linen pretty thickly with chalk ointment, and lay over the part, and give the patient some brandy and water if much exhausted, then send for a medical man. If not much injured, and very painful, use the same ointment, or apply carded cotton dipped in lime water and linseed oil. If you please, you may lay cloths dipped in ether over the parts, or cold lotions. Treat scalds in same manner, or cover with scraped raw potato, but the chalk ointment is the best. In the absence of all these, cover the injured part with treacle, and dust over it plenty of flour. Body in flames. Lay the person down on the floor of the room, and throw the tablecloth, rug, or other large cover over him, and roll him on the floor. Dirt in the eye. Place your forefinger upon the cheekbone, having the patient before you, then slightly bend the finger. This will draw down the lower lid of the eye, and you will probably be able to remove the dirt. But if this will not enable you to get at it, repeat this operation while you have a netting needle or bodkin placed over the eyelid. This will turn it inside out, and enable you to remove the sand or eyelash, etc., with the corner of a fine silk handkerchief. As soon as the substance is removed, bathe the eye with cold water, and exclude the light for a day. If the inflammation is severe, let the patient use a refrigerant lotion. Lime in the eye. Syringe it well with warm vinegar and water in the proportion of 1 ounce of vinegar to 8 ounces of water. Exclude light. Iron or steel spiculi in the eye. These occur while turning iron or steel in a lathe, and are best remedied by doubling back the upper or lower eyelid, according to the situation of the substance, and with the flat edge of a silver probe, taking up the metallic particle, using the lotion made by dissolving 6 grains of sugar of lead and the same of white vitriol, in 6 ounces of water, and bathing the eye 3 times a day till the inflammation subsides. Another plan is, Drop a solution of sulfate of copper, from 1 to 3 grains of the salt to 1 ounce of water, into the eye, or keep the eye open in a wineglassful of the solution. Bathe with cold lotion, and exclude light to keep down inflammation. Dislocated thumb. This is frequently produced by a fall. Make a clove hitch, by passing 2 loops of cord over the thumb, placing a piece or rag under the cord to prevent it cutting the thumb, then pull in the same line as the thumb. Afterwards apply a cold lotion. Cuts and wounds. Clean cut wounds, whether deep or superficial, and likely to heal by the first intention, should always be washed or cleaned, and at once evenly and smoothly closed by bringing both edges close together, and securing them in that position by adhesive plaster. Cut thin strips of sticking plaster, and bring the parts together. Or if large and deep, cut 2 broad pieces, so as to look like the teeth of a comb, and place one on each side of the wound, which must be cleaned previously. These pieces must be arranged so that they will interlace one another. Then, by laying hold of the pieces on the right side with one hand, and those on the other side with the other hand, and pulling them from one another, the edges of the wound are brought together without any difficulty. Ordinary cuts are dressed by thin strips, applied by pressing down the plaster on one side of the wound, and keeping it there and pulling in the opposite direction, then suddenly depressing the hand when the edges of the wound are brought together. Contusions are best healed by laying a piece of folded lint, well wetted with extract of lead, or boracic acid, on the part, and if there is much pain, placing a hot bran poultice over the dressing, repeating both, if necessary, every 2 hours. When the injuries are very severe, lay a cloth over the part, and suspend a basin over it filled with cold lotion. Put a piece of cotton into the basin, so that it shall allow the lotion to drop on the cloth, and thus keep it always wet. Hemorrhage, when caused by an artery being divided or torn, may be known by the blood issuing out of the wound in leaps or jerks, and being of a bright scarlet color. If a vein is injured, the blood is darker and flows continuously. To arrest the latter, apply pressure by means of a compress and bandage. To arrest arterial bleeding, get a piece of wood, part of a broom handle will do, and tie a piece of tape to one end of it. Then tie a piece of tape loosely over the arm, and pass the other end of the wood under it. Twist the stick round and round until the tape compresses the arm sufficiently to arrest the bleeding, and then confine the other end by tying the string around the arm. A compress made by enfolding a penny piece in several folds of lint or linen should, however, be first placed under the tape and over the artery. If the bleeding is very obstinate, and it occurs in the arm, place a cork underneath the string, on the inside of the fleshy part, where the artery may be felt beating by anyone. If in the leg, place a cork in the direction of a line drawn from the inner part of the knee towards the outer part of the groin. It is an excellent thing to accustom yourself to find out the position of these arteries, or, indeed, any that are superficial, and to explain to every person in your house where they are, and how to stop bleeding. If a stick cannot be got, take a handkerchief, make a cord bandage of it, and tie a knot in the middle. The knot acts as a compress, and should be placed over the artery, while the 2 ends are to be tied around the thumb. Observe always to place the ligature between the wound and the heart. Putting your finger into a bleeding wound, and making pressure until a surgeon arrives, will generally stop violent bleeding. Bleeding from the nose, from whatever cause, may generally be stopped by putting a plug of lint into the nostrils. If this does not do, apply a cold lotion to the forehead, raise the head, and place over it both arms, so that it will rest on the hands. Dip the lint plug, slightly moistened, into some powdered gum arabic, and plug the nostrils again. Or dip the plug into equal parts of powdered gum arabic and alum, and plug the nose. Or the plug may be dipped in friar's balsam, or tincture of kino. Heat should be applied to the feet, and in obstinate cases, the sudden shock of a cold key, or cold water poured down the spine, will instantly stop the bleeding. If the bowels are confined, take a purgative. Injections of alum solution from a small syringe into the nose will often stop hemorrhage. Violent shocks will sometimes stun a person, and he will remain unconscious. Untie strings, collars, etc. Loosen anything that is tight and interferes with the breathing. Raise the head, see if there is bleeding from any part, apply smelling salts to the nose, and hot bottles to the feet. In concussion, the surface of the body is cold and pale, and the pulse weak and small, the breathing slow and gentle, and the pupil of the eye generally contracted or small. You can get an answer by speaking loud, so as to rouse the patient. Give a little brandy and water, keep the place quiet, apply warmth, and do not raise the head too high. If you tickle the feet, the patient feels it. In compression of the brain from any cause, such as apoplexy, or a piece of fractured bone pressing on it, there is loss of sensation. If you tickle the feet of the injured person, he does not feel it. You cannot arouse him so as to get an answer. The pulse is slow and labored, the breathing deep, labored, and snorting, the pupil enlarged. Raise the head, loosen strings or tight things, and send for a surgeon. If one cannot be got at once, apply mustard poultices to the feet and thighs, leeches to the temples, and hot water to the feet. Choking. When a person has a fish bone in the throat, insert the forefinger, press upon the root of the tongue, so as to induce vomiting. If this does not do, let him swallow a large piece of potato or soft bread, and if these fail, give a mustard emetic. Fainting, hysterics, etc. Loosen the garments, bathe the temples with water or eau de cologne, open the window, admit plenty of fresh air, dash cold water on the face, apply hot bricks to the feet, and avoid bustle and excessive sympathy. Drowning. Attend to the following essential rules. 1. Lose no time. 2. Handle the body gently. 3. Carry the body face downwards, with the head gently raised, and never hold it up by the feet. 4. Send for medical assistance immediately, and in the meantime act as follows. 5. Strip the body, rub it dry, then wrap it in hot blankets, and place it in a warm bed in a warm room. 6. Cleanse away the froth and mucus from the nose and mouth. 7. Apply warm bricks, bottles, bags of sand, etc., to the armpits, between the thighs, and to the soles of the feet. 8. Rub the surface of the body with the hands enclosed in warm, dry worsted socks. 9. If possible, put the body into a warm bath. 10. To restore breathing, put the pipe of a common bellows into one nostril, carefully closing the other, and the mouth, at the same time drawing downwards, and pushing gently backwards, the upper part of the windpipe, to allow a more free admission of air. Blow the bellows gently, in order to inflate the lungs, till the breast is raised a little, then set the mouth and nostrils free, and press gently on the chest. Repeat this until signs of life appear. The body should be covered from the moment it is placed on the table, except the face, and all the rubbing carried on under the sheet or blanket. When they can be obtained, a number of tiles or bricks should be made tolerably hot in the fire, laid in a row on the table, covered with a blanket, and the body placed in such a manner on them that their heat may enter the spine. When the patient revives, apply smelling salts to the nose, give warm wine or brandy and water. Cautions. 1. Never rub the body with salt or spirits. 2. Never roll the body on casks. 3. Continue the remedies for 12 hours without ceasing. Hanging. Loosen the cord, or whatever it may be by which the person has been suspended. Open the temporal artery or jugular vein, or bleed from the arm. Employ electricity, if at hand, and proceed as for drowning, taking the additional precaution to apply 8 or 10 leeches to the temples. Apparent death from drunkenness. Raise the head, loosen the clothes, maintain warmth of surface, and give a mustard emetic as soon as the person can swallow. Apoplexy and fits generally. Raise the head, loosen all tight clothes, strings, etc. Apply cold lotions to the head, which should be shaved, apply leeches to the temples, bleed, and send for a surgeon. Suffocation from noxious gases, etc. Remove to the fresh air. Dash cold vinegar and water in the face, neck, and breast. Keep up the warmth of the body. If necessary, apply mustard poultices to the soles of the feet and to the spine, and try artificial respirations as in drowning, with electricity. Lightning and sunstroke. Treat the same as apoplexy. Mind cure. The mind cure, otherwise known in its various subdivisions as metaphysics, Christian science, mental science, etc., is a species of delusion quite popular at the present time. Every era of the world has cherished similar delusions, for the mass of the human race, even in what are considered the educated classes, are so unfamiliar with the processes of exact reasoning that they fall a ready prey to quacks of all kinds. The fundamental idea of the mind cure system is that there is no such thing as sickness. Disease, says one of their apostles, is an error of the mind, the result of fear. Fear is only faith inverted and perverted. God, who is all good himself, and who made everything good, cannot have been the author of any disease. As disease, therefore, is not a creation, it has no existence, and when the healer has succeeded in impressing this fact upon the mind of the patient, the cure is effected. It is curious to note into what utter absurdities the need for consistency carries these apostles. Poisons, they say, would be quite harmless if the fear of them was removed, but we have yet to find the mental science teacher who will undertake to prove this by herself taking liberal doses of aconite and strychnine. The illnesses of children are explained by the hypothesis of hereditary fear. The majority of the teachers of this new faith are women, many of whom, no doubt, are sincere in their belief. But it may be safely stated that the men engaged as the so-called physicians of the new practice are, with few exceptions, unprincipled quacks, who have gone into the business for the money they can make by duping the ignorant. As far as there is any truth underlying the vagaries of mind cures, and their boasts of remarkable cases of healing, it may be admitted that the mind has much influence over the body. This fact has been recognized by intelligent physicians for centuries. And that the peculiar modern type of nervous diseases, which are so largely caused by excessive stimulus of the nerves and the imagination, should be amendable to cure through the imagination, is not strange. It will be noted that this mental cure has effected its miracles mainly among women, where it has the emotional temperament to work on, and almost wholly in the ranks of the wealthy and well-to-do, where there is little or no impoverishment of the system by insufficient food and excessive toil to hinder its effects. We have not heard, nor are we likely to hear, of an epidemic disease checked by the mind cure, or of the healing of acute affections or organic troubles through its agency. Nor do we hear of it seeking to carry its message of healing into the houses of the suffering poor in large cities, where hunger, exposure, and foul airs open wide the door to fevers and all deadly diseases, nor yet into the hospitals for contagious or incurable affections. In the presence of such realities it would prove, as its votaries probably understand, a too painful mockery. Intelligently analyzed, therefore, this new revelation amounts to nothing more than a quite striking proof of the remarkable influence of the mind over the nervous system. Beyond this, the craze, in attempting to disprove the existence of disease, and to show that poisons do not kill, is simply running against the plain and inevitable facts of life, and can safely be left to perish through its own rashness. While it must be admitted that many upright and worthy people are followers of this faith, it can be asserted that to say, disease is only a mental derangement, is carrying the idea of the power of mind over matter entirely too far. Poisons and their antidotes. Always send immediately for a medical man. Save all fluids vomited, and articles of food, cups, glasses, etc., used by the patient before taken ill, and lock them up. As a rule, give emetics after poisons that cause sleepiness and raving, chalk, milk, eggs, butter, and warm water or oil, after poisons that cause vomiting and pain in the stomach and bowels, with purging, and when there is no inflammation about the throat, tickle it with a feather to excite vomiting. Vomiting may be caused by giving warm water, with a teaspoonful of mustard to the tumblerful, well stirred up. Sulfate of zinc, white vitriol, may be used in place of the mustard, or powdered alum. Powder of ipecacuanha, a teaspoonful rubbed up with molasses, may be employed for children. Tartar emetics should never be given, as it is excessively depressing, and uncontrollable in its effects. The stomach pump can only be used by skillful hands, and even then with caution. Opium and other narcotics. After vomiting has occurred, cold water should be dashed over the face and head. The patient must be kept awake, walked about between two strong persons, made to grasp the handles of a galvanic battery, dosed with strong coffee, and vigorously slapped. Belladonna is an antidote for opium and for morphia, etc., its active principles, and on the other hand, the latter counteract the effects of belladonna. But a knowledge of medicine is necessary for dealing with these articles. Strychnia. After emetics have been freely and successfully given, the patient should be allowed to breathe the vapor of sulfuric ether, poured on a handkerchief and held to the face, in such quantities as to keep down the tendency to convulsions. Bromide of potassium, 20 grains at a dose, dissolved in syrup, may be given every hour. Alcoholic poisoning should be combated by emetics, of which the sulfate of zinc given as above directed is the best. After that, strong coffee internally, and stimulation by heat externally, should be used. Acids are sometimes swallowed by mistake. Alkalis, lime water, magnesia, or common chalk mixed with water, may be freely given, and afterward mucilaginous drinks, such as thick gum water or flaxseed tea. Alkalis are less frequently taken in injurious strength or quantity, but sometimes children swallow lye by mistake. Common vinegar may be given freely, and then castor or sweet oil in full doses, a tablespoonful at a time, repeated every half hour or two. Nitrate of silver when swallowed is neutralized by common table salt freely given in solution in water. The salts of mercury or arsenic, often kept as bedbug poison, which are powerful irritants, are apt to be very quickly fatal. Milk, or the whites of eggs may be freely given, and afterward a very thin paste of flour is neutralized. Phosphorus paste, kept for roach poison or in parlor matches, is sometimes eaten by children, and has been wilfully taken for the purpose of suicide. It is a powerful irritant. The first thing to be done is to give freely of magnesia and water, then to give mucilaginous drinks, as flaxseed tea, gum water or sassafras pith and water, and lastly to administer finely powdered bone charcoal, either in pill or in mixture with water. In no case of poisoning should there be any avoidable delay in obtaining the advice of a physician, and meanwhile, the friends or bystanders should endeavor to find out exactly what has been taken, so that the treatment adopted may be as prompt and effective as possible. Chapter 3. Ink Department. Red ink. 2 ounces cochineal, bruised. Pour over it 1 quart boiling water, let it stand 8 hours. Boil 2 ounces Brazil wood in 1 pint of water, let it stand 8 hours and then add the two together. Dissolve 1/2 ounce gum arabic in 1/2 pint hot water, add all together and let stand 4 days. Strain and bottle for use. Blue ink. 6 parts Persian blue, 1 quart oxalic acid, triturate with little water to smooth paste, add gum arabic and the necessary quantity of water. Indelible ink to mark linen. 1½ ounces nitrate of silver dissolved in 6 ounces liquor ammonia fortis, 1 ounce archil, for coloring, 1/2 ounce gum arabic. Mix. For yellow. Write with muriate of antimony. When dry, wash with tincture of galls. Black. Write with a solution of green vitriol and wash with tincture of galls. Blue. Nitrate of cobalt, wash with oxalic acid. Yellow. Subacetate of lead, wash with hydrochloric acid. Green. Arsenate of potash, wash with nitrate of copper. Purple. Solution of gold and muriate of tin. Black. Perchloride of mercury, the wash is hydrochloric of tin. Black ink. Extract of logwood 1 ounce, bichromate of potash 1/4 ounce. Pulverize and mix in a quart of soft hot water. This makes a beautiful jet black ink, which will not spoil by freezing. Copying ink. 1/2 gallon of soft water, 1 ounce gum arabic, 1 ounce brown sugar, 1 ounce clean copperas, 3 ounces powdered nut gall. Mix and shake occasionally from 7 to 10 days and strain. The best copying ink made. Black ink. Shellac 4 ounces, borax 2 ounces, water 1 quart. Boil till dissolved and add 2 ounces gum arabic, dissolved in a little hot water. Boil and add enough of a well triturated mixture of equal parts of indigo and lampblack to produce a copper color. After standing several hours, draw off and bottle. Green ink. Dissolve 180 grains bichromate of potash in 1 fluid ounce of water. Add while warm 1/2 ounce spirits of wine, then decompose the mixture with concentrated sulfuric acid until it assumes a brown color. Evaporate this liquid until its quantity is reduced 1/2, dilute it with 2 ounces distilled water, filter it, add 1/2 ounce alcohol, followed by a few drops of strong sulfuric acid. It is now allowed to rest, and after a time it assumes a beautiful green color. Add a small quantity gum arabic, and it is ready for use. Beautiful blue writing fluid. Dissolve basic or soluble Prussian blue in pure water. This is the most permanent and beautiful blue ink known. Violet copying ink. For blue violet, dissolve in 300 parts of boiling water, methyl violet, 5B, Hoffman's violet, 3B, or gentiana violet, B. For reddish violet, dissolve in a similar quantity of water, methyl violet, B. A small quantity of sugar added to these inks improves their copying qualities. If the writing when dry retains a bronzy appearance, more water must be added. New invisible ink. C. Weidman communicates a new method of making an invisible ink to dye nature. To make the writing or drawing appear which has been made upon paper, it is sufficient to dip it in water. On drying, the traces disappear again, and reappear again at each succeeding immersion. The ink is made by intimately mixing linseed oil 1 part, water of ammonia 20 parts, water 100 parts. The mixture must be agitated each time before the pen is dipped into it, as a little of the oil may separate and float on top, which would, of course, leave an oily stain upon the paper. Buka carmine ink. Pure carmine, 12 grains, water of ammonia 3 ounces, dissolve, then add powdered gum 18 grains. 1/2 dram of powdered drop lake may be substituted for the carmine, where expense is an object. Brilliant red ink. Brazilwood 2 ounces, muriate of tin 1/2 dram, gum arabic 1 dram. Boil down in 32 ounces water to 1/2, and strain. White ink. Mix pure freshly precipitated barium sulfate, or flake white, with water containing enough gum arabic to prevent the immediate settling of the substance. Starch or magnesium carbonate may be used in a similar way. They must be reduced to palpable powders. Indelible ink for marking linen. Add caustic alkali to a saturated solution of corpus chloride until no further precipitate forms. Allow the precipitate to settle, draw off the supernatant liquid with a siphon, and dissolve the hydrated copper oxide in the smallest quantity of ammonia. It may be mixed with about 6% of gum dextrine for use. To write secret letters. Put 5 cents worth citrate of potassa in an ounce vial of clear cold water. This forms an invisible fluid. Let it dissolve, and you can use on paper of any color. Use quill pen in writing. When you wish the writing to become visible, hold it to red-hot stove. Black copying ink, or writing fluid. Take 2 gallons of rain water, and put into it gum arabic 1/4 pound, brown sugar 1 pound, clean copperas 1/4 pound, powdered nutgall 3/4 pound. Mix, and shake occasionally for 10 days, and strain. If needed sooner, let it stand in an iron kettle until the strength is obtained. This ink will stand the action of the atmosphere for centuries if required. To make rubber stamp ink. Dissolve aniline in hot glycerin, and strain while hot or warm. Commercial writing ink. Galls 1 ounce, gum 1/2 ounce, cloves 1/2 ounce, sulfate of iron 1/2 ounce, water 8 ounces. Digest by frequent shaking till it has sufficient color. This is a good durable ink, and will bear diluting. Traveler's ink. White blotting paper is saturated with aniline black, and several sheets are pasted together, so as to form a thick pad. When required for use, a small piece is torn off and covered with a little water. The black liquid which dissolves out is a good writing ink. A square inch of paper will produce enough ink to last for a considerable writing, and a few pads would be all that an exploring party need carry with them. As water is always available, the ink is readily made. This is a perfectly original and new recipe. Any enterprising man can make a large income out of its manufacture. Indelible marking ink without a preparation. Dissolve separately 1 ounce of nitrate of silver and 1 1/2 ounces of subcarbonate of soda, best washing soda, in rain water. Mix the solutions and collect and wash the precipitate in a filter. While still moist, rub it up in a marble or hardwood mortar with 3 drams of tartaric acid, add 2 ounces of rain water, mix 6 drams white sugar and 10 drams powdered gum arabic, 1/2 ounce archil and water to make up 6 ounces in measure. It should be put up in short dram bottles and sold at 25 cents. This is the best ink for marking clothes that has ever been discovered. There is a fortune in this recipe, as a good marking ink is very saleable. Invisible ink. sulfuric acid 1 quart, water 20 parts. Mix together and write with a quill pen, which writing can be read only after heating it. Horticultural ink. Copper 1 part, dissolve in nitric acid 10 parts and add water 10 parts, used to write on zinc or tin labels. Gold ink. Honey and gold leaf equal parts, turpentine until the gold is reduced to the finest possible state of division. Agitate with 30 parts hot water and allow it to settle. Decant the water and repeat the washing several times. Finally dry the gold and mix it with a little gum water for use. Silver ink. For silver ink the process is the same as gold, substituting silver leaf for the gold leaf. Indelible ink for glass or metal. Borax 1 ounce, shellac 2 ounces, water 18 fluid ounces. Boil in a covered vessel, add of thick mucilage 1 ounce. Triturate it with levigated indigo and lamp black QS to give it a good color. After 2 hours repose, decant from the dregs and bottle for use. It may be bronzed after being applied. Resists moisture, chlorine and gases. Brown ink. A strong decoction of catechu. The shade may be varied by the cautious addition of a little weak solution of bichromate of potash. Luminous ink. Shines in the dark. Phosphorus 1/2 dram, oil cinnamon 1/2 ounce. Mix in a vial, cork tightly, heat it slowly until mixed. A letter written in this ink can only be read in a dark room, when the writing will have the appearance of a fire. Ticketing ink for grocers, etc. Dissolve 1 ounce of gum arabic in 6 ounces of water and strain. This is the mucilage. For a black color use drop black, powdered and ground with the mucilage to extreme fineness. For blue, ultramarine is used in the same manner. For green, emerald green. For white, flake white. Red, vermilion, lake, or carmine. For yellow, chrome yellow. When ground too thick, they are thinned with a little water. Apply to the cards with a small brush. The cards may be sized with a thin glue, afterward varnished, if it is desired to preserve them. Common ink. To 1 gallon boiling soft water add 3/4 ounce extract of logwood. Boil 2 minutes. Remove from the fire and stir in 48 grains bichromate of potash and 8 grains prussiate of potash. For 10 gallons use 6 1/2 ounces logwood extract, 1 ounce bichromate of potash, and 80 grains prussiate potash. Strain. 6 cents should buy the former and 25 cents the latter. Red ink. In an ounce vial put 1 teaspoonful aqua ammonia, gum arabic size of 2 or 3 peas, and 6 grains number 40 carmine. Fill up with soft water, and it is soon ready for use. Ink for marking packages. Take lamp black and mix thoroughly with sufficient turpentine to make it thin enough to flow from the brush. Powdered ultramarine instead of lamp black makes a fine blue marking mixture for the same purpose. Chapter 4. Cosmetic Department. Liquid for curling the hair. 2 ounces scrapings of lead, 1/2 ounce litharge, 1/4 ounce gum camphor. Boil all in 1 pint of soft water for half an hour. Let it cool. Pour off liquid and add to it 1 dram rosemary flowers. Boil all again and strain, when it is ready for use. Apply about once a week. Hair oil. 1 gallon cologne spirits, 90% proof, 1 pint castor oil, 1 ounce oil cinnamon. Mix well and it is ready for use. Powder for the complexion. 1/2 ounce tincture of elder blossoms, 1/2 ounce beef marrow, 1/2 pint orange flower water, 1 cassia buds, 2 ounces bitter almonds, for drams spirits oriental roses. Mix, and apply it in the evening and wash it off in the morning. Paste to produce whiskers. 1 ounce of oil of pericotta, 2 ounces southernwood bark, 1 ounce dog's lard. Fry over a slow fire until it forms a paste. Apply to the face once a day until the whiskers begin to grow. To clean the teeth. Castile soap and cigar ashes applied with a soft rag is one of the best tooth preparations known. To make the hair soft and glossy. 1 pint alcohol, 4 ounces castor oil. Mix, and flavor with bergamot. Apply frequently with the hands. To remove freckles. Use oxalate of copper ointment. Hair tonic. Sugar of lead 5 grains, sulfate quinine 2 grains, muriate of ammonia 1 dram, glycerin 6 ounces, distilled water 6 ounces. Mix and apply 2 or 3 times per day. Hair dyes. Number 1. distilled water 6 ounces, alcohol 1 ounce, pyrogallic acid 1 dram. The acid must be dissolved in the alcohol before the water is added. Number 2. Aqua ammonia 1 ounce, water 1 ounce, nitrate of silver 2 drams. Dissolve the silver in water and add the ammonia. Cork tight and keep in a cool place. Number 3. Water 4 ounces, sulfate of potash ½ ounce. Mix. To dye the hair or whiskers, have them free from dirt or soap suds. They should be a little damp. Add carefully. Number 1. Using care not to allow the dye to touch the skin. When somewhat dry, apply. Number 2. In about 3 minutes, apply. Number 3. Use care not to allow any of these preparations to touch the skin. To beautify the teeth and make the breath smell sweet and pleasant. 1 ounce chloride of lime in a pint of soft water, and let it stand 24 hours. Then pour off the clear water and add 40 drops of essence of rose. To make the cheeks and lips rosy. Use a little red carmine. Perfumery. Oils of rosemary and lemon each a ½ ounce, bergamot and lavender ½ dram, cinnamon 4 drops, cloves and rose each 2 drops, alcohol 1 quart. Mix and let stand 1 week. Hair restorative. Sugar of lead, borax and lac sulfur each 1 ounce, aqua ammonia ½ ounce, alcohol 1 gill. Mix and let stand 20 hours, then add bay rum 1 gill, fine table salt 1 tablespoonful, soft water 3 pints, essence of bergamot ½ ounce. New York Barber's Star Hair Oil. Castor oil 6 1/2 pints, alcohol 1 1/2 pints, oil of citronella 1/2 ounce, lavender 1/4 ounce. Mix well, put in 4-ounce bottles, retail for 25 cents. Celebrated moth and freckle lotion. For the skin and complexion, a great secret. Distill 2 handfuls jessamine flowers in a quart of rose water and a quart of orange water. Strain through porous paper and add a scruple of musk and a scruple of ambergris. Bottle and label. Splendid wash for the skin. Imperial unguent for forcing whiskers and mustache to grow. Made as follows: 2 drams of benzoin comp, 2 drams tincture of cantharides, 6 ounces of castor oil, 9 1/4 ounces alcohol, 1 dram oil of bergamot. Mix well, bottle and label. Apply the unguent night and morning. Circulation should be stimulated with a rough towel. Curliline, for making the hair curl. 1 pound olive oil, 1 dram oil of origanum, 1 1/2 drams oil of rosemary. Mix well, bottle and label. Apply 2 or 3 times weekly. Will curl the straightest hair if not cut too short. Hair restorative and invigorator. For a trifling cost. Sugar of lead, borax and lac sulfur of each 1 ounce, aqua ammonia 1/2 ounce, alcohol 1 gill. Mix and let stand for 14 hours. Then add bay rum 1 gill, fine table salt 1 tablespoonful, soft water 3 pints, essence of bergamot 1 ounce. This preparation not only gives a beautiful gloss, but will cause hair to grow upon bald heads arising from all common causes, and turning gray hair to a dark color. Manner of application. When the hair is thin or bald, make 2 applications daily, until this amount is used up. Work it into the roots of the hair with a soft brush or the ends of the fingers, rubbing well each time. For gray hair, 1 application daily is sufficient. Jockey Club. Spirits of wine 5 gallons, orange flower water 1 gallon, balsam of Peru 4 ounces, essence of bergamot 8 ounces, essence of musk 8 ounces, essence of cloves 4 ounces, essence of neroli 2 ounces. Mix. Ladies' Own. Spirits of wine 1 gallon, otto of roses 20 drops, essence of thyme 1/2 ounce, essence of neroli 1/4 ounce, essence of vanilla 1/2 ounce, essence of bergamot 1/4 ounce, orange flower water 6 ounces. Upper 10. Spirits of wine 4 quarts, essence of cedat 2 drams, essence of violets 1/4 ounce, essence of neroli 1/2 ounce, otto of roses 20 drops, orange flower essence 1 ounce, oil of rosemary 30 drops, oils of bergamot and neroli each 1/2 ounce. Chapter 5. Livestock Department. Each and every recipe in this department has been tested by the most eminent veterinary surgeons in the United States, and pronounced by them as the best. wounds and cuts. Take 4 ounces lard, beeswax 4 ounces, resin 3 ounces, Vaseline 4 to 6 ounces. Melt these together and add carbolic acid ½ ounce. This is excellent. Colic. Gum camphor 1 ounce, cayenne 1 ounce, gum myrrh 1 ounce, powdered gum quail 1 ounce, sassafras bark 1 ounce, spirits of turpentine 1 ounce, oil of origanum 1/4 ounce, oil hemlock ½ ounce, pulverized opium ½ ounce, good alcohol 2 quarts. Mix and let stand 10 to 12 days and filter. Dose from 1 to 4 teaspoonfuls in a pint of milk. Keep this on hand. It is the best colic cure known. Liniment to kill pain. 1 gallon alcohol, 1 ounce tincture cayenne, 2 ounces tincture gum camphor, 2 ounces tincture ammonia, 1/2 ounce chloroform. Mix well and let stand 12 hours. Best condition powders. Fenugreek, cream of tartar, gentian, sulfur, saltpetre, resin, black antimony and ginger each 2 ounces, cayenne pepper 1 ounce. Pulverize and mix thoroughly. Dose, 2 tablespoonfuls once a day and feed. Brittle and contracted hoofs. Take castor oil, Barbados, tar and soft soap. Equal parts of each. Melt all together and stir while cooling, and apply a little to the hoof 3 or 4 times a week. Contracted hoof and sore feet. Take equal parts of soft fat, yellow wax, linseed oil, Venice turpentine and Norway tar. First melt the wax, then add the others, mixing thoroughly. Apply to the edge of the hair once a day. Cracked heels. Tar 8 ounces, beeswax 1 ounce, resin 1 ounce, alum 1 ounce, tallow 1 ounce, sulfate of iron 1 ounce, carbolic acid 1 dram. Mix and boil over a slow fire. Skim off the filth and add 2 ounces of the scrapings of sweet elder. Eye water. White vitriol and pure saltpetre of each 1 scruple, pure soft water 8 ounces. Mix. This should be applied to the inflamed lids 3 or 4 times a day, and if the inflammation does not lessen in 1 or 2 days, it may be injected directly into the eye. The writer has used this for his own eyes, reduced 1/2 with water, and dropped directly into the eye, which would cause the eye to smart considerably for about 5 minutes, when he should bathe the eye with cold water for a few minutes, and by repeating this 3 or 4 times a day, it has given the best of satisfaction. It does nicely, many times, to just close the eye and bathe the outside freely. Cure for Sweeney. Alcohol and spirits of turpentine each 8 ounces, camphor gum, pulverized cantharides and capsicum each 1 ounce, oil of spike 3 ounces. Mix, bathe with hot iron. Farcy. Nitrate of potash 4 ounces, black antimony 2 ounces, sulfite of soda 1 ounce, elecampane 2 ounces. Mix, dose, 1 tablespoonful once or twice a day. Farcy and glanders. Iodide of potassium 1 and 1/4 drams, copperas 1/2, ginger 1 dram, gentian 2 drams, powdered gum arabic and syrup to form a ball, or take 1/2 ounce sulfite soda, 5 grains powdered cantharides. Mix, and give at night and cut feed for several weeks. Give at the same time every morning and noon 3 drams powdered gentian, 2 drams powdered blue vitriol. Give the medicines for a long time. Feed well. This is the best treatment that can be given for this disease. Wolf's liniment. 1 quart alcohol, 2 ounces tincture arnica, 1 ounce oil hemlock, 1 ounce oil of spike. Mix well and let stand 24 hours. This will cure any burn, scald, bruise, sprain, or any like ailment, also aches and pains of all kinds. Apply by wetting a flannel cloth and wrapping it around the diseased parts. Cuts, wounds and sores. Take of lard 4 ounces, beeswax 4 ounces, resin 2 ounces, carbolic acid 1/4 ounce. Mix the first 3 and melt, add carbolic acid, stirring until cool. This is excellent for man as well as beast. For pole evil. Rock salt 1 ounce, blue vitriol 1 ounce, copperas 1/2 ounce. Pulverize and mix well. Fill a goose quill with the powder and push to the bottom of the pipe. Have a stick at the top of the quill and push the powder out of the quill, leaving it at the bottom of the pipe. Repeat in 4 days, and in 2 or 3 days you can remove the pipe without any trouble. Cure for scratches. Sweet oil 3 ounces, borax 1 ounce, sugar of lead 1 ounce. Mix and apply twice daily after washing thoroughly with Castile soap, giving time for legs to dry. Great Arabian Heave Remedy. Give your horse a teaspoonful of lobila once a day for a week and then once a week, and you will hardly know he ever had the heaves. Try it. Bots. Take new milk 2 quarts, syrup 1 quart, mix and give the whole, and in 15 or 20 minutes after give 2 quarts of warm, strong sage tea. Half an hour after the tea give 1 quart of raw linseed oil, or if the oil cannot be had give lard instead. Diuretics. Take balsam copaiba 2 ounces, sweet spirits of nitre 3 ounces, spirits of turpentine 2 ounces, oil of juniper 2 ounces, tincture of camphor 2 ounces. Mix, shake the bottle before pouring the medicine. Dose for adult horse, 2 tablespoonfuls in a pint of milk, repeated every 4 to 6 hours, if necessary. This is a reliable preparation for kidney difficulties. Founder. Vinegar 3 pints, capsicum 1/2 dram, tincture of aconite root 15 drops. Mix and boil down to 1 quart. When cool, give it as a drench. Blanket the horse well. After the horse has perspired for an hour or more, give 1 quart of raw linseed oil. This treatment will be found good for horses foundered by eating too much grain. Mange. Oil tar 1 ounce, lac sulfur 1 1/2 ounces, whale oil 2 ounces. Mix. Rub a little on the skin wherever the disease appears, and continue daily for a week, then wash off with Castile soap and warm water. Pole evil and fistula. Tincture of opium 1 dram, potash 2 drams, water 1 ounce. Mix, and when dissolved inject into the pipes with a small syringe, having cleansed the sore with soap suds. Repeat every 2 days until pipes are completely destroyed. Condition powder. Take antimony crude 1 ounce, lobila gr 1 ounce, ginger 2 ounces, sulfur flour 3 ounces, berberry gr 1 ounce, cream tartar 4 ounces, saltpetre flour 4 ounces, well mixed. Dose, 1 tablespoonful each day in wet feed. Best in the market, will sell well. For bone spavin. Hog's lard 1/2 pint, best oil origanum 1 1/2 ounces, oil cojepit 2 ounces, pulverized cantharides 1/2 ounce. Mix, and apply each morning for 4 mornings, heating it in with hot iron each time, then discontinue its use for 3 days, after which use as before for 5 mornings. Wait about 8 or 10 days, and if not gone, repeat as before. Arabian Horse Tamer's Secret. Take oil of cumin, oil of rhodium, and horse castor. Keep separate in airtight bottles. Rub a little of the oil of cumin on your hand and approach the horse on the windward side, so that he can smell the cumin. The horse will then let you come up to him without trouble. Rub your hand gently on the horse's nose, getting a little oil on it. He will then follow you. Give him a little of the castor on a piece of loaf sugar or apple. Get a few drops of the rhodium on his tongue, and he is your servant. He will follow you like a pet dog. Cure for spavin and ringbone. Cantharides 1 ounce, mercurial ointment 1/2 ounce, corrosive sublimate 1/2 dram, turpentine 1 1/2 ounces, tincture iodine 1 ounce, gum euphorbium 4 ounces. Mix well with 1 pound of lard. For spavin or ringbone, cut the hair away and grease the part well with the ointment, rubbing it in well. In 2 days grease the parts with lard, wash it off in 2 days more, and again apply the ointment. So continue until a cure is effected, which will be in a short time. For bog spavin, wind gall, curb or splint, apply the ointment every 6 days. Jockey tricks. How to make a horse appear as though he was badly foundered. Take a fine wire and fasten it tightly around the fetlock, between the foot and the heel, and smooth the hair over it. In 20 minutes the horse will show lameness. Do not leave it on over 9 hours. To make a horse lame. Take a single hair from its tail, put it through the eye of a needle, then lift the front leg and press the skin between the outer and middle tendon or cord, and shove the needle through, cut off the hair each side and let down the foot. The horse will go lame in 20 minutes. How to make a horse stand by his food and not take it. Grease the front teeth and the roof of the mouth with common beef tallow, and he will not eat until you wash it out. This, in conjunction with the above, will consummate a complete founder. How to cure a horse from the crib or sucking wind. Saw between the upper teeth to the gums. How to put a young countenance on a horse. Make a small incision in the sunken place over the eye, insert the point of a goose quill and blow it up. Close the external wound with a thread, and it is done. To cover up the heaves. Drench the horse with 1/4 pound of common birdshot, and he will not heave until they pass through him. To make a horse appear as if he had the glanders. Melt 4 ounces fresh butter and pour into his ear. To distinguish between glanders and distemper. The discharge from the nose and glanders will sink in water, in distemper it floats. How to make a true pulling horse. Bulk. Take tincture of cantharides 1 ounce, and corrosive sublimate 1 dram. Mix and bathe his shoulder at night. How to serve a horse that is lame. Make a small incision about halfway from the knee to the joint on the outside of the leg, and at the back part of the shin bone you will find a small, white tendon or cord. Cut it off and close the external wound with a stitch, and he will walk off on the hardest pavement and not limp a particle. How to tell the age of a horse. The safest way of determining the age of a horse is by the appearance of the teeth, which undergo certain changes in the course of years. 8 to 14 days after birth, the first middle nippers of the set of milk teeth are cut, 4 to 6 weeks afterwards the pair next to them, and finally, after 6 or 8 months, the last. All these milk teeth have a well-defined body and neck, and a slender fawn, and on their front surface grooves or furrows, which disappear from the middle nippers at the end of 1 year, from the next pair in 2 years, and from the incisive teeth, cutters, in 3 years. At the age of 2 the nippers become loose and fall out, and their places appear 2 permanent teeth, with deep, black cavities, and full, sharp edges. At the age of 3, the next pair fall out. At 4 years old, the corner teeth fall out. At 5 years old, the horse has his permanent set of teeth. The teeth grow in length as the horse advances in years, but at the same time his teeth are worn away by use about 1/12 of an inch every year, so that the black cavities of the center nippers below disappear in the 6th year, those of the next pair in the 7th year, and those of the corner teeth in the 8th year. Also the outer corner of upper and lower jaw just meet at 8 years of age. At 9 years old, cups leave the 2 center nippers above, and each of the 2 upper corner teeth has a little sharp protrusion at the extreme outer corner. At the age of 10 the cups disappear from the adjoining teeth. At the age of 11 the cups disappear from the corner teeth above, and are only indicated by brownish spots. The oval form becomes broader, and changes, from the 12th to the 16th year, more and more into a triangular form, and the teeth lose, finally, with the 20th year, all regularity. There is nothing remaining in the teeth that can afterwards clearly show the age of the horse, or justify the most experienced examiner in giving a positive opinion. The tushes, or canine teeth, conical in shape, with a sharp point, and curved, are cut between the 3rd and 4th year. Their points become more and more rounded until the 9th year, and after that, more and more dull in the course of years, and lose, finally, all regular shape. Maras seldom have tusks. If any, they are very faintly indicated. Frequent reference to the chart for telling the horse's age will thoroughly acquaint one with this valuable bit of knowledge. Age of sheep and goats. At 1 year old they have 8 front teeth of uniform size. At 2 years the 2 middle ones are supplanted by 2 large ones. At 3 a small tooth appears on each side. At 4 there are 6 large teeth. At 5 all the front teeth are large, and at 6 all begin to get worn. Age of cattle. A cow's horn is supposed to furnish a correct indication of the age of the animal, but this is not always true. For ordinary purposes, however, the following will be found approximately correct. At 2 years of age a circle of thicker matter begins to form on the animal's horns, which becomes clearly defined at 3 years of age, when another circle begins to form, and an additional circle every year thereafter. The cow's age then can be determined by adding 2 to the number of circles. The rings on a bull's horns do not show themselves until he is 5 years old, so in the case of a bull 5 must be added to the number of rings. Unless the rings are clear and distinct these rules will not apply. Besides, dishonest dealers sometimes file off some of the rings of old cattle. Chapter 6. Hog Department. The disposition and character of the hog. In all histories of animals, the hog stands a natural phenomenon, and alone in relation to his appetite and physical constitution. The hog is the only kind of animal known to man that can feed on any kind of food. The stomach of the hog is adapted both to flesh and grass, which is not the case with any other animal in all the history of animals. Another peculiarity of his nature is his great ferociousness. Perhaps the hog is more valiant than any animal known. The ferocious and warlike disposition, perhaps, is one among the reasons of this animal's great health. There are very few diseases among animals that the hog is subject to. In fact, the cholera, is the only disease to be greatly feared among that order of animals, and as this great and valuable remedy is found and demonstrated beyond the shadow of a doubt, the farmer may go on raising and feeding his hogs with the full assurance that his labors will not be lost. He can improve his hogs with confidence and assurance that health and prosperity will be the rich reward of his labors. There is more money made in the culture and growing of hogs than any animal in the known world. Notwithstanding the great loss by cholera, there is no one but what will say amen to this fact. Even Boone County loses $100,000 worth of hogs with the cholera, annually. There are 114 counties in the state of Missouri. Now make the calculation of the great saving of money by this invaluable discovery for the prevention and cure of the above disease. We see that if all farmers and traders in hogs had this book, and carried out its instructions, it would save $11,400,000 for the state of Missouri, which amount would soon enable Missouri or any other state that observes this book's instructions to be the richest state in the Union. There is no farmer but that will become wealthy if he uses economy, industry, and has the Stevens remedy for hog cholera. Symptoms of the disease hog cholera. First, gentleness and sluggishness. 2d. You will see the hog moving around with his nose close to the ground, with a kind of a forced cough, hair looking dead and kind of a reddish color. Then they quit eating and soon die. These symptoms are generally of a slow progress, but certain death if Stevens' cholera remedy is not used. These symptoms are set forth both in dry and purging hog cholera. On the first appearance, this disease is more fatal, from the fact that nature teaches the brute, by unlearned laws, natural medical aid, but this disease is so powerful and destructive there is something more necessary than the animal can generally get at. We now propose to give the cause and the whole cause of the fearful disease caused hog cholera. The system of both man and brute is made up and composed of a living animalcule so small that it cannot be discovered with the eye, it being so delicate, but by the use of the microscope, it can be readily seen and realized. In good health, with this animalcule is the life and spirit of the hog, causing the functions throughout the whole system to perform nature's intended designs, regular digestion, and a perfect circulation throughout the whole animal nature. But when this valuable animal is ranging in certain localities where he has no resort to certain material, the system becomes of an impure character. And this delicate animalcule commanding a rapid growth, feeds upon the nutriment of the body of the hogs and consequently destroys life without a counteracting remedy of speedy effect. The liver is the seat of worms or animalcule. It is also the king or mainspring of digestion of both man and beast. When the hog begins to droop, the worm is rapidly growing, and without something to destroy this worm, the hog will die. In certain localities the hog never has this disease. Now, this is full and ample evidence that it is the locality in relation to feed that keeps this fearful disease from the hog. In my travels I have observed, the localities and health of this valuable animal depends on what range or food he gets. The author, having traveled through different countries and localities, observing at the same time the health of this animal, gave rise to this great discovery as a perfect remedy for health. This remedy will both prevent and cure this disease, when the disease has not too strong a hold, and the liver and blood fevered too much by the worm. The liver, being the seat of digestion, must not be disturbed. If its digestion is disturbed, secretions are located, the system depending on the liver as the clock or watch depends on its mainspring for time. Therefore, knowing the disease and remedy, and experiencing the facts, the author is fully satisfied that his remedy, both as a preventative and cure, is all that it claims to be, and is undoubtedly the most valuable discovery for the health of the swine that has ever been known or found out. The reasons and cause of hog cholera having been explained, the author now proposes to give the prevention and cure of hog cholera. We are aware of the fact that the talent, ingenuity, and skill of man has been employed in searching out some remedy as a preventative and cure for this lamentable disease, and there have been some preventions used that have been valuable in that direction. For instance, this simple article called ashes is a healthy article for stock, which many people use, but it never cured one case of cholera. I have no doubt but it has been beneficial for the general health of hogs. Of all remedies, simple ones when they will cure are the best, and this remedy is as simple and as easily used as it is possible in the use of any remedy. The effective remedy is simply old lime and sand, with arsenic. Now, I am aware that the nature of man is to look for some great and unknown article as a remedy for such a great curse as hog cholera. But considering the cause of the disease being the animalcule, reader, you see that it requires something to prevent the excess, or destroy the increase of this minute animal. Now we see readily that the old lime, sand, and arsenic does the work without a doubt, and the hog is healthy and clear of disease. Now, reader, you have the remedy. The next thing is how to use it. In the first place, drive your wagon to some sandbar and haul a wagon load of sand. Throw it out where you feed your hogs. To 1 wagon load of sand, put 1 bushel of old slacked lime. Throw your feed on that for your hogs, and about every 3 months replenish with the same. If your hogs have the cholera, separate the sick from the well ones, and have a trough, and put some of the sand and lime in it, with about 1/2 of a thimbleful of arsenic to the hog. Then pour some rich slop on this preparation so that the hogs will eat it. Milk would be preferable if you have it. This preparation once every other day will soon have your hogs healthy and sound. It destroys the worms, then the hog is all right. To your healthy hogs give 1/2 thimbleful of arsenic in slop to every hog, once per month. This is all the arsenic you must use. You must not mix the arsenic with the lime and sand, or the hog may not get it. After using this remedy, your hogs that are not yet complaining with cholera will never take it. You may rely on it. I have tried this valuable remedy until I am perfectly satisfied. Where the cholera was killing out the gang every day, it put a stop to it at once, and not only for myself, but many others under my notice. I have never seen cholera bother hogs, where this Stevens remedy was used as above stated. You will ask, what is to be done where pigs have it? In answer to that, reader, just get a trough and put in the remedy, and pour the slop to their mother, and the milk will be just as effective to the pigs as the remedy is with the sow. This Stevens remedy for hog cholera, if studied and observed, will be worth from $100 to $1,000 to every farmer or hog trader, where cholera has ever been, and there is no trouble or expense to have the benefit of it. This very little book is worth its weight in gold. The countries where they have no hog cholera are rocky and hilly, sandy and limy, where the hog can get this remedy, and Providence has so taught the animal that nature dictates to him the remedy. See the dog, when he is sick, he knows how to take an emetic, vomit, and get well. So it is with the hog, if he can find this remedy he hardly ever takes cholera. In addition to those cures as a prevention of the disease, use asafoetida, as follows: cut in small pieces about 1 ounce, melt it in water or grease, pour it in rich slop. Feed it to about 10 hogs, once per week in hog cholera season, more or less according to number of hogs. If you will keep up these remedies, your swine will keep healthy. Keep the sick ones and well ones separate. If you have clover, keep the sick ones on it, it is healthy for hogs. On treatment. A little further advice concerning the treatment of hogs when penned for fattening. Hogs should be penned on rolling ground if possible. They fatten better and consume less corn. They should be salted twice a week. The way to salt is as follows. If there is no decaying stump in the pen, haul a rotten log and pour salt on it, and the hogs will use all the salt and waste none, and the demands of nature will have them use just enough and no more. This preparation will save 2½ bushels of corn to every hog, which is $1, quite an item where you have a large pen of hogs. Salt your stock hogs in the same way. When you have used Stevens' remedies 1 year, you would not be without this knowledge for any small amount, for your hogs will be healthy and prosperous. If the reader has only 1 hog per year, it will pay him to buy this book in relation to the breed of hogs. I don't know that I could enlighten you on this subject, for the world's attention is directed to that information, and perhaps, reader, you are as well posted on that subject as your humble writer. For the Western country, As a hardy and profitable stock of thrifty hogs, the Berkshire mixed or crossed with the Poland China would be my choice, but every man has his own notions concerning the breed of his stock. The main point is to keep them healthy. Please fathom these instructions, which will cost you no more hard labor. Now, reader, the author has endeavored, in his plain and simple manner, and in as few words as possible, to explain the cause of hog cholera, its effects, symptoms, and its cure and prevention, which have been demonstrated by the author, and not only by him but by divers others under his instruction. Before the author wrote this book, he sold these receipts at from $10 to $50, but seeing the great loss of labor and perplexity in relation to hog cholera, and the pressing necessity throughout our land, alone induced the author of this work to write a book and set such a low price on it as to enable every poor widow, that has even a pet pig, to be in possession of one as a security for its health. Advice to the young man. When the young man leaves his father's home to plan out his course as a farmer, it is very necessary for him to observe two grand points. First, to so live, act, and speak, as the Apostle Paul says, void of offense both to God and man. And in these words there is a world of thought. This constitutes our noblest characters in this life and the life to come. Second, in relation to finance, or making and saving of money. Purchase a good farm, just as much land as you can cultivate well, and no more. Don't have one surplus acre. Don't do like some people, raise every kind of stock and never have anything for market. But when you raise hogs, raise nothing else for market but hogs, and raise all you can fatten, that is, all you can raise corn to make fat, and by this rule to have 1 or 2 car loads for sale every fall. You will become wealthy if you live to be old. In relation to managing your fields, be sure not to exhaust your soil. If you are in timberland, sow wheat every other year on your cornfields. This will keep your land constantly improving from ordinary land to rich land. If you live in prairie country where your wheat will not pay, never sow oats unless you let your hogs take them before cutting. Always have 1 clover field for your hogs to run on in the hard months of summer and fall. Now, reader, in conclusion, I will give you certificates of the most prominent men in our vicinity, who tried and experienced the Stevens hog cholera remedy, and became convinced of its great value and benefit to man, and that all men may have confidence and rely on this remedy as a fact. These men have gone before the justice of the peace and sworn to the facts as they exist. You will see their certificates on the following pages. Now, reader, hoping we may both be greatly benefited by this little work, I bid you Godspeed. Goodbye. Hog cholera. This is to certify that I bought one of Dr. J. H. Stevens' hog cholera books in 1880, when my hogs were dying with that disease. I went home and followed the directions of the book. I cured my hogs and prevented the rest from having the disease. I here state I have followed Dr. Stevens' book's directions for 15 years, feeding and raising hogs, with cholera around me, and have kept my hogs healthy ever since. You need not be afraid of hog cholera if you have one of the books. The remedy will not cost more than $1 a year for 100 hogs. No one that has hogs can afford to do without it. I was living in Monroe County when I bought the book. I am now living in Brunswick, Chariton County, MO, with hog cholera all around me. I am not afraid of it. If you doubt this, write to me. Reuben Young. Witness B. G. Young. October 15, 1895. A valuable discovery for everybody. In 1870 my hogs, and many of those of my neighbors, died with hog cholera. It also broke out again in 71. Dr. Stevens, of Centralia, discovered a never-failing cure for hog cholera. I used his remedy, it being no expense or trouble, and I never lost a hog, while every one of my neighbors lost a large portion of their hogs by disease. My hogs running with them, I am satisfied that I would have lost them, had it not been for this great remedy of Stevens that I used. I am satisfied that this remedy will either cure or prevent hog cholera in any case. I am an old farmer, and would not be without this sure remedy for any reasonable sum of money. I conscientiously and unhesitatingly advise every farmer to not fail to get at least the farm right, and save your hogs from that dreadful destructive disease, for the remedy will cure and prevent hog cholera in any case. I have experienced this fact, and the benefit of it is the reason I set so high a value on it. I am a sojourner near Cairo, Randolph County. Emma was born in Kentucky and emigrated to Missouri in an early day. Thomas Patrick. June 24, 1872. Valuable notice. I hereby state a valuable fact. My hogs were dying with cholera in the fall of 1871. I offered the lot for a certain sum of money. They were dying every day with hog cholera, in Boone County. I finally offered them for a mere nominal sum, not being 1/5 part of the value of the hogs, had not the cholera been among them, and they dying every day. Dr. J. H. Stevens of Centralia, Missouri, said he could cure them, and Mr. R. E. Edwards, of Centralia, Missouri, having faith in Dr. Stevens, bought the hogs. To my own knowledge, the hogs were cured and fatted up, and made well, and I say for the benefit of the public, that I believe that Dr. Stevens can either cure or prevent hog cholera on any man's farm. I advise all farmers to get his great and valuable remedy. It may save you thousands of dollars. Given under my hand this June 22, 1872. This is for no benefit of mine, but alone for the benefit of the public. This is a fact. E. T. Bennett, trustee of the M.E. Church, Centralia. Subscribed and sworn to before me on this 22nd day of June, 1872. J. M. West, J.P. To all my friends, and then to strangers. Centralia, Boone Company, July 3, 1872. Dr. Stevens, of this place, I believe, has discovered at last the great remedy both to cure and to prevent hog cholera. This disease has made its ravages among hogs in every state like cholera among men, but I hope and believe from experience that Dr. Stevens has, after all the remedies have been tried, discovered the great and only reliable remedy. I am satisfied from theory and experience that his remedy will both cure and prevent hog cholera. I bought a lot of hogs, every one of which had the cholera, on the faith that Dr. Stevens would cure them. I bought the hogs of E. T. Bennett living in our town. They were dying every day, and I bought them at a mere nominal sum, it not being, perhaps, 1/5 or 1/6 part of the value of said hogs. I called on Dr. Stevens, and he instructed me what to do. The remedy cost me but a trifle, and I cured every one, and my hogs fattened and did well, other hogs dying all over town. Mine cured sound and remained healthy. I am not afraid of hog cholera any more. At least I am satisfied I can cure it with Dr. Stevens' great remedy. This remedy I never before heard of for hog cholera, but I have experienced the fact. The great value is, it costs you, to prevent 1,000 hogs from having it 1 year with 3 hours' labor, but $1. My advice is, don't fail to obtain this valuable remedy at any cost. This is a fact that I believe is worth more, and a greater savor of money to the United States than any discovery that has been made in the 19th century. R. F. Edwards, Supt. of the M.E. Sunday School, Centralia, Missouri. Subscribed and sworn to before me, this 3rd day of July, 1872. James M. West, J.P. Chapter 7. Poultry Department. The treatment of fowls. In the rearing of poultry for profit, it may safely be stated that dry, well-aired, warm poultry houses are necessary. To keep fowls in poorly ventilated, damp, cold quarters is a waste of time and money, as nearly all diseases of fowls are traceable to improperly kept poultry houses. It may also be stated that 99% of the sickness in fowls has its origin in filth, hence cleanliness is essential in raising good poultry. The hen house should be cleaned as often as the barn. Diseases of fowls and how to treat them. Apoplexy. This disease is usually caused by overfeeding in confined quarters. The bird may be noticed moping for some days, but usually the trouble is not noticed until the bird falls and dies with hardly a struggle. Remedy. Open the largest of the veins under the wing, press on the vein between the opening and the body until the blood flows freely. Vertigo, like apoplexy, is caused by overfeeding and lack of exercise. The fowl runs in a circle with but partial control of the limbs. Remedy. Hold the head of the bird under a stream of cold water. Give 10 grains of jalap and reduce the amount of feed. Crop bound. is caused by irregular feeding. A hungry bird fills his crop to such a degree that the contents, when moistened, becomes a dense compact mass. Remedy: puncture the upper part of the crop, loosen the mass by degrees, with a blunt instrument. If the incision is large, sew up the slit and feed the bird soft food for 10 days. Diarrhea. Remedy: 5 grains powdered chalk, 5 grains turkey rhubarb, 5 grains cayenne pepper. Rope. This is a very contagious disease. The well fowls should immediately be separated from the sick ones, and the old quarters thoroughly disinfected. Use the following remedy: 1/2 ounce balsam copaiba, 1/4 ounce licorice powder, 1/2 dram piperine. This is enough for 30 doses. Enclose each dose in a small capsule. Give 2 or 3 doses per day. If this does not furnish relief in 2 days, kill the fowl and burn or bury it. The symptoms of this disease are: first, a thick, opaque, and peculiarly offensive smelling discharge from the nostrils. Froth appears at the inner corner of the eyes, the lids swell, and often the eyes are entirely closed. The sides of the face become much swollen, and the bird rapidly declines and dies. Gapes is caused by parasitic worms in the windpipe, or from a small tick-like parasite lodged on the head of the chicken when between 2 and 4 months old. Examine the head of the bird with a pocket lens, and if the parasite is found, destroy them with the following: 1 ounce mercurial ointment, 1/2 ounce petroleum, crude, 1/2 ounce flour of sulfur. Mix by heating, and apply when just warm. When gapes is caused by worms in the windpipe, use spirits of turpentine. It is applied by dipping the end of a feather in the turpentine, then inserting it in the bird's mouth at the root of the tongue. Generally, 1 operation is all that is required. To prevent and cure chicken cholera, renovate the coops thoroughly, then saturate the apartments with kerosene oil. Then grease the chicken under the wings and wherever the feathers are off. Use the formula mentioned for gapes when caused by parasite on the head. Repeat the greasing process in 2 weeks, then once a month until the time of heavy frost in the fall. The following is an elegant internal treatment. Dissolve 4 ounces of hyposulfate of soda in 1 gallon of water and add cornmeal to make a heavy dough, and give an ordinary feed of this twice a day for 6 days, and then once a week through the summer months. In severe cases, give 1 teaspoonful of the water, without meal, 3 or 4 times a day until out of danger. This is the best known remedy for chicken cholera. Poultry lousiness appears only in poorly kept fowls. Sprinkle the fowls and nests with Scotch snuff or flour of sulfur. In addition, thoroughly cleanse the hen house and coop with a solution of 4 pounds of potash to a gallon of water or with strong soap suds. Chapter 8. Chemical Department. How to imitate gold. Take the following metals and melt them in a covered crucible: 16 ounces virgin platina, 24 ounces pure copper. Silver. 40 ounces nickel, 20 ounces copper, 30 ounces block tin. Artificial gold. 16 parts of virgin platina and 7 parts copper, and 1 of zinc. Put these in a crucible with powdered charcoal, and melt them together till the whole forms a mass, and are thoroughly incorporated together. This also makes a gold of extraordinary beauty and value. It is not possible by any tests that chemists know of to distinguish it from pure virgin gold. All I ask of men is to use it for good and lawful purposes, for the knowledge that I here give you will bring you a rich and permanent reward without using it for unlawful purposes. Mannheim, or jeweler's gold. 3 parts of copper, 1 part of zinc, and 1 part of block tin. If these are pure and melted in a covered crucible containing charcoal, the resemblance will be so good the best judges cannot tell it from pure gold without analyzing it. Best pinchback gold. 5 ounces of pure copper and 1 ounce of zinc. This makes gold so good in appearance that a great deal of deception by its use in the way of watches and jewelry has been successfully practiced for several hundred years back. Silver fluid. For silvering brass and copper articles of every description. Take an ounce of precipitated silver to half an ounce of cyanate of potash and 1/4 of an ounce of hypersulfate of soda. Put all into a quart of water, add a little whitening and shake before using. Apply with a soft rag. This knowledge alone is worth $100. Original and genuine silver plating. Galvanism simplified. Dissolve 1 ounce of nitrate of silver in crystal in 12 ounces of soft water. Then dissolve in the water 2 ounces of cyanate of potash. Shake the whole together and let it stand until it becomes clear. Have ready some half-ounce vials, and fill them half full with Paris white or fine whiting, then fill up the bottles with the liquid, and it is ready for use. The whiting does not increase the coating power, it only helps to clean the articles and to save the silver fluid by half filling the bottles. The above quantity of materials will only cost about $1.50, so that the fluid will only cost about 3 cents a bottle. Powder for cleaning and polishing tin, Britannia and brassware. Take 1/2 pound ground pumice stone and 1/4 pound red chalk, mix them evenly together. This is for tin brass. For silver and fine ware, take 1/2 pound red chalk and 1/4 pound pumice stone, mix evenly. Use these articles dry with a piece of wash leather. It is one of the best cleaning powders ever invented, and very valuable. Silver polish for tin, brass and metallic articles. Quicksilver, tin foil or rhodstone, equal parts, all pulverized together. Roll up in balls, show as you go, and sell for 10 cents a ball. Another. Fine. 4 pounds whiting, 1/4 ounce oxalic acid, 1/2 ounce cream tartar. Stir all together, then add slowly 3 ounces mercury, stirring briskly all the time so it will mix. This is good, 25 cents a ball. Kangaroo cement. Rubber 1 ounce, pack tightly as possible in a bottle and cover it with bisulfate of carbon. When the rubber is dissolved, you will have the best cement in the world. There is a fortune in this to an energetic man, as it sells at 25 cents a dram, and costs but little to make it. This is the cement used by shoemakers to put invisible patches on shoes. How to eat fire. Anoint your tongue with liquid storax, and you may put hot iron or fire coals into your mouth, and without burning you. This is a very dangerous trick to be done, and those who practice it ought to use all means they can to prevent danger. We never saw one of those fire eaters that had a good complexion. Imitation silver. 11 ounces refined nickel, 2 ounces metallic bismuth. Melt the composition 3 times, and pour them out in lay. The third time, when melting, add 2 ounces of pure silver. Imitation gold. 4 ounces of platina, 3 ounces of silver, 1 ounce of copper. Oroide gold. The best article is made by compounding 4 parts pure copper, 1 3/4 part pure zinc, 1/4 part magnesia, 1/10 part sal ammoniac, 1/12 part quicklime, and 1 part cream tartar. Melt the copper first, then add as rapidly as possible the other articles in the order named. How to increase the weight of gold. Take your bar of gold and rub it long and carefully with thin silver, until the gold absorbs the quantity of silver that you require. Then prepare a strong solution of brimstone and quicklime. Now put the gold into a vessel with a wide mouth. Now let them boil until the gold attains the right color, and you have it, but do not use this knowledge for an ill purpose. Mason's frozen perfume. This perfume is in a solid, transparent form, and by rubbing on the handkerchief it imparts an exquisite perfume. By carrying it in the pocket it perfumes the entire wearing apparel. By keeping it in a drawer or box all articles therein obtain the benefits of this perfume. Solidified perfumes are superior to all liquid, as they cannot spill or waste in any manner, but will last for years. Perhaps no article of luxury had such a sale as this, and as the sales have steadily increased since its introduction, no other proof of its excellence is needed. Freezing mixture. Take 4 parts nitric acid, 6 parts nitrate ammonia, and 9 parts phosphate of soda. Having first prepared a vessel of galvanized iron 4 inches wide, 24 inches long, and 12 inches deep, have it a little wider at the top than at the bottom. Now make another vessel 8 inches wide, 28 inches long, and 14 inches high. Put the small vessel inside the larger one, fill the small one nearly full of as cool water as you can procure. Put the freezing mixture in the large vessel around the smaller one, set this in as cool a place as possible. If you will have a faucet at the lower edge of the larger vessel and first fill the large vessel with the following, it will greatly assist in freezing. Equal parts of sal ammonia and niter dissolved in its own weight of water. In 10 to 15 minutes pour this off and put in the freezing mixture. Note: I have used the above description of a vessel to give you an idea of how to operate. Any sized vessel made in the same proportion will work as well. Note: improved Troy starch enamel. Melt 5 pounds of refined paraffin wax in a tin boiler or pan over a slow fire. Use care in melting. When melted, remove the vessel from the fire and add 200 drops of oil of citronella. Take some new round tin pie pans and oil them with sweet oil as you would for pie baking, but do not use lard. Put these pans on a level table and pour in enough of the hot wax to make a depth in each pan equal to about the thickness of 1/8 of an inch. While hot, glance over the pans to see that they are level. As this is very essential, please remember it. If the pans are not level, the cakes will be all thicknesses, which should not be so. Then let them cool, but not too fast. Watch them closely, and have a tin stamp ready to stamp the cakes out about the size of an ordinary candy lozenge. This stamp should be about 8 inches long, larger at the top than at the bottom, so that the cakes can pass up through the stamp as you are cutting them out of the pans. Lay the cakes in another pan to cool. Before they become very hard, separate them from each other. If not, it will be difficult to do so when they become very hard. Do not neglect this. Have boxes made at any paper box makers in any large city. They cost about from 1 to 2 cents each. Sliding boxes are the best. Have your labels printed, and commence business at once. Put 24 to 30 cakes in each box, and retail for 25 cents. Wholesale for $1.50 per dozen. Directions for use. To a pint of boiling starch, stir in 1 cake, or tablet. This gives an excellent luster to linen or muslin, and imparts a splendid perfume to the clothes, and makes the iron pass very smoothly over the surface. It requires but half the ordinary labor to do an ironing. It is admired by every lady. It prevents the iron from adhering to the surface, and the clothes remain clean and neat much longer than by any other method. Brilliant self-shining stove polish. This is one of the greatest inventions of the age. It has been the result of a large amount of study on the part of the inventor to perfect a polish that would work easily and satisfactorily in a perfect dry state, thereby obviating the disagreeable task of mixing and preparing. A good stove polish is an absolute necessity in every family. It is only a question, then, of offering the best to make a sale. To prove that this polish is the best is an easy task. All you have to do is to have a box open and a piece of rag to begin operations. You now approach the stove and apply the polish. The result will be so startlingly beautiful that no further words will be necessary. If the stove is not convenient, anything will do to experiment with. You can produce on a piece of wood, a scrap of paper, or a potato, a luster equal to a burnished mirror. Now make the following points just as strong as you can. That this polish requires no water or mixing like the various cake or powder polishes. 2. That it is self-shining and no labor is required. 3. That no dust or smell of any kind rises from its use. And lastly, that it has no equal in the world. Recipe. Take plumbago, black lead, finely pulverized, and put in 2-ounce wood boxes, nicely labeled, and sell for 10 or 15 cents a box. Wholesale to stores and agents at $6 a hundred. Costs less than 3 cents a box to manufacture. Recipe. Directions for use. Use a damp woolen rag, dip in the box, and apply to the stove. Then polish with a dry cloth, and a most beautiful polish will appear. To frost window panes. Take Epsom salts and dissolve in beer. Apply with a brush, and you have the finest window frosting known. The housekeeper's friend, or electric powder. This is one of the most saleable articles of the day and staple as flour, something that every housekeeper will buy. It is used for gold and silver plated ware, German silver, brass, copper, glass, tin, steel, or any material where a brilliant luster is required. Is put up in 2-ounce wood boxes, costs 3 cents to manufacture, sells at retail for 25 cents, to agents and stores for $12 per 100 boxes. Recipe. To 4 pounds best quality whiting, add 1/2 pound cream tartar and 3 ounces calcined magnesia. Mix thoroughly together, box and label. Directions. Use the polish dry with a piece of chamois skin or Canton flannel. previously moistened with water or alcohol, and finish with the polish dry. A few moments rubbing will develop a surprising luster, different from the polish produced by any other substance. Recipe. Follow the same directions as in starch enamel, and perfume as follows. Take 2 ounces oil lemongrass and 1/2 ounce oil of cloves, and 1/4 ounce oil of lavender flowers. Mix them well together. For this amount of perfume you require about 4 quarts of the liquid paraffin. Pour the oils into the melted paraffin while warm, stirring it well while pouring. Stamp into square cakes and put into neatly printed envelopes. Sell for 10 cents a cake, cost 2 cents. Agents can sell 100 cakes a day. The lightning ink eraser. The great lightning ink eraser may be used instead of a knife or scraper for erasing in order to rectify a mistake or clean off a blot, without injury to the paper, leaving the paper as clean and good to write upon as it was before the blot or mistake was made, and without injury to the printer's ink upon any printed form or ruling upon any first-class paper. Take of chloride of lime 1 pound, thoroughly pulverized, and 4 quarts of soft water. The above must be thoroughly shaken when first put together. It is required to stand 24 hours to dissolve the chloride of lime. Then strain through a cotton cloth, after which add a teaspoonful of acetic acid, No. 8 commercial, to every ounce of chloride of lime water. The eraser is used by reversing the penholder in the hand, dipping the end in the fluid, and applying it, without rubbing, to the blot to be erased. When the ink has disappeared, absorb the fluid into a blotter, and the paper is immediately ready to write upon. Put up in common ink bottles and retail for 25 cents each. The Magic Annihilator. To make 1 gross 8-ounce bottles, aqua ammonia 1 gallon, soft water 8 gallons, best white soap 4 pounds, saltpetre 8 ounces. Shave the soap fine, add the water, boil until the soap is dissolved, let it get cold, then add the saltpetre, stirring until dissolved. Now strain, let the suds settle, skim off the dry suds, add the ammonia, bottle and cork at once. Cost about $7.25 per gross. Sells for $72. It will do everything claimed for it and more, too. It is no mixture of soap suds as some may suppose, but a pure scientific, chemical preparation. If you wish to make a small quantity for trial, take aqua ammonia 2 ounces, soft water 1 quart, saltpetre 1 teaspoonful. Shave the soap fine, mix all, shake well, and let settle a day or 2 to dissolve the soap. What it will do: it will remove all kinds of grease and oil spots from every variety of wearing apparel, such as coats, pants, vests, dress goods, carpets, etc., without injury to the finest silks or laces. It will shampoo like a charm, raising the lather in proportion to the amount of dandruff and grease in the hair. A cloth wet with it will remove all grease from doorknobs, window sills, etc., handled by kitchen domestics in their daily routine of kitchen work. It will remove paint from a board. I care not how hard or dry it is. If oil is used in the paint, yet it will not injure the finest textures. Its chemical action is such that it turns any oil or grease into soap, which is easily washed out with clear cold water. For cleaning silver, brass, and copper where it can't be beat. It is certain death to bed bugs, for they will never stop after they have encountered the Magic Annihilator. Directions for use. For grease spots, pour upon the article to be cleaned a sufficient quantity of the Magic Annihilator, rubbing well with a clean sponge, and applying to both sides of the article you are cleaning. Upon carpets and coarse goods, where the grease is hard and dry, use a stiff brush and wash out with clear cold water. Apply again if necessary. One application is all that is needed for any fresh grease spots, but for old or dried a second may be required. For shampooing, take a small quantity of the Magic Annihilator with an equal quantity of water. Apply to the hair with a stiff brush, brushing into the pores of the scalp, and wash out with clear water. You will be surprised at the silk gloss of your hair. For cleaning silverware, etc., buy 5 cents worth of whitening, mix a small quantity with the Magic Annihilator, and apply with a rag, rubbing briskly. For killing bed bugs, apply to the places they frequent, and they will leave in short order. You will find it useful in many other ways. See Price List of Labels. Chapter 9. Miscellaneous Department. Fireproof paint. Take a sufficient quantity of water for use. Add as much potash as can be dissolved therein. When the water will dissolve no more potash, stir into the solution first a quantity of flour paste of consistency of painter's size. Second, a sufficiency of pure clay to render it of the consistency of cream. Apply with a painter's brush. N.B. The above will admit of any coloring you please. Waterproof and fireproof cement for roofs of houses. Slack stone lime in a large tub or barrel with boiling water, covering the tub or barrel to keep in the steam. When thus slacked, pass 6 quarts through a fine sieve. It will then be in a state of fine flour. To this add 1 quart rock salt and 1 gallon of water. Boil the mixture and skim it clean. To every 5 gallons of this skimmed mixture add 1 pound of alum and 1/2 pound copperas. By slow degrees add 3/4 pound potash and 4 quarts fine sand or wood ashes sifted. Both of the above will admit of any coloring you please. It looks better than paint and is as durable as slate. Paint for rough woodwork. 6 pounds melted pitch, 1 pound linseed oil, and 1 pound yellow ochre. Superior paint for brick houses. To lime whitewash add, for a fastener, sulfate of zinc, and shade with any color you choose, as yellow ochre, Venetian red, etc. It outlasts oil paint. Art of etching on copper. Having obtained a piece of fine copper, which will be well polished, make a mixture of beeswax and a small quantity of resin. Melt these together, and when thoroughly incorporated by stirring, take a camel's hair brush and cover the plate, which must previously be warmed by the fire, with an even coating of the mixture. When the mixture becomes hardened upon the plate, sketch the desired object upon the surface, then take an etching point, a large needle fixed in a handle will do, and cut through the wax to the surface of the copper, taking care to make the lines as distinct as possible. This being done, raise a border of wax all around the plate, then pour strong nitric acid on the plate to the depth of 1 inch. The acid will eat away the copper in those places which have been bared by the etching point. From time to time pour off the acid and wash the plate to see how the work is going on. Stop up with wax those places that appear to be etched deep enough, pour acid upon the others, and let it remain until the process is completed. This done, melt off the wax, clean the plate, and the etching is ready for the press. This is an employment from which a good remuneration may be derived. Mahogany furniture varnish. Take of proof alcohol 1 quart, cut therein all the gum shellac it will take, add 2 ounces of Venice turpentine, and coloring to suit. This makes a beautiful polish and will wear for years. Waterproof for leather. Take linseed oil 1 pint, yellow wax and white turpentine each 2 ounces, burgundy pitch 2 ounces, melt and color with lamp black. To take stains out of mahogany. Mix spirits of salt 6 parts, salt of lemons 1 part, then drop a little on the stains, and rub them till they disappear. Cements. Cements of various kinds should be kept for occasional use. Flour paste answers very well for slight purposes. If required stronger than usual, boil a little glue or put some powdered resin in it. White of egg, or a solution of glue and a strong gum water are good cements. A paste made of linseed meal dries very hard and adheres firmly. A soft cement is made of yellow wax, melted with its weight of turpentine, and a little Venetian red to give it color. This, when cool, is as hard as soap, and is very useful to stop up cracks, and is better to cover the corks of bottles than sealing wax or hard cement. The best cement for broken china or glass is that sold under the name of diamond cement. It is colorless and resists moisture. This is made by soaking isinglass in water until it is soft, and then dissolving it in proof spirits. Add to this a little gum ammoniac or galbanum or mastic, both dissolved in as little alcohol as possible. When the cement is to be used, it must be gently liquefied by placing the vial containing it in boiling water. The vial must be well closed with a good cork, not glass stopper, as they become forced. It is applied to the broken edges by a camel's hair pencil. When objects are not to be exposed to the moisture, the white of an egg alone is mixed with finely powdered quicklime, will answer very well. Shellac dissolved in water is better. A very strong cement for all earthenware is made by boiling slices of skim milk cheese and water into a paste, then grinding the quicklime in a marble mortar, or on a slab with a mallet. To mend iron. Mix finely some sifted lime with the white of an egg till a thin sort of paste is formed, then add some iron filings. Apply this to the fracture, and the vessel will be found nearly as sound as ever. Patent glue. 1 pound fine isinglass and 1 pint rain water. Boil and prepare an ordinary glue, then add slowly, stirring continually, 2 ounces nitric acid, bottle, and it is fit for use. It will permanently adhere to wood, leather, paper, and everything else. It sells for 25 cents an ounce. By keeping it secret, Spaulding has made a fortune out of it. Read his advertisement. Truly it is a young fortune to a good peddler. Patent blacking. 1 gallon alcohol, 1 ounce sulfuric acid, 1 1/2 pounds gum shellac. Let stand 48 hours, then add 1/4 pound of ivory black. Let stand 24 hours, then carefully pour off the top. This is ready for use and is waterproof. This recipe costs $50, is for the polish of all leather. It sells in 4-ounce bottles at $1 per bottle. Stencil cutting. Take a thin copper or brass plate, lay flat on the side, then take a sharp-edged steel, write thereon the same as common writing, but press sufficiently hard to cut through the plate. To mark, lay the plate thus cut upon the cloth, and apply ink by means of a brush to the back of the plate, and it will wet the cloth where the cut is made by the writing. A little practice will enable a person to cut beautifully. There is money to be made at this. Some make $10 a day. Glue for cementing paper and leather. Take isinglass and parchment each 1 ounce, sugar candy and gum tragacanth each 2 drams, add to them 1 ounce water, and boil the whole together till the mixture appears, when cold, of the consistency of glue, then pour it into any form you please. If this glue be wet with the tongue, and rubbed on the edge of paper, silk, or leather that are to be cemented, they will, on being laid together, pressed tightly and suffered to dry, be as firmly united as other parts of the substance. It is fine to seal letters. New England soap. Take 3 pounds of hard, white soap, shave it up fine, dissolve it in 10 quarts boiling water, add 1 ounce salts of tartar, 3 ounces borax, then take the same from the fire and set it away to cool. As soon as it becomes cool enough to bear your hand in, add 1 ounce liquid ammonia. Stir each article as you put it in. To harden wood. One often desires to impart the hardness of oak to shutters, doors, etc., made of soft wood. This is easily done by giving them a first coating of common gray paint, and then sifting some very fine sand over it. When dry, a coat of paint is laid on, after which the surface becomes so hard that it will resist the action of sun and rain, for many years without undergoing the slightest alteration. Washing fluid. 2 pounds crude potash, 1 ounce sal ammoniac, 1/2 ounce saltpetre, 2 gallons rain water, 1 pint for 8 gallons of water, and 1 pound soap. Put the clothes to soak overnight and rinse in the morning. This has been sold for $5 for some time. Liquid cement. Cut gum shellac and 70% alcohol, put it in vials, and it is ready for use. Apply it to the edge of the broken dish with a feather, and hold it in a spirit lamp as long as the cement will simmer, then join together evenly, and when cold the dish will break in another place first, and is as strong as new. To clean wine decanters. Use a little pearl ash or soda, and some cinders and water. Rinse them out with water. To clean china. Use a little of fuller's earth and soda or pearl ash with water. Burning fluid. 4 quarts alcohol, 1 pint spirits of turpentine, mix well. It is the best in use. Fly poison. Sugar 1/2 ounce thoroughly ground black pepper. Make it to thin paste and place it on paper where the flies do congregate. Furniture polish. Best vinegar 1 pint, turpentine 1/2 pint. Mix and apply with a brush. Patent soap. 1/2 pint turpentine, 3 pints sal soda, 3 pounds grease, 2 pounds resin soap, 40 gallons water. Boil 1 hour and it is fit for use. This is a great soap. Keep it to yourself. Rat, mouse and roach exterminator. 1 pint alcohol, 1/4 ounce cayenne pepper, 1 ounce powdered anise seed, 1/4 ounce saltpetre, 1/4 ounce white lead, 4 ounces essence of hops. Steam this slowly for an hour, then add 30 drops quassia. Let stand 48 hours, and add 1 gallon of water. Bottle for use. To use, saturate bread, meat, etc., and lay it in their frequented places. In 2 nights not one will be seen. It sells for $1 per 4-ounce bottle. Or drive them away yourself for $5 a farm or $2 a house. To clean Britannia ware. Britannia ware should be washed with a woolen cloth and sweet oil, then washed in water and suds, and rubbed with soft leather and whiting. Thus treated it will retain its beauty to the last. The art of painting glass. The only difference between ordinary painting and painting on glass is that in the latter all transparent colors are used instead of opaque ones and the color is ground up with turpentine and varnish instead of oil. In painting upon glass it is necessary to place the picture between the artist and the light to enable him to see the effect, the light having the property of casting a yellowish tinge upon all colors so exposed. To persons having a knowledge of coloring, this art is easily learned and affords a handsome remuneration. Oil paste for blacking boots and shoes. 2 ounces oil of vitriol, 4 ounces tanner's oil, mix and let stand 48 hours, then add 5 ounces molasses and 1 pound ivory black, stir well and then put up for sale. This has been the fortune of Mason, of Philadelphia. Crystal cement. Dissolve 1 pound of white glue in 1 1/2 pints of hot water, then cut 1 ounce gum shellac in 1 1/2 pints alcohol, and mix with the glue, then stir in 2 ounces of dry white lead, and add 1 ounce of turpentine. This makes the best cement of anything that has been discovered. It will stand heat, and articles will break in another place sooner than where put together. This is a fortune to an enterprising man. For cleaning marble. Muriatic acid 2 pounds, acetic acid 1/2 pound, verdigris 1/4 ounce. Mix and apply with a brush. Wash the stone after with sponge and water. After the stone is clean, rub it smooth with pumice stone, keeping it wet with water. After some little practice you can clean an old, dirty tombstone so that a marble cutter cannot detect it from being new work. A new art, or the lightning interest rules. Reduce the whole time to months and set it down in figures. Divide the number of days by 3, and set the quotient down to the right of the months, and multiply that by the quotient of the money divided by 2. The answer will be the interest at 6%. To change to any other rate, multiply the interest by it and divide by 6. $160, 1 year, 7 months, 21 days, at 6% $160, $2.80 x 197, $15.76 at 6. Parties in New York are teaching this rule at $5 a scholar. Bottle wax. Black. Black resin 6 1/2 pounds, beeswax 1/2 pound, finely powdered ivory black 1 1/2 pounds. Melt together. Red. As the last, but substitute Venetian red or red lead for the ivory black. Liquid mucilage. Fine clean glue 1 pound, gum arabic 10 ounces, water 1 quart. Melt by heat in glue kettle or water bath. When entirely melted, add slowly 10 ounces strong nitric acid, set off to cool. Then bottle, adding a couple of cloves to each bottle. Bluing for clothes. Take 1 ounce of soft Prussian blue, powder it and put in a bottle with a quart of clear rainwater, and add 1/4 ounce of oxalic acid. A teaspoonful is sufficient for a large washing. Swain's vermifuge. Wormseed 2 ounces, valerian, rhubarb, pinkroot, white agaric, of each 1 1/4 ounces. Boil in sufficient water to yield 3 quarts of decoction and add to it 30 drops of oil of tansy and 45 drops of oil of cloves. Dissolve in a quart of rectified spirits. Dose 1 tablespoonful at night. To make pads. A piece of fine woolen cloth saturated with ink makes an excellent pad, but it is customary to place sheet cotton underneath and muslin over the cloth, bringing the muslin down around the edges and fasten by tacking on a binding of tin or Morocco leather strips. To make wax flowers. The following articles will be required to commence wax work: 2 pounds white wax, 1/4 pound hair wire, 1 bottle carmine, 1 ultramarine blue, 1 bottle chrome yellow, 2 bottles chrome green, number 1, 2 bottles chrome green number 2, 1 bottle each of rose pink, royal purple, scarlet powder and balsam fir, 2 dozen sheets white wax. This will do to begin with. Now have a clean tin dish, and pour therein a quart or two of water, then put in about 1 pound of the white wax, and let it boil. When cool enough, so the bubbles will not form on top, it is ready to sheet, which is done as follows. Take half a window pane, 7 by 9, and after having washed it clean dip into a dish containing weak soap suds, then dip into the wax, and draw out steadily, and plunge it into the suds, when the sheet will readily come off. Lay it on a cloth or clean paper to dry. Proceed in like manner until you have enough of the white, then add enough of the green powder to make a bright color, and heat and stir thoroughly until the color is evenly distributed, then proceed as for sheeting white wax. The other colors are rubbed into the leaves after they are cut out, rubbing light or heavy according to shade. For patterns you can use any natural leaf, forming the creases in wax with thumb nail or needle. To put the flowers together, or the leaves on the stem, hold in the hand until warm enough to stick. If the sheeted wax is to be used in summer, put in a little balsam of fir to make it hard. If for winter, none will be required. You can make many flowers without a teacher, but one to assist in the commencement would be a great help, though the most particular thing about it is to get the wax sheeted. The materials I have suggested can be procured at any drug store, and will cost from $3 to $4.50. Portable lemonade. Tartaric acid 1 ounce, white sugar 2 pounds, essence of lemon 1/4 ounce, powder and keep dry for use. 1 dessert spoonful will make a glass of lemonade. To neutralize whiskey to make various liquors. To 40 gallons of whiskey add 1 1/2 pounds unslacked lime, 3/4 of a pound of alum, and 1/2 pint spirits of niter. Stand 24 hours and draw it off. Madeira wine. To 4 gallons prepared cider, add 1/4 pound tartaric acid, 4 gallons of spirits, 3 pounds loaf sugar. Let stand 10 days, draw it off carefully. Fine it down, and again rack it in another cask. Sherry wine. To 40 gallons prepared cider add 2 gallons spirits, 3 pounds of raisins, 6 gallons good sherry and 1/2 ounce oil of bitter almonds, dissolved in alcohol. Let it stand 10 days, draw it off carefully. Fine it down, and again rack it in another cask. Artificial honey. Take 8 pounds of white sugar, add 2 quarts of water, boil 4 minutes, then add 1 pound of bees' honey. Strain while hot. Flavor with a drop of oil of peppermint, and a drop of the oil of rose. Port wine. To 40 gallons prepared cider add 6 gallons good port wine, 10 quarts wild grapes, clusters, 1/2 pound bruised rhatany root, 3 ounces tincture of quinoa, 3 pounds loaf sugar, 2 gallons spirits. Let this stand 10 days. Color, if too light with tincture of rhatany, then rack it off and fine it. This should be repeated until the color is perfect and the liquid clear. Cleaning compound. Mix 1 ounce of borax and 1 ounce gum camphor with 1 quart of boiling water. When cool, add 1 pint of alcohol, bottle and cork tightly. When wanted for use, shake well and sponge the garments to be cleaned. This is an excellent mixture for cleaning soiled black cashmere and woolen dresses, coat collars and black felt hats. Shaving soap. Good white soap and fine shavings, 3 pounds, Balm soap, 1 pound, soft water, 3/4 of a pound, soda, 1 ounce. Melt carefully over a slow fire in an earthen vessel, then add oil of lavender 60 drops, oil of lemon 40 drops. Mix well and make into forms. Leather cement. Take gutta percha cut in chloroform to right consistency for use. Equal to cook's best for putting patches on leather, cloth shoes or boots. Well worth $100. To fasten paper to tin. Take good clear pale yellow glue, break it into rather small pieces, and let it soak a few hours in cold water. Pour off the supernatant water, place the glue thus softened in a wide-mouthed bottle, add sufficient glacial acid to cover the glue, and facilitate the solution by standing the bottle in warm water. This acetic will stick almost anything. Hunter's and Trapper's secret. Take equal parts of oil of rhodium, anise oil, sweet oil and honey, and mix well. Put a few drops on any kind of bait. For muskrats use sweet apples or vegetables for bait. For mink use a chicken's head, or a piece of fresh meat. Fire kindlers. To make very nice fire kindlers, take resin, any quantity, and melt it, putting in for each pound being used 2 or 3 ounces of tallow, and when all is hot stir in pine sawdust to make very thick, and while very hot spread it out about 1 inch thick, upon boards which have fine sawdust sprinkled upon them to prevent it from sticking. When cold, break up into lumps about an inch square. But if for sale, take a thin board and press upon it while yet warm, to lay it off into inch squares. This makes it break regularly, if you press the crease sufficiently deep. Grease the marked board to prevent it sticking. Red sealing wax. Purchase 4 pounds shellac, 1 1/2 pounds veneer turpentine, 3 pounds finest cinnabar, and 4 ounces Venetian. Mix the whole well together and melt over a very slow fire. Pour it on a thick, smooth glass, or any other flat smooth surface, and make it into 3, 6 or 10 sticks. Furniture polish. Equal parts sweet oil and vinegar and a pint of gum arabic finely powdered. Shake the bottle and apply with a rag. It will make furniture look as good as new. Black sealing wax. Purchase the best black resin 3 pounds, beeswax 1/2 pound, and finely powdered ivory black 1 pound. Melt the whole together over a slow fire, and make it into sticks. Cement for leather. Virgin India rubber dissolved in bisulfide of carbon. Add bisulfide until of proper consistency to apply. After applying, hold a moderately warm iron over the patch. Aromatic Schiedam schnapps, to imitate. To 25 gallons good common gin, 5 overproof, add 15 pints strained honey, 2 gallons clear water, 5 pints white sugar syrup, 5 pints spirits of nutmeg, mixed with nitric ether, 5 pints orange flower water, 7 quarts pure water, 1 ounce acetic ether, 8 drops oil of wintergreen dissolved with the acetic ether. Mix all the ingredients well, if necessary, fine with alum and salt of tartar. Champagne cider. Good cider, pale, 1 hogshead, spirits 3 gallons, honey or sugar 20 pounds. Mix and let them stand for 2 weeks. Then fine with skimmed milk 1/2 gallon. This will be very pale, and a similar article, when bottled in champagne bottles and silvered and labeled, has often been sold to the ignorant for champagne. Cider without apples. To 1 gallon of cold water add dark brown sugar 1 pound, tartaric acid 1/2 ounce, yeast 3 tablespoonfuls. Shake well together. St. Croix rum. To 40 gallons p. or n. spirits add 2 gallons St. Croix rum, 2 ounces acetic acid, 1 1/2 ounces butyric acid, 3 pounds loaf sugar. Irish or Scotch whiskey. To 40 gallons proof spirits add 60 drops creosote dissolved in 1 quart of alcohol, 2 ounces acetic acid, 1 pound loaf sugar. Stand 48 hours. French brandy. Pure spirits 1 gallon, best French brandy for any kind you wish to imitate, 1 quart, loaf sugar 2 ounces, sweet spirits niter 1/2 ounce, a few drops of tincture of catechu or oak bark, to roughen the taste, if desired, and color to suit. English gin. Plain malt spirits 100 gallons, spirits of turpentine 1 pint, bay salt 7 pounds. Mix and distill. The difference in the flavor of gin is produced by varying the proportion of turpentine, and by occasionally adding a small quantity of juniper berries. French furniture polish. Alcohol 98% 1 pint, gum copal and shellac of each 1 ounce, dragon's blood. Mixed and dissolved by setting in a warm place. To take facsimiles of signatures. Write your name on a piece of paper, and while the ink is wet sprinkle over it some finely powdered gum arabic, then make a rim around it and pour on it some fusible alloy in a liquid state. Impressions may be taken from the plates formed in this way by means of printing ink and a copperplate press. Chemical compound. Aqua ammonia 2 ounces, soft water 1 quart, saltpetre 1 teaspoonful, shaving soap in shavings 1 ounce. Mix all together. Dissolve the soap well, and any grease or dirt that cannot be removed with this preparation, nothing else need be tried for it. Distilling whiskey from molasses. Take 5 gallons of molasses, mix thoroughly with 25 gallons soft water in a barrel. Stir in 1/2 gallon brewer's yeast. Let it set from 5 to 7 days in a warm place, say 70 degrees. During this time fermentation will proceed, which is known by a bubbling sensation. When this subsides, it is ready for distilling. To distill, use a common washing boiler, with the top well closed and a hole in the same, or thimble soldered on for the steam to pass through a pipe. Connect a tin pipe, say 2 inches in diameter and 10 feet long, with a short elbow end to the boiler. Let the other end incline downward. Fill the boiler 1/2 full of the fermented wort, boil slowly and regularly until there is no taste of spirits left. The atmosphere condenses the steam. In this case, if it should not entirely condense it, lengthen or enlarge the pipe. The liquid thus obtained is low wines, and to use the same process of running proof spirits can be obtained. To continue this daily, any given amount of molasses, etc., can be mixed, say 1 barrel each day. 5 quarts can be obtained from 4 quarts of common molasses. Intoxicating liquors of any and all kinds are the father of crime, the mother of abomination, the devil's best friend, and God's worst enemy. Ink powder. Powdered nut galls 4 ounces, copperas 3 ounces, logwood 1 ounce, gum arabic 1/2 ounce. Sufficient for 1 quart of water. Florida water. Dissolve in 1/2 gallon of 90% alcohol, 1 ounce each of oil of lavender, oil of bergamot and oil of lemon and oil of cloves and cinnamon, 1 dram each. Add 1 gallon of water and filter. Molasses candy. Boil molasses over a moderately hot fire, stirring constantly. When you think it is done, drop a little on a plate, and if sufficiently boiled it will be hard. Add a small quantity of vinegar to render it brittle and any flavoring ingredient you prefer. Pour in buttered tin pans. If nuts are to be added, strew them in the pans before pouring out the candy. To make eggs of Pharaoh's serpents. Take mercury and dissolve it in moderately diluted nitric acid by means of heat. Take care, however, that there be always an excess of metallic mercury remaining. Decant the solution and pour it in a solution of sulfo cyanide of ammonia or potassium, which may be bought at a good drug store or of a dealer in chemicals. Equal weights of both will answer. A precipitate will fall to the bottom of the beaker or jar, which is to be collected on a filter, and washed 2 or 3 times with water, when it is put in a warm place to dry. Take for every pound of this material 1 ounce of gum tragacanth, which has been soaked in hot water. When the gum is completely softened, it is to be transferred to a mortar, and then pulverized and dried precipitate gradually mixed with it, by means of a little water, so as to present a somewhat dried pill mass, from which, by hand, pellets of the desired size are formed, put on a piece of glass, and dried again. They are then ready for use. Boot and shoe blacking. Ivory black 1 pound, molasses 2 ounces, olive oil 4 ounces, oil of vitriol 4 ounces, alcohol 8 ounces, rye flour 1 pound. Mix them together in a kettle. Angler's Secret No. 1. Mix the juice of lovage or smellage, or spoiled cheese, with any kind of bait. No. 2. Mullein seed pulverized and mixed with dough, and sprinkled on the surface of still water, intoxicates fish and makes them turn up on the top of the water. Bristol's tooth powder. Prepared chalk 1 pound, Castile's soap 1/2 pound, powdered yellow bark 2 ounces, powdered gum myrrh 2 ounces, powdered loaf sugar 2 ounces, powdered orris 2 ounces. Mix intimately, after having first pulverized the Castile's soap. Royal washing powder. Mix any quantity of soda ash with an equal portion of carbonate of soda, ordinary soda, crushed into coarse grains. Have a thin solution of glue, or decoction of linseed oil ready, into which pour the soda until quite thick. Spread it out on boards in a warm apartment to dry. As soon as dry, shake up well, so that it will pack easily into nice square packages. Label neatly. Pound packages cost 7 cents, retails for 35 cents. Egyptian cement. For mending china, glass or woodenware, take 1 pound of the best white glue, 1/2 pound dry white lead, 1 quart soft water, 1/2 pint alcohol. Put the 3 first articles in a dish, and that dish in a pot of boiling water. Let it boil until dissolved, then add the alcohol, and boil again until mixed. A little camphor should be added, to preserve it and disguise its composition. Put in small bottles, 25 cents each. Handy, water pens. Take best quality violet aniline, reduce to a thick paste with water, then add mucilage and mix thoroughly. Apply the paste thus made to the pen, and let it dry 12 hours. Any steel pen may be prepared in this way. We always keep in stock the best violet aniline, also a large stock of pens. Directions for using. Start action by dipping into water up to filling. If pen should be greasy, wet point with the tongue. To make the ink flow thick, dip to the filling. If wanted thin or pale, dip only to the eye of the pen after starting. After using, throw the water off, but don't wipe it, for it will dry in a minute. Artificial oysters. Grate green corn in a dish. To 1 pint of this add 1 egg well beaten, small teacup of flour, half a cup of butter, salt and pepper. Mix well together and fry them brown. Paste that will not sour. Dissolve 1/2 ounce of alum in a pint of boiling water, add an equal weight of flour, made smooth in a little cold water, and a few drops of oil of cloves, and let the whole come to a boil. Put it into glass or ointment jars. It will keep for months. Essences are made with 1 ounce of any given oil added to 1 pint of alcohol. Peppermint is colored with tincture turmeric, cinnamon with tincture red Saunders, wintergreen with tincture Kino. Tinctures are made with 1 ounce of gum, root, or bark, etc., dried, to each pint of proof spirits, and let it stand 1 week and filter. Oleomargarine manufacture. The process by which suet is converted into the substance called oleomargarine is as follows. The crude suet, after first being washed in cold water, is rendered, melted, and then drawn off into movable tanks. The hard substance is subjected to a hydraulic pressure of 350 tons, and the oil extracted. The butter is made from the oil thus obtained, while the hard substance remaining is disposed of as stearine. The oil, being carried off into churns, is mixed with milk and from 3 to 5% of dairy butter. It is then drawn off in a consistent form, and cooled with broken ice. The latter is soon removed, and the butter worked up with a small portion of salt. When this is done, the article is ready for packing and consumption. Silver plating fluid. Take 1 ounce precipitate silver to 1/2 ounce cyanide of potash and 1/4 ounce of hyposulfate of soda. Put all in a quart of water, add a little whiting, and shake before using. Apply with a soft rag. Put up in ounce bottles, and retail for 25 cents. The secret is worth $100 to an agent to sell to families. Mucilage for labels. Dextrine 2 ounces, glycerin 1 dram, alcohol 1 ounce, water 6 ounces. Fig candy. Take 1 pound of sugar and 1 pint of water, set over a slow fire. When done, add a few drops of vinegar and a lump of butter, and pour into a pan in which figs are laid. Raisin candy. Can be made in the same manner, substituting stoned raisins for the figs. Common molasses candy is very nice with any kind of nuts added. Peppermint, rose, or horehound candy. These may be made as lemon candy. Flavor with essence of rose, or peppermint, or finely powdered horehound. Pour it out in a buttered paper, placed in a square tin pan. Cologne. Take 1 gallon 95% alcohol or cologne spirits, 2 ounces oil of bergamot, 1/2 ounce orange, 1/2 ounce oil of cedar, 1/2 dram oil of nevio, 1/2 dram oil rosemary. Mix well and it is fit for use. A nice article. Bay rum, equal to the best imported. Oil of bay, fine, 1 1/2 drams, oil of neroli, bigard, 10 drops, ether acetic 2 drams, alcohol diet. Strong 3 pints, water, 2 1/4 pints, caramel sufficient to tinge. Let it stand 2 weeks and filter. Copying pad. White gelatin 4 ounces, water 8 ounces, glycerin 8 ounces, gum dextrine 2 ounces. Always use these same proportions for any amount. Melt the gelatin in the water at a gentle heat, add to it the glycerin, in which the gum dextrine has been thoroughly incorporated. Now stir all together until thoroughly mixed and then pour into pans of the desired size, to the depth of 1/2 inch. Recipe for ink to be used. Violet aniline 40 grains, gum arabic 12 grains, alcohol 1/4 ounce, water 1/2 ounce. Dissolve the gum in the water and alcohol, then add the aniline. Shake in a bottle from time to time until the aniline is dissolved. To work the copying pad. Write with ink on any good paper, Press the written surface on the pad and allow it to remain 2 minutes. Then take off and the writing will remain, from which impressions may be taken by laying on plain paper and smoothing with the hand. As soon as the last impression is taken, be sure and wash off with a wet sponge. To bore holes in glass. Any hard steel tool will cut glass with great facility when kept freely wet with camphor dissolved in turpentine. A drill bow may be used, or even the hand alone. A whole board may be readily enlarged by a round file. The ragged edges of glass vessels may also be thus easily smoothed by a flat file. Flat window glass can be readily sawed by a watch spring saw by aid of this solution. In short, the most brittle glass can be wrought almost as easily as brass by the use of cutting tools kept constantly moist with camphorized oil of turpentine. To etch upon glass. Procure several thick, clear pieces of crown glass, and immerse them in melted wax, so that they may receive a complete coating, or pour over them a solution of wax and benzene. When perfectly cold, draw on them with a fine steel point flowers, trees, houses, portraits, etc. Whatever parts of the drawings are intended to be corroded with the acid should be perfectly free from the least particle of wax. When all these drawings are finished, the pieces of glass must be immersed one by one in a square leaden box or receiver, where they are to be submitted to the action of hydrofluoric acid gas, made by acting on powdered flour spar by concentrated sulfuric acid. When the glasses are sufficiently corroded, they are to be taken out, and the waxes to be removed by first dipping them in warm and then in hot water, or by washing with turpentine or benzene. Various colors may be applied to the corroded parts of the glass, whereby a fine painting may be executed. In the same manner, sentences and initials of names may be etched on wine glasses, tumblers, etc. Rubber hand stamps. Set up the desired name and address in common type, oil the type, and place a guard about 1/2 inch high around the form. Now mix plaster of Paris to the desired consistency, pour in and allow it to set. Have your vulcanized rubber all ready, as made in long strips 3 inches wide and 1/8 of an inch thick. Cut off the size of the intended stamp. Remove the plaster cast from the type, and place both the cast and the rubber in a screw press, applying sufficient heat to thoroughly soften the rubber. Then turn down the screw hard, and let it remain until the rubber receives the exact impression of the cast and becomes cold, when it is removed, neatly trimmed with a sharp knife, and cemented to the handle, ready for use. Common twist candy. Boil 3 pounds of common sugar and 1 pint of water over a slow fire for half an hour without skimming. When boiled enough, take it off, rub your hands over with butter. Take that which is a little cooled and pull it as you would molasses candy, until it is white, then twist or braid it and cut it up in strips. Sticky fly paper. Boiled linseed oil and rosin, melt and add honey. Soak the paper in a strong solution of alum, then dry before applying the above. Kiss me quick. Spirits 1 gallon, essence of thyme 1/4 ounce, essence of orange flowers 2 ounces, essence of neroli 1/2 ounce, otto of roses 30 drops, essence of jasmine 1 ounce, essence of balm mint 1/2 ounce, petals of roses 4 ounces, oil of lemon 20 drops, Caloris aromaticus 1/2 ounce, essence neroli 1/4 ounce. Mix and strain. How to test the richness of milk. Procure any long glass vessel, a cologne bottle or long phial. Take a narrow strip of paper, just the length from the neck to the bottom of the phial, and mark it off with 100 lines at equal distances, or into 50 lines, and count each as 2, and paste upon the phial so as to divide its length into 100 equal parts. Fill it to the highest mark with milk fresh from the cow, and allow it to stand in a perpendicular position 24 hours. The number of spaces occupied by the cream will give you its exact percentage in the milk without any guesswork. Fine peppermint lozenges. Best powdered white sugar 7 pounds, pure starch 1 pound, oil of peppermint to flavor. Mix with mucilage. How to fasten rubber to wood and metal. As rubber plates and rings are nowadays used almost exclusively for making connections between steam and other pipes and apparatus, much annoyance is often experienced by the impossibility or imperfection of an airtight connection. This is obviated entirely by employing a cement which fastens alike well to the rubber and to the metal or wood. Such cement is prepared by a solution of shellac in ammonia. This is best made by soaking pulverized gum shellac in 10 times its weight of strong ammonia. When a slimy mass is obtained, which in 3 or 4 weeks will become liquid without the use of hot water. This softens the rubber and becomes, after volatilization of the ammonia, hard and impermeable to gases and fluids. To transfer printed matter and print from it again. Take your picture or print and soak it for a short time in a weak solution of caustic potash, then remove it carefully, and let it dry on a sheet of clean paper. Then take a piece of copper, zinc, or steel, which has previously been well cleaned, and dip it into hot white wax. Let the first coat set, then dip again. Having got the plate thoroughly coated and set, lay the matter to be transferred on the plate, and rub it gently all over on the back. Now raise it up, and it will be transferred on to the wax on the plate. Now take needles of a different thickness, and scrawl all over the wax, following the lines of the engraving. Having got the picture all traced out, pour upon it some weak acid if you use zinc, which is too soft to print many from, therefore it is better to use copper or steel. If you use copper, make the following solution to pour over it: verdigris 4 parts, salt 4 parts, sal ammoniac 4 parts, alum 1 part, water 16 parts, sour vinegar 12 parts. Dissolve by heat. For steel, use pyrolignis acid 5 parts, alcohol 1 part, nitric acid 1 part. Mix the first two, then add the nitric acid. Pouring the preparations over the plates where the traces of the pictures are, it will eat into the metal plate without affecting the wax. Let it stand till it has eaten a sufficient depth, then wash the plate with cold water, dry it and place it near the fire till all the wax is melted off. You can now print as many as you please from the plate by rubbing on it printer's ink, so as to fill all the fine spaces, which, when done, wipe it over smoothly with clean cloths to remove the superfluous ink which is on the face of the plate. Now take damp paper or cardboard, and press it on the plate, either with a copying press or the hand, and you get a fine impression, or as many as you want by repeating the inking process. I would recommend beginners to try their skill with valueless prints before attempting to make transfers of fine engravings, as the picture to be transferred is destroyed by the process. IXL baking powder. Take 1 pound tartaric acid in crystals, 1 1/2 pounds bicarbonate of soda, and 1 1/2 pounds of potash starch. Each must be powdered separately, well dried by a slow heat, well mixed through a sieve. Pack hard in tinfoil, tin or paper glazed on the outside. The tartaric acid and bicarbonate of soda can of course be bought cheaper of wholesale druggists than you can make them, unless you are doing things on a large scale, but potato starch anyone can make. It is only necessary to peel the potatoes and to grate them up fine into vessels of water, to let them settle, pour off the water, and make the settlings into balls, and dry them. With these directions anyone can make as good baking powder as is sold anywhere. If he wants to make it very cheap, he can take cream of tartar and common washing, carbonate, soda, instead of the articles named in the recipe, but this would be advisable only where customers insist on excessively low prices in preference to quality of goods. Everlasting fence posts. I discovered many years ago that wood could be made to last longer than iron in the ground, but thought the process so simple and inexpensive that it was not worth while to make any stir about it. I would as soon have poplar, basswood, or quaking ash as any other kind of timber for fence posts. I have taken out basswood posts after having been set 7 years, which were as sound when taken out as when they were first put in the ground. Time and weather seem to have no effect on them. The posts can be prepared for less than 2 cents apiece. This is the recipe. Take boiled linseed oil and stir it in pulverized charcoal to the consistency of paint. Put a coat of this over the timber, and there is not a man that will live to see it rot. Liquid glue. To 1 ounce of borax and 1 pint of boiling water, add 2 ounces of shellac, and boil until the shellac is dissolved. To mend tinware by the heat of a candle. Take a phial about 2/3 full of muriatic acid and put into it little bits of sheet zinc as long as it dissolves them. Then put in a crumb of sal ammoniac and fill up with water, and it is ready to use. Then with the cork of the phial, wet the place to be mended with the preparation. Then put a piece of zinc over the hole and hold a lighted candle or spirit lamp under the place, which melts the solder on the tin, and causes the zinc to adhere without further trouble. Wet the zinc also with the solution, or a little solder may be put on instead of the zinc, or with the zinc. To whiten and soften the hands. Take 1/2 pound mutton tallow, 1 ounce camphor gum, 1 ounce glycerin, melt, and when thoroughly mixed, set away to cool. Rub the hands with this every night. A branding ink. A waterproof branding ink good for marking sheep, shellac 2 ounces, borax 2 ounces, water 24 ounces, gum arabic 2 ounces, lamp black sufficient. Boil the borax and shellac in the water till they are dissolved, and withdraw them from the fire. When the solution becomes cold, complete 25 ounces with water, and add lamp black enough to bring the preparation to a suitable consistency. When it is to be used with a stencil, it must be made thicker than when it is used with a brush. The above gives black ink. For red ink, substitute Venetian red for lamp black, for blue ultramarine, and for green a mixture of ultramarine and chrome yellow. French polish, or dressing for leather. Mix 2 pints best vinegar with 1 pint soft water. Stir into it 1/4 pound glue, broken up, 1/2 pound logwood chips, 1/4 ounce finely powdered indigo, 1/4 ounce best soft soap, and 1/4 isinglass. Put the mixture over the fire, and let it boil 10 minutes or more, then strain, bottle and cork. When cold it is fit for use. Apply with a sponge. New York Barber Star Hair Oil. Castor oil 6 1/2 pints, alcohol 1 1/2 pints, citronella and lavender oil, each 1/2 ounce. Barber's shampooing mixture. Soft water 1 pint, sal soda 1 ounce, cream tartar 1/4 ounce. Apply thoroughly to the hair. Crucibles. The best crucibles are made of a pure fire clay, mixed with finely ground cement of oil crucibles, and a portion of black lead or graphite. Some pounded coke may be mixed with the plumbago. The clay should be prepared in a similar way as for making pottery ware. The vessels, after being formed, must be slowly dried, and then properly baked in a kiln. Black lead crucibles are made of 2 parts of graphite and 1 of fire clay, mixed with water into a paste, pressed in molds, and well dried, but not baked hard in the kiln. This compound forms excellent small or portable furnaces. What to invent, and how to protect your invention. What to invent. Cheap, useful articles that will sell at sight. Something that everyone needs, and the poorest can afford. Invent simple things for the benefit of the masses, and your fortune is made. Some years back, a one-armed soldier amassed a fortune from a single toy, a wooden ball attached to a rubber string. They cost scarcely anything, yet millions were sold at a good price. A German became enormously rich by patenting a simple wooden plug for beer barrels. What man has done, man may do. How to protect your invention. Patent it. If you do not, others will reap the benefits that rightfully belong to you. A patent is a protection given to secure the inventor in the profits arising from the manufacture and sale of an article of his own creation. To whom letters patent are granted. Section 4886 of the Revised Statutes of the United States provides that any person who has invented or discovered any new and useful art, machine, manufacture or composition of matter, or any new and useful improvement thereof, not known or used by others in this country, and not patented or described in any printed publication in this or any foreign country, before his invention or discovery thereof, and not in public use, or on sale for more than 2 years prior to his application, unless the same is proved to have been abandoned, may, upon the payment of the fees required by law, and other due proceedings had, obtain a patent therefor. And Section 4888 of the same statute enacts. Section 4888. Before any inventor or discoverer shall receive a patent for his invention or discovery, he shall make application therefor, in writing, to the Commissioner of Patents, and shall file in the Patent Office a written description of the same, and of the manner and process of making, constructing, compounding, and using it, in such full, clear, concise, and exact terms, as to enable any person skilled in the art or science to which it appertains, or with which it is most nearly connected, to make, construct, compound, and use the same, and in case of a machine, he shall explain the principle thereof and the best mode in which he has contemplated applying that principle, so as to distinguish it from other inventions, and he shall particularly point out and distinctly claim that part, improvement, or combination which he claims as his invention or discovery. The specification and claim shall be signed by the inventor and attested by 2 witnesses. It is also required by law that when the case admits of drawings, it shall be properly illustrated, and also, if the commissioner requires it, that a model shall be furnished in cases capable of such demonstration. The cost of obtaining letters patent in ordinary cases is, first, government fees $15, counsel fees, including drawings, $25, second, or final government fees, to be paid within 6 months from date of allowance, $20, total, $60. Designs. A design patent can be obtained for novelties in the shape of configuration of articles, or impressions by any means whatever. These patents are of great value to the trade. The government fees for a design patent are: on filing every application for a design patent, $10. On issuing a design patent for 3.5 years, no further charge. On issuing a design patent for 7 years, 5.00. On issuing a design patent for 14 years, 20.00. Caveats. A caveat is a confidential communication used in the Patent Office, and it consists of a specification, drawings, oath, and petition. The specification must contain a clear description of the intended invention. How a copyright is secured. The method by which a copyright is obtained under the revised Acts of Congress is as simple and inexpensive as can be reasonably asked. All unnecessary red tape is dispensed with, and the cost to the author who is seeking thus to protect himself in the enjoyment of the profits of his work is so small as to be scarcely appreciable. This is an example of cheapness and directness toward which all branches of public administration should tend, if a government is to fulfill its proper mission of serving the people without needlessly taxing them. Directions have lately been issued for the guidance of persons wishing to obtain copyrights, and, as many of our readers may not be conversant with the subject, we give a brief abstract of the process. The first thing necessary is to send a printed copy of the title of the work, plainly directed to Librarian of Congress, Washington, D.C. The copyright law applies not only to books, pamphlets, and newspapers, but also to maps, charts, photographs, paintings, drawings, music, statuary, etc. If there is a title page, send that. If not, a title must be printed expressly for the purpose, and in both cases the name of the author or claimant of copyright must accompany the title. Use no smaller paper than commercial note. A remittance of $1 must be made along with the application. This is the whole charge, half of it being for the entry on the record, and the other half for your certificate, which the librarian will send you promptly by mail. You will of course prepay your postage. Within 10 days after your book, or other article, is published, you are required to send 2 complete copies of the best edition to the librarian, addressed as before, prepaying postage, or the librarian will furnish penalty labels, under which they can be sent free of postage. If this deposit of copies is neglected, the copyright is void, and you are liable to fine of $25. The law requires that on the title page of a copyrighted work, or some part of the drawing, painting, statue, or whatever it may be, there shall be printed these words: entered according to Act of Congress in the year by, in the office of the Librarian of Congress, at Washington. Or, if preferred, this briefer form may be used. Copyright 18 by. To this may be added, right of translation reserved, or all rights reserved. But in that case the librarian must have been duly notified, so that he may include it in the record. Any person who prints the copyright notice on his work without having obtained a copyright is liable to a penalty of $1. The original term of a copyright runs for 28 years, and it may then be renewed for a further term of 14 years, either by the author or by his widow or children, application being made not less than 6 months before the expiration of the right. Trademarks and labels cannot be copyrighted under this law, but are provided for by a separate act, relating to matters of detail, which cannot here be recited, but in regard to which, the librarian at Washington will give the needed information whenever required. Trademarks, labels, prints, etc., Copyrights cannot be granted upon trademarks, nor upon mere names of companies or articles, nor upon prints or labels intended to be used with any article of manufacture. If protection for such names or labels is desired, application must be made to the Patent Office, where they are registered at a fee of $6 for labels and $25 for trademarks. By the word print is meant any device, word, or figures, not a trademark, impressed directly upon the article, to denote the name of the manufacturer, etc. By the word label is meant a slip of paper or other material, to be attached to manufactured articles, or to packages containing them, and bearing the name of the manufacturer, directions for use, etc. Water ices. Some make these with acid, water, flavor, and the whites of eggs. No good. The best rules for the amount of sugar is to suit your taste. Frangipana. Spirits 1 gallon, oil bergamot 1 ounce, oil of lemon 1 ounce. Macerate for 4 days, frequently shaking, then add water 1 gallon, orange flower water 1 pint, essence of vanilla 2 ounces. Mix. Silvering powder. Nitrate of silver and common salt, of each 30 grains, cream of tartar 3 1/2 drams. Pulverize finely, mix thoroughly, and bottle for use. Unequaled for polishing copper and plated goods. Extract of lemon. 3 ounces oil lemon, cut with 95 proof alcohol. Add 1 gallon 80 proof alcohol, and filter through cotton or felt. Put up in 2-ounce bottles. Sells for 25 cents, jobs at $1 and $1.50 according to quality and style of package. Balm of 1,000 flowers. Deodorized alcohol 1 pint, nice white bar soap 4 ounces. Shave the soap when put in, stand in a warm place till dissolved, then add oil of citronella 1 dram, and oils of neroli and rosemary, of each 1/2 dram. Tin cans. Size of sheet for from 1 to 100 gallons. For 1 gallon. 7 by 20 inches. For 25 gallons. 30 by 56 inches. For 3.5 gallons. 10 by 28 inches. For 40 gallons. 36 by 63 inches. For 5 gallons. 12 by 40 inches. For 50 gallons. 40 by 70 inches. For 6 gallons. 14 by 40 inches. For 75 gallons. 40 by 84 inches. For 10 gallons. 20 by 42 inches. For 100 gallons. 40 by 98 inches. For 15 gallons. 30 to 42 inches. This includes all laps, seams, etc., which will be found sufficiently correct for all practical purposes. Molds and dyes. Copper, zinc, and silver in equal proportions melt together under a coat of powdered charcoal, and mold into the form you desire. Bring them to nearly a white heat, and lay on the thing you would take an impression of, press with sufficient force, and you will get a perfect and beautiful impression. Indestructible lamp wicks. Steep common wicks in a concentrated aqueous solution of tungstate of soda, and then dry thoroughly in an oven. A gold plate for small articles, without a battery. Digest a small fragment of gold with about 10 times its weight of mercury until it is dissolved. Shake the amalgam together in a bottle, and after cleansing the articles, coat them uniformly with the amalgam. Then expose them on an iron tray heated to low redness for a few minutes. The mercury volatilizes, leaving the gold attached as a thin coating to the article. The heating should be done in a stove, so that the poisonous mercurial fumes may pass up the chimney. A gelatin mold for casting plaster ornaments. Allow 12 ounces of gelatin to soak for a few hours in water, until it has absorbed as much as it can, then apply heat, by which it will liquefy. If the mold is required to be elastic, add 3 ounces of treacle, and mix well with the gelatin. If a little chrome alum, precise proportions are immaterial, be added to the gelatin, it causes it to lose its property of being again dissolved in water. A saturated solution of bichromate of potash brushed over the surface of the mold, allowed to become dry and afterwards exposed to sunlight for a few minutes, renders the surface so hard as to be unaffected by moisture. Imitation of ground glass. The following is from an Antwerp scientific journal. Paint the glass with the following varnishes: Sandarac 18 drams, Mastic 4 drams, ether 24 ounces, benzene 6 to 18 ounces. The more benzene, the coarser the grain of imitation glass will be. Unshrinkable patterns. The best mixture for small patterns, that does not shrink in casting, is 69 parts lead, 15 1/2 parts antimony, 15 1/2 parts bismuth, by weight. A cheap kind for finished patterns can be made of 10 parts zinc, 1 part antimony, 1 part tin. To make artificial marble for paper weights or other fancy articles. Soak plaster of Paris in a solution of alum, bake it in an oven, and then grind it to a powder. In using, mix it with water, and to produce the clouds and veins, stir in any dry color you wish. This will become very hard, and is susceptible of a very high polish. Molds of glue and molasses, such as Rogers uses for making his statuettes. The flexible molds referred to are prepared as follows: glue 8 pounds, molasses, New Orleans, 7 pounds. Soak the glue overnight in a small quantity of cold water, then melt it by heat over a salt water bath. Stir until froth begins to rise, then add and stir in briskly the molasses previously heated. Continue to heat and stir the mixture for about half an hour, then pour. To clarify liquids. The following composition is said to bleach all colored liquids, and to render bone black perfectly unnecessary: albumin 300, neutral tartrate of potash 2, alum 5, sal ammoniac 700 parts. The albumin must of course not be coagulated. The ingredients are first dissolved in a little water and then added to the liquid to be clarified. To prevent store windows from steaming. J. F. writes, I am about to have the front show windows of my store enclosed with inside windows. Can you tell any way to prevent the outside windows frosting in cold weather? A. Clean the glass occasionally with a cloth moistened with pure glycerin, wiping it so as to leave only a trace of the glycerin adhering to the surface. This on the inside. Artificial India rubber. A cheap and useful substitute for Indian rubber is prepared by mixing a thick solution of glue with tungstate of soda and hydrochloric acid. A compound of tungstic acid and glue is precipitated, which at a temperature of 86 degrees to 104 degrees Fahrenheit, is sufficiently elastic to admit of being drawn out into very thin sheets. On cooling, this mass becomes solid and brittle, but on being heated is again soft and plastic. This new compound can be used for many of the purposes to which rubber is adapted. Rubber stamps for photographs. Many photographers employ a rubber stamp for imprinting the backs of mounts, and in these circumstances a good ink is very essential. Here is the recipe for making one quoted from the engineer, and said to yield an excellent ink which, while not drying on the pad, would yet not readily smear when impressed upon paper. Aniline red, violet, 180 grains, distilled water 2 ounces, glycerin 1 teaspoonful, treacle 1/2 teaspoonful. The crystals of aniline are powdered and dissolved in the boiling distilled water, and the other ingredients then added. A good idea. How to remove pain and soreness from wounds. The value of the smoke from burned wool to remove the pain and soreness from wounds of all kinds, or from sores, is great, and it will give immediately relief from the intense pain caused by a gathering. The easiest way to prepare this is to cut all wool flannel, if you haven't the wool, into narrow strips. Take some hot ashes with a few small live coals on a shovel, sprinkle some of the flannel strips on it, and hold the injured member in the smoke for 5 or 10 minutes, using plenty of flannel to make a thick smoke. Repeat as often as seems necessary, though one smoking is usually enough. Chilblains. We glean 2 prescriptions from the British Medical Journal. They are now being used in this country, and with good results. Lin. Belladonna 2 drams, Lin. Aconita 1 dram, acid carboxylase 6 minims, collid. Flexil 1 ounce. Mix and apply every night with a camel's hair pencil, collid. Flexil 4 drams, Oliracini 4 drams, SBT. Tarab 4 drams. Use 3 times daily with camel's hair brush. Said to be good for grip. Anything that affords hope of relief from grip is of interest. Pauline Crayson writes from Cranford, New Jersey, to New York Tribune, saying, I have found peroxide of hydrogen medicinal, a marvelous remedy in the treatment of grip and influenza. This medicine should be diluted with water and administered internally, and by snuffing through the nostrils or by spraying the nostrils and throat. I believe the good results from this treatment, which I have never known to fail of producing a speedy cure, are due to the destruction of the microbe upon which this disease depends. The remedy is simple and within the reach of everybody, and can easily be tested. Sticks like a brother. A paste that will adhere to anything. Professor Alex Winchell is credited with the invention of a cement that will stick to anything. Nat. Drug. Take 2 ounces of clear gum arabic, 1 1/2 ounces of fine starch, and 1/2 ounce of white sugar. Pulverize the gum arabic, and dissolve it in as much water as the laundress would use for the quality of starch indicated. Dissolve the starch and sugar in the gum solution. Then cook the mixture in a vessel suspended in boiling water until the starch becomes clear. The cement should be as thick as tar and keep so. It can be kept from spoiling by dropping in a lump of gum camphor, or a little oil of cloves or sassafras. This cement is very strong indeed, and will stick perfectly to glazed surfaces, and is good to repair broken rocks, minerals, or fossils. The addition of a small amount or sulfate of aluminum will increase the effectiveness of the paste, besides helping to prevent decomposition. Directions for making all kinds of candy. Molasses taffy. New Orleans molasses 1 pint, sugar 1 1/2 pounds, water 1/2 pint, no doctor. Stir all the time to a good light snap. Lemon flavor. Work as above. Cream taffy. Same as above. When to the bald degree, have ready 1/2 cup cider vinegar, 1/4 pipe cream tartar, dissolve in the vinegar, 4 ounces butter. Add stir, and work as you do the white taffy. Nut taffy. Use the cream taffy recipe. Just before the candy is done cooking, stir in any kind of nut goodies, pour out, and when cool enough not to run, form it into a block, cut or break it with a hammer. Good brown butterscotch. See sugar, 3 pounds, water, 1 1/4 pint, cream tartar, 1 full pipe dissolved in 1 cup cider vinegar, molasses, 1/2 pint, butter, 8 ounces, no flavor. Add all except the vinegar, cream tartar, and butter. Boil to medium boil, then add the cream tartar in the vinegar and butter. Stir all the time carefully. Boil to light snap, finish as before in cheap butterscotch. Sour lemon drops. Make a batch of barley squares. Just as soon as you pour it on the slab, sprinkle over it 3/4 ounce dry tartaric acid, 2 tablespoons lemon flavor. Turn the cold edges into the center of the batch. Work it like bread dough. Place this before a hot stove on your table and cut into little pieces with your scissors, or run the batch through a drop machine. All goods that you want to spin out or run through a machine or cut with scissors should be kept warm by a sheet iron stove, on a brick foundation, fitted in the table evenly, and the candy placed in front to keep warm. Should the candy slab, after it is greased, act sticky, not allowing the candy to come up freely, throw a dust of flour over the sticky place after it has been greased. Stick candy. Stick candy is made precisely the same as peppermint clips, by keeping the batch round, and a second person to twist them and keep them rolling until cold. This can be done only by practice. The sticks are then chopped in the desired length by heavy shears. Strawberry. Same, only flavor with strawberry, color with liquid coloring slightly. Maple caramels. Use 1/2 maple sugar with sea sugar. No flavor. Walnut caramels. Same as the first. When done, stir in sufficient nuts to suit. A better caramel can be made with white sugar and milk instead of water. Still better, by using cream 1 quart, and when cream cannot be had, condensed milk dissolved in milk works fine. Almond bars. Same as peanut, only add the almond nuts in time to allow them to roast a little in the boiling sugar. 1/4 of a pint of New Orleans syrup added to the boiling sugar improves the flavor and color. Chocolate coating. Can use sweet confectioners, or confectioners plain. Never use the 1/4 and 1 pound grocery packages, as it contains too much sugar to melt good. Place a small piece of paraffin the size of a hickory nut and 1 small teaspoon of lard in a rice cooker, melt, add 1/2 pound of chocolate, stir until dissolved. Dip balls of cream in this chocolate, drop on wax paper to cool, and you have fine hand-made chocolate drops. Cold sugar icing. For dipping cream drops. Confectioner's sugar with the white of eggs and a small amount of dissolved gum arabic in water. Make this into a batter. If thick, the drops will be rough. If thin, the drops will be smooth. Coconut cream ice. 2 pounds granulated sugar, 3/4 pint water, boil to a light crack. Set off, add 4 ounces glucose, or the amount of cream tartar you can hold on the point of a penknife. Set back on the fire, just let come to a boil to dissolve the glucose. Set off again, add immediately 1/4 ounce shaved paraffin, 6 ounces cream dough cut up fine, 1 grated coconut. Stir all until it creams, pour out into a frame on brown paper dusted with flour, mark and cut with a knife when cold. Opera creams. 2 pounds white sugar, 3/4 pint cow's cream, boil to a soft ball. Set off, add 2 ounces glucose, set on, stir easy until it commences to boil, then pour out, let get 3/4 cold, and stir it until it turns into a cream. Then work into 2 tablespoons vanilla, line a pan with wax paper, flatten the batch in it, and mark it in squares. Set aside 2 hours to harden. Italian cream operas. Melt 4 ounces butter with 4 ounces plain chocolate. Take a batch of the opera cream. When cooked, add the above, stir it in the kettle until it creams, then pan and work it as you do the operas. Butter creams. 1 1/2 pounds white sugar, and 1/2 pound sugar, 3/4 pound glucose, 1/4 pint molasses, 1 1/4 pint water, boil to the hard snap, add 6 ounces butter, set off until it melts, set on and let boil, to well mix the butter, pour out. Have 1 pound hard cream dough thoroughly warmed, just so you can handle it. When the batch is cold enough on the stove to handle, place the warm cream lengthwise on the center of it, and completely wrap the cream up in it. Place this on your table before your heater, spin out in long strips, have someone to mark them heavy or good. When cold, break where marked. Boston chips. 3 pounds of white sugar, 1/2 pipe cream tartar, 1 1/4 pints water, boil with a lid over it to the hard snap. Pull this only half as much as any other candy, for too much pulling takes out all the gloss when done. Flavor it on the hook. Wear your gloves, place it before your heater on the table, flatten out and spin out into thin ribbons, break off and curl them up in little piles. Strawberry chips can be made the same way, adding a pinch of cochineal paste. Date or fig squares. Can be made by cutting them fine, scatter them thick over the grease stone, and pour over them a batch of barley square candy. Mark and cut with a knife. Pine tree tar cough candy. First have 1 tablespoon oil of tar dissolved in 2 tablespoons of alcohol. Cook to a hard snap 20 pounds sugar, white, 3 quarts water, 3 pounds glucose. Pour out, scatter over. While cooling, 20 drops of tar, 2 tablespoons oil of capsicum, 3 tablespoons oil of wintergreen. Work all well into the batch. Do not pull this on the hook. Place before your heater on the table and spin it out in large round sticks. Have someone to keep them rolling until cold. Cut into sticks about 3 1/2 inches long. Wrap them in printed labels. Date and fig creams. Seed dates. Cut a piece out of the end V shape, insert a white or pink cream ball, press it in, and stick a clove in the end. It looks like a pear. Cut figs in strips, place the seedy side around a piece of cream dough. The handmade cream can be made into various varieties of candy to suit your fancy. Factory cream dough. This recipe is worth $25 to any candy maker. When the cream is first done, it appears flaky and coarse, but the next morning it is fine, and the longer it sets the better it is. When made up, it never gets stale or hard. Never use flour to roll out cream with when you can get the XXX lozenge sugar. 40 pounds granulated sugar, 5 quarts water, boil to a stiff ball, set off, add quickly 12 pounds of glucose. Do not stir. Set on the fire, let it come to a boil until you see even the scum boiled in. Do not allow the glucose to cook in the sugar. Pour out, wait only until you can lay the back of your hand on the top of batch. Never let it get colder. It is better to cream while hot than cold like other goods. Cream it with 2 garden hose, or cream scrapers. Add while creaming 1/4 pint scant measure of glycerin. No need of kneading it, scrape into your tub for use. If a sugar is used, the cream is sticky. Imitation handmade chocolate. Take a suitable handmade. Make your plaster Paris prints. Take a quantity of the above cream, melt in a bath, flavor and mold. Dip. A number 1 chocolate drop. Molding cream, granulated sugar, 20 pounds, water 3 quarts. Boiled to a thread, set off, add 3 pounds of glucose dissolved, pour, let get cold. Cream, melt, add pinch of glucose to 1 pint simple syrup, 4 tablespoonfuls of glycerin. Stir. Mold. Cheap chocolates. Quick work. Make a batch of the above number 1. Exactly the same process. After the glucose is dissolved in the batch, do not pour out, but add 5 pounds of the hard factory cream in pieces. Stir, flavor, melt. Set this kettle in a kettle of boiling water, have a boy to stir and watch it. Do not allow it to get so thin as to simmer, only thin enough to run into your starch prints. This cream saves time and labor. To work over scraps of candy. To 30 pounds of scraps use 1 gallon water. Stir until it boils. Set off, for it would never melt any more by boiling. Continue stirring until all is dissolved. Set aside until cold. Skim off the top. This can be worked into horehound or dark penny goods, popcorn bricks, etc. To cook over maple sugar. To 60 pounds broken up maple, add water, according to the hard or soft grain of the sugar, enough to dissolve. Stir until melted. If the grain was soft, add 15 pounds granulated sugar. If the hard grain, only add that amount of sugar. Boil to 244 degrees by thermometer, or good ball. Take out some in porcelain saucepan, grain until cloudy. To make quick work, always have a small portion in the same saucepan for the next stirring. Pour in molds greased, or put in a tub of cold water. Artificial maple sugar. Dark sugar, driest, 2 pounds, water, 1/3 pint, butter, 2 ounces, melted, flavor with maple flavor, boil to a ball, cream in the pan. Pour before it gets too stiff. Molasses popcorn balls. Always sift your corn after it is popped. For home use, add butter and lemon flavor to your syrup. This is too expensive for retail and factory use, though some use lard sparingly. Boil molasses to a stiff ball, wet your tub, put in your corn. Now with a dipper pour over your candy and stir with a paddle through the corn. Wet your hands in cold water, make your balls and wrap in wax paper, twisting the ends close to the balls. For white or red. Sugar and glucose half and half, water, to melt and boil as above. Work the same. To make 600 bricks a day and pop this corn, put a coarse sieve in a box or barrel bottom, instead of the natural bottom. Sift your corn. Have your popper made with a swinging wire, hanging from the ceiling down over the furnace to save labor. Have a stout, thick, wide board for the floor of your press. Make a stout frame the width that 2 brick will measure in length, as long as 12 bricks are thick, and have your board 6 or 8 inches wide. Put your frame together. Now make a stout lid of 1-inch lumber to fit in your frame. Have 4 cleats nailed crosswise to make it stout, and a 2x4 piece nailed lengthwise across the top of these, shorter than the lid is. Now for a lever, get a hard 2x4, 6 to 8 feet long. Fasten the ends of this lever to the floor, giving it 6 inches of the rope to play in. Now you are ready. Wet your flour board and dust it with flour. Do the lid and frame the same. To every 30 pounds melted scraps of candy use 2 pounds of butter. You can't cut the bricks without it. Cook to a hard ball. To 3/4 tub of corn, pour 3 small dippers of syrup. Pour this when mixed in your frame on the flour board, put on the lid, with the lever press once the center, once each end, and once more the center. Take out the lid, lift the frame, dump out on the table. When 2/3 cool, cut lengthwise with a sharp, thin knife, then cut your bricks off crosswise. Penny popcorn bricks are made the same way. Candy penny popcorn pieces. Cook a batch of glucose to a light snap, flavor well, pour thin. While hot, place your popcorn sheet hard down on the candy, mark deep cut and wrap. I have put boys on this work in the shop at $5 a week pay, and knew them to clear for the proprietor from $5 to $20 daily for several months. 1 to pop corn, 1 to cook syrup, 1 to press, and 1 to cut them, girls to wrap and box. To shell coconuts. Take the nut in the left hand with the 3 eyes up, strike from the nut down with your hatchet, peel with a knife or spoke shave, cut them into 4 pieces, cover them with water, set on the furnace, and let come to a good boil. If the nuts are sour, strain and add fresh cold water quickly so as the heat will not darken them, and repeat. If very sour, scrape the insides out. Grate them, taking out 1 pieces at a time, as the air does them no good. Red center. Take 2/3, pour thin, color the remaining 1/3 red with the liquor color, place this on the half of the 2/3, and turn the other up over on top, roll out flat with a roller, cool, cut. The same goods cooked to a soft ball may be made into balls to be coated in red sugar after throwing them in hot sugar syrup, also to be dipped in melted cream, or brown the coconut balls on top with burnt sugar. Chocolate glaze cream coating eats well over these goods, or dip the balls as you like. Flavorings. To any kind of oils, take 8 times in bulk the amount of alcohol, stir, let set in a warm place a short time, can be used if needed immediately. Homemade maple sugar. To 2 pounds of maple, bricks, not cakes, 1 pint water, 1/3 pint cream of tartar, or 4 ounces of glucose is best. Boil slow to a smooth degree, cool, skim. White sugar can be used. To keep molasses from sugaring in the barrel. When making the molasses, to every barrel add 20 pounds of glucose, stir it in. To lighten the color and aid the flavor of rank, dark molasses, do the same as above. To allow molasses to cool slowly makes it dark. It should be stirred lively until cool. Also, to improve sour, rank molasses, take the molasses, for instance, 10 gallons, take 5 pounds dry sea sugar, 5 pounds glucose, water 2 quarts. Boil the sugar and glucose until thoroughly dissolved. Add the molasses, boil 5 minutes. You can make fine syrup this way. To make a candy house. House for a show window. Take any design you fancy, of cardboard. Cut out the windows. Place this on your candy slab. Now with a lead pencil mark out your design, and as many of each piece as you need. It is a good idea to make an extra piece so if you break one you can go ahead. Now take of the icing sugar and fill your paper funnel as if for cake icing, and overline the pencil marks you made on the stone. When done, you find you have a frame that will hold hot candy. Boil a batch of barley square goods, mentioned in this book, and pour on some in a dipper. Take this and pour in your icing sugar frame or patterns you made on the stone. When half cold, so as not to run a thin knife under them carefully, lift them and lay them in a different place on the stone. When you have molded all, cut off the icing sugar that sticks to the candy. Then put your candy house together, sides first, and take pieces of lemon stick candy, dip them in the hot candy, and stick in the bottom and top corners of your house. Hold them a few seconds to cool, then finish likewise. When done, take your icing sugar and funnel paper and on the outside corners of the candy house put icing sugar, and the windows finish the same. Candies, if desired, can be stuck on with the icing sugar, etc. The icing sugar should be stiff for a nice job, and will hide the corners. Candy pyramids can be made this way also. To make a delicious candy coconut cake. Have your cake layers cold. Place in your rice steamer 1/2 grated coconut and a chunk of handmade cream the size of your fist. Stir until mixed, and you can spread it. Do not melt it more than necessary. This cake will not dry out if made with factory cream. I gave this recipe to 2 London practical cake bakers. They said it beat any cake recipe they had ever received. Put your mind to work, and with a little practice you will get up candies of your own invention, from the knowledge you derive here in this book. Ice cream. I will give only the best recipe, my own improvement, as workmen will find all my private recipes in this book to be different from others, as well as first class. 2 quarts thick cream, 1 pound of sugar, 1/4 ounce French gelatin, yolks of 3 eggs. Add 1 quart of the cream and gelatin, set on the fire, stir. Do not let boil, melt, set off. Add the eggs and sugar stirred up together with a little of the cream, stirring all the time. Set on, let get hot, set off. Add the other quart of cream, stir, strain, freeze. Break your ice fine. Use salt from 1 pint to 1 quart. Flavor after it is frozen. Fair ground lemonade. Take 1 barrel water, Dissolve in 1 quart of warm water 25 cents worth citric acid. Dissolve $2 worth of sugar in 1 gallon water. Stir all together. A few cut up pieces of lemon can be added for appearance sake. Jap coconut. 1 pound XXX confectioner's sugar, dampened a little. 1 1/2 pounds glucose. Stir when cooked to a soft ball. Add all the grated coconut, it will stick together. Boil, stir to the lightest crack. Lemon ice. 7 lemons, the juice only, juice of 3 oranges. Take 1 pint water, dissolve in 1/2 ounce of French sheet gelatin, then add whites of 2 eggs, 1 1/4 pounds of sugar, dissolved. Add all together with 3 pints cold water. Freeze as for ice cream. Keep machine running briskly until finished. Orange ice. The same by changing the fruit proportionately. The adulterations used by certain factories. Please never try to make use of the following, for I never would print it for that purpose, only to expose the stuff. Grape sugar, which looks like cheap suet melted, and is so hard as to be chopped with an axe, though it dissolves readily. Terra alba, white clay, which is fine as sugar, and is sieved into cream work or on candy, and worked into it. Rice flour, ground rice mixed into coconut goods. Cerealine, ground, prepared corn mixed into coconut. Glucose has the name of being an adulteration, though I fail, from 17 years' experience, to find it such. It contains nothing outside of the acid to make it so, and that is in so small a portion as to be harmless. It is an article that is of greater value to man than the inexperienced give it credit for. If I had time, I could argue this question satisfactorily to any unprejudiced person. Gamboge is a bad article for candy, yellow, cheap, hurtful color. Ground coconut shells are used mostly in adulterating pepper, etc. Who is to blame for adulterating goods? I claim 3 parties. First, the proprietor. Next, candy makers. And next, the ignorant class of people that want 16 cents worth of boiled sugar for 8 cents, when they do not stop to think it could not possibly be made for less than 8 cents, all told. Germany and France have strong laws against all adulterations. Soon America will prohibit the same, and bless God when the day and law we so much need will come. How to ornament cakes. You need 4 cups of confectioner's finest sugar, whites of 2 eggs. Beat the eggs just a little, add the sugar gradually, juice 1 lemon. Beat this stiff, until the sugar will bend when you hold the paddle up. Now take a sheet of thick writing paper, fold it into a funnel shape, hold it in your left hand, fill this with the icing, prepared as above, about 2/3 full, fold in the top and place both thumbs on it. Cut off a little of the small end of the funnel to allow the icing to come out when you press with your thumbs. Next, with a knife, cover your cake with icing sugar smoothly. If it sticks to the knife, wet it a little. Let dry ½ hour, then with a lead pencil make leaves or designs, and with your paper funnel ice your penciled designs. Colored icing looks well. Taking leaf photographs. A very pretty amusement, especially for those who have just completed the study of botany, is the taking of leaf photographs. One very simple process is this. At any druggist's get an ounce of bichromate of potassium. Put this into a pint bottle of water. When the solution becomes saturated, that is, the water is dissolved as much as it will, pour off some of the clear liquid into a shallow dish. On this float a piece of ordinary writing paper till it is thoroughly moistened. Let it dry in the dark. It should be a bright yellow. On this put the leaf, under a piece of black soft cloth and several sheets of newspaper. Put these between 2 pieces of glass. All the pieces should be of the same size, and with spring clothespins fasten them together. Expose to a bright sun, placing the leaf so that the rays will fall upon it as nearly perpendicular as possible. In a few moments it will begin to turn brown, but it requires from half an hour to several hours to produce a perfect print. When it has become dark enough, take it from the frame, and put it into clear water, which must be changed every few minutes until the yellow part becomes white. Sometimes the leaf veinings will be quite distinct. By following these directions it is scarcely possible to fail, and a little practice will make perfect. Curious things. 1. To apparently burn water, fill a glass lamp with water, and put into it for a wick a piece of gum camphor. The lamp should not be quite full, and the camphor may be left to float upon the surface of the water. On touching a lighted match to the camphor, up shoots a clear, steady flame, and seems to sink below the surface of the water, so that the flame is surrounded by the liquid. It will burn a long time. If the camphor be ignited in a large dish of water, it will commonly float about while burning. 2. To change the faces of a group to a livid, deathly whiteness, and to destroy colors, wet a half teacupful of common salt and alcohol and burn it on a plate in a dark room. Let the salt soak a few minutes before igniting. The flame will deaden the brightest colors in the room, and the dresses of the company will seem to be changed. Let each one put his face behind the flame, and it will present a most ghastly spectacle to those who stand before it. This is serviceable in tableaux where terror of death is to be represented. The change wrought by the flame, when the materials are properly prepared, is very surprising. 3. Wet a piece of thick wrapping paper, then dry near the stove. While dry, lay it down upon a varnished table or dry woolen cloth, and rub it briskly with a piece of India rubber. It will soon become electrified, and if tossed against the wall or the looking glass will stick some time. Tear tissue paper into bits, 1/8 of an inch square, and this piece of electrified paper will draw them. Or take a tea tray and put it on 3 tumblers. Lay the electric paper on it, and on touching the tray you will get a little spark. Let the paper lay on the tray, and on touching the tray again you will get another spark, but of the opposite kind of electricity. Replace the paper and you will get another, and so on. 4. To produce a spectrum, burn magnesium wire in a dark room, and as soon as the flame is extinguished, let each one try to look into the other's faces. The spectrum of the extinguished light is clearly seen. Muriate of tin. Tin liquor. If druggists keep it, it is best to purchase of them already made, but if you prefer, proceed as follows: get at a tinner's shop block tin, put it into a shovel and melt it. After it is melted, pour it from the height of 4 or 5 feet into a pail of clear water. The object of this is to have the tin in small particles, so that the acid can dissolve it. Take it out of the water and dry it, then put it in a strong brass bottle. Pour over it muriatic acid 12 ounces, then slowly add sulfuric acid 8 ounces. The acid should be added about a tablespoonful at a time, at intervals of 5 or 8 minutes, for if you add it too rapidly you run the risk of breaking the bottle by heat. After you have all the acid in, let the bottle stand until the ebullition subsides, then stop it up with beeswax or glass stopper, and set it away, and it will keep good for a year or more, or it will be fit for use in 24 hours. The Centennial Illuminating Oil. Recipe for making 1 gallon. Take 7/8 gallon benzene or crude petroleum, add to it 1/2 ounce gum camphor, 1/2 ounce alcohol, 1/2 pint common salt, 1/2 ounce oil of sassafras. Stir and mix it well for about 5 minutes. Let it stand for 24 hours and it is ready for use. It is better to buy the benzene from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, as the druggists usually charge 2 or 3 times the wholesale price. Chapter 10. Coin Department. Complete and standard list of American silver and copper coins which command a premium. United States silver dollars. 1,794 flowing hair. $20.00. 1794 flowing hair, fine. 30.00. 1,795 flowing hair. 125. 1,796 fillet head. 125. 1,796 fillet head. 160. 1797 fillet head, 6 stars facing. 160. 1797 fillet head, 7 stars facing. 160. 1798 fillet head, 13 stars, small eagle. 150. 1798 fillet head, 15 stars, small eagle. 200. 1798 13 stars, large eagle. 110. 1799 5 stars facing. 140. 1799 6 stars facing. 110. 1800 spread eagle. 115. 1801 spread eagle. 130. 1802 spread eagle. 130. 1802 over 1801 spread eagle. 135. 1803 Spread Eagle. 135. $1,804. 1804 Excessively Rare. $500 00. 1840 Liberty Seated. 105. 1841 Liberty Seated. 105. 1844 Liberty Seated. 105. 1845 Liberty Seated. 105. 1848 Liberty Seated. 115. 1849 Liberty Seated. 105. 1851 Liberty Seated. 2300. 1852 Liberty Seated. 2300. 1853 Liberty Seated. 110. 1854 Liberty Seated. 250. 1855 Liberty Seated. 160. 1856 Liberty Seated. 150. 1857 Liberty Seated. 150. 1858 Liberty Seated. 2300. 1861 Liberty Seated. 105. 1862 Liberty Seated. 105. 1863 Liberty Seated. 105. 1864 Liberty Seated. 105. 1865 Liberty Seated. 105. 1866 Liberty Seated. 105. 1867 Liberty Seated. 105. 1868 Liberty Seated. 105. 1869 Liberty Seated. 105. 1879 Trade Dollar. 105. 1880 Trade Dollar. 105. 1881 Trade Dollar. 105. 1882 Trade Dollar. 105. 1883 Trade Dollar. 105. 1884 Trade Dollar. 105. United States Pattern Dollars. 1836 C. Gobrecht's Name and Field. $9.00. 1836 Flying Eagle. $4.00. 1838 Flying Eagle. $17.00. 1839 Flying Eagle. $13.50. Half dollars. 1794 Flowing Hair, Fair. $2.00. 1794 Flowing Hair, Good. $3.00. 1795 Flowing Hair. 60. 1796 Fillet Head, 15 stars. 1750. 1796 Fillet Head, 16 stars. 20.00. 1797 Fillet Head, 15 stars. 1800. 1801 Fillet Head. 200. 1802 Fillet Head. 200. 1803 Fillet Head. 55. 1804 Fillet Head. 750. 1805 Fillet Head. 55. 1805 over 1804 Fillet Head. 60. 1806 Fillet Head, if extra fine. 55. 1807 Fillet Head, if extra fine. 55. 1807 Head to left, if extra fine. 55. 1815 Head to left, fair. 150. 1815 Head to left, good. 200. 1815 Head to left, fine. 250. 1820 over 1819. 55. 1836 Liberty Cap, milled edge. 150. 1836 Liberty Cap, milled edge, fine. 175. 1838 Liberty Cap. $12.00. Having O mark underneath bust, and meaning New Orleans Mint, under head like above cut. Ordinary 1838 half dollars without this mint mark are not wanted. 1851 Liberty Seated. $55. 1851 Liberty Seated, fine. 65. 1852 Liberty Seated, fair. 140. 1852 Liberty Seated, good. 175. 1852 Liberty Seated, fine. 200. 1879 Liberty Seated, fine. $55. Quarter dollars. 1796 fillet head, fair. $1.50. 1796 fillet head, good. 200. 1804 fillet head, fair. $1.50. 1804 fillet head, good. 200. 1805 fillet head, good. 30. 1806 fillet head, good. 30. 1807 head to left. 30. 1815 head to left, fine. 35. 1818 head to left, fine. 30. 1819 head to left, fine. 30. 1820 head to left, fine. 30. 1821 head to left, fine. 30. 1822 head to left, fine. 30. 1823 head to left, fair. 1600. 1823 head to left, good. 2100. 1824 head to left, fair. 35. 1824 head to left, good. 60. 1824 head to left, fine. 100. 1827 head to left, fair. 1750. 1827 head to left, good. 2200. 1853, without arrows and rays. 250. 20-cent pieces. 1876. $25. 1877. 175. 1878. 175. Dimes. 1796 fillet head, fair. $75. 1796 fillet head, good. 150. 1797 13 stars, fair. 110. 1797 13 stars, good. 200. 1797 16 stars, fair. 125. 1796 16 stars, good. 200. 1798 fillet head, fair. 90. 1798 fillet head, good. 175. 1800 fillet head, fair. 100. 1800 fillet head, good. 175. 1801 fillet head, fair. 100. 1801 fillet head, good. 175. 1802 fillet head, fair. 125. 1802 fillet head, good. 200. 1803 fillet head, fair. 75. 1803 fillet head, good. 125. 1804 fillet head, fair. 125. 1804 filled head, good. 222. 1805 filled head, good. 20. 1807 filled head, good. 25. 1809 head to left, fair. 20. 1809 head to left, good. 50. 1809 head to left, fine. 75. 1811 head to left, fair. 25. 1811 head to left, good. 50. 1811 head to left, fine. 75. 1814 head to left, fine. 15. 1820 head to left. 15. 1821 head to left, small date, fine. 15. 1822 head to left, fair. 50. 1822 head to left, good. 75. 1822 head to left, fine. 100. 1824 head to left. 15. 1828 head to left. 15. 1846 Liberty seated. $25. Half dimes. 1794 flowing hair, fair. $1.10. 1794 flowing hair, good. 200. 1794 flowing hair, fine. 300. 1795 flowing hair, fair. 30. 1795 flowing hair, good. 60. 1796 15 stars, fillet head, fair. 150. 1796 15 stars, fillet head, good. 200. 1797 15 stars, fillet head, fair. 110. 1797 15 stars, fillet head, good. 175. 1797 16 stars, fillet head, fair. 100. 1797 16 stars, fillet head, good. 175. 1800 fillet head, fair. 40. 1800 fillet head, good. 75. 1801 fillet head, fair. 100. 1801 fillet head, good. 200. 1802 fillet head, fair. 2000. 1802 fillet head, good. 4000. 1802 fillet head, fine. 7500. 1803 fillet head, fair. 100. 1803 fillet head, good. 175. 1805 fillet head, fair. 160. 1805 fillet head, good. 225. 1838 Liberty seated, without stars, fair. 08. 1838 Liberty seated, without stars, good. 20. 1838 Liberty seated, without stars, fine. 30. 1846 Liberty seated, fair. 75. 1846 Liberty seated, good. 100. 1846 Liberty seated, fine. 150. Silver 3-cent pieces. 1855 Large star and center. $10. 1863 Large star and center. 40. 1864 Large star and center. 50. 1865 Large star and center. 30. 1866 Large star and center. 30. 1867 Large star and center. 30. 1868 Large star and center. 30. 1869 Large star and center. 25. 1870 Large star and center. 20. 1871 Large star and center. 20. 1872 Large star and center. 20. 1873 Large star and center. 75. Nickel 5-cent pieces. 1877. $25. Nickel 3-cent pieces. 1877. $40. Copper 2-cent pieces. 1872. $0.05. 1873. 90. Copper cents. 1793 Liberty cap. $1.25. 1794. 15. 1795 Liberty cap. 10. 1796 Liberty cap. 15. 1796 fillet head. 15. 1797 fillet head. 08. 1798 fillet head. 05. 1799 fillet head. 300. 1799 fillet head. 600. 1800 fillet head. 05. 1801 fillet head. 05. 1804 fillet head. 200. 1804 fillet head, fine. 275. 1805 fillet head. 08. 1806 fillet head. 06. 1807 fillet head. 03. 1808 head to left. $10. 1809 head to left. 40. 1809 head to left, fine. 75. 1810 head to left. 05. 1811 head to left. 25. 1812 head to left. 03. 1813 head to left. 15. 1814 head to left. 05. 1817 head to left, 15 stars. 05. 1821 head to left. 08. 1823 head to left. 12. 1857 head to left, large date. 06. 1857 head to left. 06. 1857 head to left, small date. 06. Eagle nickel cents. 1856 fair. $55. 1856 good. 80. 1856 fine. 110. Half cents. 1793 Liberty cap. $1.00. 1794 Liberty cap. 25. 1795 lettered edge. 20. 1795 thin die. 20. 1796 Liberty cap. 750. 1797 Liberty cap. 25. 1797 lettered edge. 85. 1800 fillet head. 05. 1802 fillet head. 60. 1803 fillet head. 05. 1805 fillet head. 06. 1806 fillet head. 06. 1807 fillet head. 06. 1808 fillet head. 06. 1810 head to left. 18. 1811 head to left. 60. 1831 head to left. 200. 1836 head to left. 300. 1840 head to left. 175. 1841 head to left. 175. 1842 head to left. 250. 1843 head to left. 300. 1844 head to left. 200. 1845 head to left. 175. 1846 head to left. 175. 1847 head to left. 250. 1848 head to left. 300. 1849 head to left, small date. 300. 1849 head to left, large date. 06. 1850 head to left. 05. 1852 head to left. 250. 1854 head to left. 05. 1856 head to left. 15. 1857 head to left. 08. American silver and copper coins not issued by the United States Mint. Silver coinage. Dollars. First coinage 1794, none issued 1805 to 1835, inclusive, and 1837. Half dollars. First coinage 1794, none issued 1798, 1799, 1816. Quarter dollars. First coinage 1796, none issued 1794, 1795, 1797 to 1804, 1808 to 1814, inclusive, 1816, 1817, 1826, 1829, 1830. Dimes. First coinage 1796, none issued 1794, 1795, 1799, 1806, 1808, 1810, 1812, 1813, 1815 to 1819, inclusive, 1826. Half dimes. First coinage 1794, none issued 1798, 1799, 1801, 1806 to 1828, inclusive. The coinage of half dimes was discontinued in 1873 by Act of Congress. 3-cent pieces, silver. First coinage 1851, and then the dates follow in succession until 1873, when the coinage of them was discontinued. Copper cents. Copper cents. First coinage 1793, none issued 1815. They then followed to 1857, when the coinage was changed to nickel. The nickel cent of 1856 was only a pattern, which continued during this year up to 1864, inclusive. The bronze cent was introduced in this year. In 1865 the nickel cent was discontinued, and up to date the bronze cents are issued. Half cents. First coinage 1793, none issued 1798, 1799, 1801, 1812 to 1824, inclusive, 1827, 1837, 1838, 1839. In 1857 the issue of half-cents was discontinued. In 1864 the 2-cent piece in bronze was introduced, and discontinued in 1873, by Act of Congress. In 1865 the 3-cent nickel piece was first issued. In 1866 the 5-cent piece was first issued. A very few were struck in 1865 as pattern. In 1883 the die was changed to that of the current issue with Liberty head. Although upwards of 5 million coins of the 1883 nickels without the words cents were issued, they will in the course of a few years command a premium. At present they are still quite common. Wozet's system of memory. So much has been said about Wozet's memory system, the art has been so widely advertised, and so carefully guarded from all the profane who do not send $5 or many dollars to the professor, that a few pages showing how every man may be his own Wozet may be both interesting and valuable. In the first place, the system is a good one, and well worth the labor of mastering, and if the directions are implicitly followed there can be no doubt that the memory will be greatly strengthened and improved, and that mnemonic feats, otherwise impossible, may be easily performed. Wozet, however, is not an inventor, but an introducer. He stands in the same relation to Dr. Pick that the retail dealer holds to the manufacturer. The one produced the article, the other brings it to the public. Even this statement is not quite fair to Wozet, for he has brought much practical common sense to bear upon Pick's system, and in preparing the new art of mnemonics for the market, in many ways he has made it his own. If each man would reflect upon the method by which he himself remembers things, he would find his hand upon the key of the whole mystery. For instance, the author was once trying to remember the word blithe. There occurred to my mind the words, bellman, bell, and then the verse, the peasant upward climbing. Here's the bells of Beulah chiming. Barcarolle, Barak, and so on until the word blithe presented itself with a strange insistence, long after I had ceased trying to recall it. On another occasion, when trying to recall the name Richardson, I got the words Hayrick, Robertson, Randallstown, and finally, wealthy, from which naturally I got rich and Richardson almost in a breath. Still another example, trying to recall the name of an old schoolmate, Grady, I got Brady, grave, gaseous, gastronome, gracious, and I finally abandoned the attempt, simply saying to myself that it began with a G, and there was an A sound after it. The next morning, when thinking of something entirely different, this name, Grady, came up in my mind with as much distinctness as though someone had whispered it in my ear. This remembering was done without any conscious effort on my part, and was evidently the result of the exertion made the day before, when mnemonic processes were put to work. Every reader must have had similar experience, which he can recall, and which will fall in line with the examples given. It follows, then, that when we endeavor, without the aid of any system, to recall a forgotten fact or name, our memory presents to us words of a similar sound or meaning in its journey toward the goal to which we have started it. This goes to show that our ideas are arranged in groups in whatever secret cavity or recess of the brain they occupy, and that the arrangement is one not alphabetical exactly and not entirely by meaning, but after some fashion partaking of both. If you are looking for the word meadow, you may reach middle before you come to it, or Mexico, or many words beginning with the M sound, or containing the do, as window, or dough, or you may get field, or farm, but you are on the right track, and if you do not interfere with your intellectual process you will finally come to the idea which you are seeking. How often have you heard people say, I forget his name, it is something like beetle or beagle, at any rate it begins with a B. Each and all of these were unconscious Loisetians, and they were practicing blindly, and without proper method or direction, the excellent system which he teaches. The thing, then, to do, and it is the final and simple truth which Loiset teaches, is to travel over this ground in the other direction, to cement the fact which you wish to remember to some other fact or word which you know will be brought out by the implied conditions, and thus you will always be able to travel from your given starting point to the thing which you wish to call to mind. To illustrate, let the broken line in the annex diagram represent a train of thought. If we connect the idea A with E through the steps B, C, and D, the tendency of the mind ever afterward will be to get to E from that way, or from any of the intermediates that way. It seems as though a channel were cut in our mind stuff along which the memory flows. How to make it flow this way will be seen later on. Loisette, in common with all mnemonic teachers, uses the old device of representing numbers by letter, and as this is the first and easiest step in the art, this seems to be the most logical place to introduce the accepted equivalents of the Arabic numerals. 0 is always represented by S, Z, or C soft. 1 is always represented by T, TH, or D. 2 is always represented by N. 3 is always represented by M. 4 is always represented by R. 5 is always represented by L. 6 is always represented by SH, J, CH soft, or G soft. 7 is always represented by G hard, KC hard, Q, or final ing. 8 is always represented by F or V. 9 is always represented by P or B. All the other letters are used simply to fill up. Double letters in a word count only as one. In fact, the system goes by sound, not by spelling. For instance, this, or dizzy, would stand for 10, catch, or gush, would stand for 76, and the only difficulty is to make some word or phrase which will contain only the significant letters in the proper order, filled out with non-significance into some guise of meaning or intelligibility. Suppose you wish to get some phrase or word that would express the number 3685, you arrange the letters this way: 3, 6, 8, 5, A, M, A, SH, A, F, A, L, E, E, J, E, V, E, I, CH, I, O, G, O, U, H, W, X, Y. You can make out image of law, my shuffle, matchville, etc., as far as you like to work it out. Now, suppose you wish to memorize the fact that $1 million in gold weighs 3,685 pounds. You go about it in this way, and here is the kernel and crux of Loisette's system. How much does $1 million in gold weigh? Weigh scales. Scales, statue of justice. Statue of justice, image of law. The process is simplicity itself. The thing you wish to recall, and that you fear to forget, is the weight. Consequently, you cement your chain of suggestion to the idea which is most prominent to your mental question. What do you weigh with? Scales. What does the mental picture of scales suggest? The statue of justice, blindfolded and weighing out award and punishment to man. Finally, what is this statue of justice but the image of law? And the words, image of law, translated back from the significant letters M, G soft, F, and L, give you 3, 6, 8, 5, the number of pounds in $1 million in gold. You bind together in your mind each separate step in the journey, the one suggests the other, and you will find a year from now that the fact will be as fresh in your memory as it is today. You cannot lose it. It is chained to you by an unbreakable mnemonic tie. Mark that it is not claimed that weight will of itself suggest scales, and scales, statue of justice, etc., but that once having passed your attention up and down the ladder of ideas, your mental tendency will be to take the same route, and get to the same goal again and again. Indeed, beginning with the weight of $1 million, image of law, will turn up in your mind without your consciousness of any intermediate station on the way, after some iteration and reiteration of the original chain. Again, so as to fasten the process in the reader's mind even more firmly, suppose that it were desired to fix the date of the Battle of Hastings, AD 1066, in the memory. 1066 may be represented by the words: the wise judge, th equals 1, s equals 0, j equals 6, dg equals 6, The others are non-significants. A chain might be made thus: Battle of Hastings, arbitrament of war. Arbitrament of war, arbitration. Arbitration, judgment. Judgment, the wise judge. Make mental pictures, connect ideas, repeat words and sounds, go about it in any way you please, so that you will form a mental habit of connecting the Battle of Hastings with the idea of arbitrament of war, and so on for the other links in the chain, and the work is done. Loisette makes the beginning of his system unnecessarily difficult, to say nothing of his illogical arrangement in the grammar of the art of memory, which he makes the first of his lessons. He analyzes suggestion thus: 1. Inclusion. 2. Exclusion. 3. Concurrence. All of which looks very scientific and orderly, but is really misleading and badly named. The truth is that one idea will suggest another. 1. By likeness or opposition of meaning, as house suggests room, or door, etc., or white suggests black's cruel kind, etc. 2. By likeness of sound, as harrow and barrow, Henry and hennepin. 3. By mental juxtaposition, a peculiarity different in each person and depending upon each one's own experiences. Thus, St. Charles suggests railway bridge to me, because I was vividly impressed by the breaking of the Wabash Bridge at that point. Stable and broken leg come near each other in my experience, so do cow and shotgun and licking. Out of these three sorts of suggestions it is possible to get from any one fact to any other in a chain certain and safe, along which the mind may be depended upon afterward always to follow. The chain is, of course, by no means all. Its making and its binding must be accompanied by a vivid, methodically directed attention, which turns all the mental light gettable in a focus upon the subject passing across the mind's screen. Before Loisette was thought of this was known. In the old times in England, in order to impress upon the minds of the rising generation the parish boundaries in the rural districts, the boys were taken to each of the landmarks in succession, the position and bearings of each pointed out carefully, and in order to deepen the impression, the young people were then and there vigorously thrashed, a mechanical method of attracting the attention which was said never to have failed. This system has had its supporters in many of the old-fashioned schools, and there are men who will read these lines who can recall, with an itching sense of vivid expression, the 144 lickings which were said to go with the multiplication table. In default of a thrashing, however, the student must cultivate as best he can an intense fixity of perception upon every fact or word or date that he wishes to make permanently his own. It is easy. It is a matter of habit. If you will, you can photograph an idea upon your cerebral gelatin so that neither years nor events will blot it out or overlay it. You must be clearly and distinctly aware of the thing you are putting into your mental treasure house, and drastically certain of the cord by which you have tied it to some other thing of which you are sure. Unless it is worth your while to do this, you might as well abandon any hopes of mnemonic improvement, which will not come without the hardest kind of hard work, although it is work that will grow constantly easier with practice and reiteration. You need, then, 1. Methodic suggestion. 2. Methodic attention. 3. Methodic reiteration. And this is all there is to Loisette, and a great deal it is. 2 of them will not do without the third. You do not know how many steps there are from your hall door to your bedroom, though you have attended to and often reiterated the journey. But if there are 20 of them, and you have once bound the word nice, or nose, or news, or hyenas, to the fact of the stairway, you could never forget it. The professor makes a point, and very wisely, of the importance of working through some established chain, so that the whole may be carried away in the mind, not alone for the value of the facts so bound together, but for the mental discipline so afforded. Here, then, is the President Series, which contains the name and the date of inauguration of each president from Washington to Cleveland. The manner in which it is to be mastered is this: beginning at the top, try to find in your mind some connection between each word and the one following it. See how you can at some future time make one suggest the next, either by suggestion of sound or sense, or by mental juxtaposition. When you have found this, dwell on it attentively for a moment or two. Pass it backward and forward before you, and then go on to the next step. The chain runs thus, the names of the presidents being in small caps, the date word in italics. President. Chosen as the first word as the one most apt to occur to the mind of any one wishing to repeat the names of the presidents. Dentist. Precedent and dentist. Draw. What does a dentist do? To give up. When something is drawn from when it is given up. This is a date phrase meaning 1789. Self-sacrifice. There is an association of thought between giving and self-sacrifice. Washington. Washington. Associate the quality of self-sacrifice with Washington's character. Morning wash. Washington and wash. Dew. Early witness and dew. Flower beds. Dew and flowers. Took a bouquet. Flowers and bouquet. Date phrase, 1707. Garden. Bouquet and garden. Eden. The first garden. Atom. Juxtaposition of thought. Atoms. Atoms. Suggestion by sound. Fall. Juxtaposition by thought. Failure. Fall and failure. Deficit. Upon a failure there is usually a deficit. Date word 1801. Debt. The consequence of a deficit. Bonds. Debt and bonds. Confederate bonds. Suggestion by meaning. Jefferson Davis. Juxtaposition of thought. Jefferson. Jefferson. Now, follow out the rest for yourself, taking about 10 at a time, and binding those you do last to those you have done before each time, before attacking the next bunch. 1, 2, 3. Jefferson. Jefferson. The fraud. The heavy shell. Judge Jeffreys. Painted clay. Mollusk. Bloody assize. Baked clay. Unfamiliar word. Bereavement. Tiles. Dictionary. Too heavy a sob. Tyler. Tyler. Johnson's. Parental grief. What Tyler? Johnson. Johnson. Mad son. Poll tax. Son. Madison. Madison. Compulsory. Bad son. Madeira. Free will. Dishonest boy. First-rate wine. Free offering. Thievish boy. Frustrating. Burnt offering. Take. Defeating. Poker. Give. Feet. Poke. Poke. Grant. Grant. Toe the line. End of dance. Award. Row. Termination ly. School premium. Monroe. Monroe. Adverb. Examination. Row. Part of speech. Cramming. Boat. Part of a man. Faggying. Steamer. Tailor. Tailor. Laborer. The funnel. Measurer. Hayfield. Windpipe. Theodolite. Haze. Haze. Throat. Theophilus. Hazy. Quincy. Fill us. Clear. Quincy Adams. Quincy Adams. Fillmore. Fillmore. Vivid. Quince. More fuel. Brightly lighted. Fine fruit. The flame. Campfire. The fine boy. Flambeau. Warfield. Sailor boy. Bow. Garfield. Garfield. Sailor. Arrow. Guteau. Jack Tar. Pierce. Pierce. Murderer. Jackson. Jackson. Hurt. Prisoner. Stonewall. Feeling. Prison fare. Indomitable. Wound. Half fed. Tough make. Soldier. Well fed. Oaken furniture. Cannon. Well read. Bureau. Buchanan. Buchanan. Author. Van Buren. Van Buren. Rebuke. Arthur. Arthur. Rent. Official censure. Round table. Side splitting. To officiate. Tea table. Divert. wedding, teacup, annoy, linked, half full, harassing, Lincoln, Lincoln, divide, Harrison, Harrison, link, cleave, old Harry, stroll, Cleveland, Cleveland, the tempter, seashore. It will be noted that some of the date words, as free will, only give 3 figures of the date, 845, but it is to be supposed that if the student knows that many figures in the date of Polk's inauguration, he can guess the other one. The curious thing about this system will now become apparent. If the reader has learned the series so that he can say it down from first president to Cleveland, he can with no effort, and without any further preparation, say it backward, from Cleveland up to the commencement. There could be no better proof that this is the natural mnemonic system. It proves itself by its works. 0. Hose. 1. Wheat. 34. Mare. 67. Jockey. 2. Hen. 35. Mill. 68. Shave. 3. Home. 36. Image. 69. Ship. 4. Hair. 37. Mug. 70. Eggs. 5. Oil. 38. Muff. 71. Gate. 6. Shoe. 39. Mob. 72. Gun. 7. Hook. 40. Race. 73. Comb. 8. Off. 41. Heart. 74. Hawker. 9. B. 42. Horn. 75. Coal. 10. Daisy. 43. Army. 76. Cage. 11. Tooth. 44. Warrior. 77. Cake. 12. Dine. 45. Royal. 78. Coffee. 13. Time. 46. Arch. 79. Cube. 14. Tower. 47. Rock. 80. Vase. 15. Dell. 48. Wharf. 81. Feet. 16. Ditch. 49. Rope. 82. Vein. 17. Duck. 50. Wheels. 83. Fame. 18. Dove. 51. Lad. 84. Fire. 19. Tabby. 52. Lion. 85. Vial. 20. Hyenas. 53. Lamb. 86. Fish. 21. Hand. 54. Lair. 87. Fig. 22. None. 55. Lily. 88. 5. 23. Name. 56. Lodge. 89. Fib. 24. Owner. 57. Lake. 90. Pies. 25. Nail. 58. Leaf. 91. Putty. 26. Hinge. 59. Elbow. 92. Pain. 27. Ink. 60. Chess. 93. Bomb. 28. Knife. 61. Cheat. 94. Beer. 29. Knob. 62. Chain. 95. Bell. 30. Muse. 63. Sham. 96. Peach. 31. Mayday. 64. Chair. 97. Book. 32. Hymen. 65. Jail. 98. Beef, 33. Mama, 66. Judge, 99. Pope, 100. Diocese. The series should be repeated backward and forward every day for a month, and should be supplemented by a series of the reader's own making, and by this one, which gives the numbers from 0 to 100, and which must be chained together before they can be learned. By the use of this table, which should be committed as thoroughly as the President series, so that it can be repeated backwards and forwards, any date, figure or number can be at once constructed, and bound by the usual chain to the fact which you wish it to accompany. When the student wishes to go farther and attack larger problems than the simple binding of two facts together, there is little in Loisette's system that is new, although there is much that is good. If it is a book that is to be learned, as one would prepare for an examination, each chapter is to be considered separately. Of each a précis is to be written in which the writer must exercise all of his ingenuity to reduce the matter in hand to its final skeleton of fact. This he is to commit to memory both by the use of the chain and the old system of interrogation. Suppose after much labor through a wide space of language one boils a chapter to an event down to the final irreducible sediment. Magna Carta was exacted by the barons from King John at Runnymede. You must now turn this statement this way and that way, asking yourself about it every possible and impossible question, gravely considering the answers, and if you find any part of it especially difficult to remember, chaining it to the question which will bring it out. Thus, what was exacted by the barons from King John at Runnymede? Magna Carta. By whom was Magna Carta exacted from King John at Runnymede? By the barons. From whom was, etc., etc.? King John. From what king? Etc., etc. King John. Where was Magna Carta? Etc., etc. At Runnymede. And so on, as long as your ingenuity can suggest questions to ask, or points of view from which to consider the statement. Your mind will be finally saturated with the information and prepared to spill it out at the first squeeze of the examiner. This, however, is not new. It was taught in the schools hundreds of years before Loisette was born. Old newspaper men will recall in connection with it Horace Greeley's statement that the test of a news item was the clear and satisfactory manner in which a report answered the interrogatories. What? When? Where? Who? Why? In the same way Loisette advises the learning of poetry, e.g. The Assyrian came down like a wolf on the fold. Who came down? How did the Assyrian come down? Like what animal did? Etc. And so on, until the verses are exhausted of every scrap of information to be had out of them by the most assiduous cross-examination. Whatever the reader may think of the availability or value of this part of the system, there are so many easily applicable tests of the worth of much that Loisette has done, that it may be taken with the rest. Few people, to give an easy example, can remember the value of plus, the ratio between the circumference and the diameter of the circle, beyond 4 places of decimals, or at most 6, 3, 141, 592 plus. Here is the value to 108 decimal places. 3, 141592653589799323841971694459230781640628620899862803482534211706708 0348253421170679821488086. By a very simple application of the numerical letter values, these 108 decimal places can be carried in the mind and recalled about as fast as you can write them down. All that is to be done is to memorize these nonsense lines. Mother Day will buy any shawl. My love, pick up my new muff. A Russian jeer may move a woman. Cable's enough for Utopia. Get a cheap ham pie by my coolie. The slave knows a bigger ape. I rarely hop on my sick foot. Cheer a sage in a fashion safe. A baby fish now views my wharf. Annually merry and did kiss a jay. A cabby found a rough savage. Now translate each significant into its proper value and you have the task accomplished. Mother Day. M equals 3, TH equals 1, R equals 4, D equals 1, and so on. Learn the lines one at a time by the method of interrogatories. Who will buy any shawl? Which Mrs. Day will buy a shawl? Is Mother Day particular about the sort of shawl she will buy? Has she bought a shawl? Etc., etc. Then cement the end of each line to the beginning of the next one, thus shawl, warm garment, warmth, love, my love, and go on as before. Stupid as the work may seem to you, you can memorize the figures in 15 minutes this way so that you will not forget them in 15 years. Similarly, you can take Haydn's Dictionary of Dates and turn fact after fact into nonsense lines like these which you cannot lose. And this ought to be enough to show anybody the whole art. If you look back across the sands of time and find out that it is that ridiculous old 30 days hath September, which comes to you when you are trying to think of the length of October, if you can quote your old prosody, O dater ambiguous, etc., with much more certainty than you can serve up your Horace, if in fine, jingles and alliterations, wise and otherwise, have stayed with you, while solid and serviceable information has faded away, you may be certain that here is the key to the enigma of memory. You can apply it yourself in 100 ways. If you wish to clinch in your mind the fact that Mr. Love lives at 485 Dearborn Street, what is more easy than to turn 485 into the words, rifle, and chain the ideas together, say thus: love, happiness, good time, picnic, forest, wood rangers, range, rifle, fine weapon, costly weapon, dearly bought, Dearborn. Dearborn. Or if you wish to remember Mr. Bowman's name, and you notice he has a mole on his face which is apt to attract your attention when you next see him, cement the ideas thus: mole, mark, target, archer, Bowman. Facts worth knowing. Handy facts to settle many arguments. London plague in 1665. Telephone invented 1861. There are 2,750 languages. 2 persons die every second. Sound moves 743 miles per hour. Chinese invented paper 170 BC. A square mile contains 640 acres. A barrel of pork weighs 200 pounds. Hawks can fly 150 miles in 1 hour. Watches were first constructed in 1476. Chinese in United States in 1880, 105,613. Rome was founded by Romulus, 752 BC. Gold was discovered in California in 1848. Phonograph invented by T.A. Edison, 1877. The first balloon ascended from Lyons, France, 1783. The first fire insurance office in America, Boston, 1724. Jet is found along the coast of Yorkshire, near Whitby. Napoleon I, Crown Emperor 1804, died at St. Helena, 1820. Electric light invented by Lodigan and Kosloff, at London, 1874. Harvard is the oldest college in the United States, established 1638. War declared with Great Britain, June 19, 1812, peace February 18, 1815. Until 1776 cotton spinning was performed by the hand spinning wheel. Measure 209 feet on each side and you will have a square acre within an inch. Postage stamps first came into use in England in the year 1840, in the United States in 1847. The highest range of mountains are the Himalayas, the mean elevation being from 16,000 to 18,000 feet. Envelopes were first used in 1839. Telescopes were invented in 1590. Iron horseshoes were made in 481. A barrel of flour weighs 196 pounds. A hand horse measure is 4 inches. A rifle ball moves 1,000 miles per hour. First steamer crossed the Atlantic, 1819. Assassination of Lincoln, April 14, 1865. German Empire re-established, January 18, 1871. Storm clouds move 36 miles an hour. First subscription library, Philadelphia, 1731. Dark Ages, from the 6th to the 14th century. The Latin tongue became obsolete about 580. The Great London Fire occurred September 26, 1666. The value of a ton of pure gold is $602,799.21. Ether was first used for surgical purposes in 1844. Ignatius Loyola founded the Order of Jesuits, 1541. First authentic use of organs, 755. In England, 951. The first newspaper advertisement appeared in 1652. Cork is the bark taken from a species of the oak tree. Benjamin Franklin used the first lightning rods, 1752. Glass windows, colored, were used in the 8th century. Authentic history of China commenced 3000 years BC. Introduction of homeopathy into the United States, 1825. Spectacles were invented by an Italian in the 13th century. Medicine was introduced into Rome from Greece, 200 BC. First electric telegraph, Paddington to Brayton, and 1835. The Chaldeans were the first people who worked in metals. First life insurance, in London, 1772, in America, Philadelphia, 1812. Egyptian pottery is the oldest known, dates from 2000 BC. Julius Caesar invaded Britain, 55 BC, assassinated, 44 BC. Soap was first manufactured in England in the 16th century. The largest free territorial government is the United States. First photographs produced in England, 1802, perfected, 1841. First marine insurance, 8533, England, 1598, America, 1721. Professor Ørsted, Copenhagen, discovered electromagnetism in 1819. First American Express, New York to Boston, W. F. Harnden. Glass windows were first introduced into England in the 8th century. Chicago is little more than 50 years old, and is the 18th city of the world. Glass was made in Egypt, 3000 BC, earliest date of transparent glass, 719 BC. First public schools in America were established in the New England states about 1642. The largest inland sea is the Caspian, between Europe and Asia, being 700 miles long and 270 miles wide. The term, almighty dollar, originated with Washington Irving, as a satire on the American love for gain. The highest natural bridge in the world is at Rockbridge, Virginia, being 200 feet high to the bottom of the arch. The largest circulation of paper money is that of the United States, being 700 millions, while Russia has 670 millions. The largest insurance company in the world is the Mutual Life of New York City, having cash assets of $108 million. The largest empire in the world is that of Great Britain, being 8,557,658 square miles, and more than a sixth part of the globe. The first electrical signal ever transmitted between Europe and America passed over the Field submarine cable on August 5, 1858. The longest tunnel in the world is St. Gothard, on the line of the railroad between Luzerne and Milan, being 9½ miles in length. The loftiest active volcano is Popocatépetl. It is 17,784 feet high, and has a crater 3 miles in circumference, and 1,000 feet deep. Burnt brick was known to have been used in building the Tower of Babel. They were introduced into England by the Romans. The most remarkable echo known is that in the castle of Simonetta, 2 miles from Milan. It repeats the echo of a pistol 60 times. The largest volcano in the world is Etna. Its base is 90 miles in circumference, its cone 11,000 feet high. Its first eruption occurred 474 BC. The largest tree in the world, as yet discovered, is in Tulare County, California. It is 275 feet high and 106 feet in circumference at its base. The largest desert is Sahara, in northern Africa. Its length is 3,000 miles and breadth 900 miles, having an area of 2 million square miles. The largest suspension bridge is in Brooklyn. The length of the main span is 1,595 feet 6 inches. The entire length of the bridge is 5,989 feet. The first deaf and dumb asylum was founded in England by Thomas Braidwood, 1760, and the first in the United States was at Hartford, 1817. The largest diamond in the world is the Braganza, being a part of the Portuguese jewels. It weighs 1,880 carats. It was found in Brazil in 1741. The grade of titles in Great Britain stands in the following order from the highest: a prince, duke, marquis, earl, viscount, baron, baronet, knight. The largest number of cattle ever received in one year was that of Chicago in the year 1884, being 1,874,984 beeves, 30,223 calves, 5,640,625 hogs, 749,917 sheep, and 15,625 horses. It required 9,000 trains of 31 cars each, which, if coupled together, would reach 2,146 miles. The Valley of Death, in the island of Java, is simply the crater of an extinct volcano, filled with carbonic acid gas. It is half a mile in circumference. The city of Amsterdam, Holland, is built upon piles driven into the ground. It is intersected by numerous canals, crossed by nearly 300 bridges. Coal was used as fuel in England as early as 852, and in 1234 the first charter to dig for it was granted by Henry III to the inhabitants of Newcastle on Tyne. Tobacco was discovered in San Domingo in 1496, afterwards by the Spaniards in Yucatan in 1520. It was introduced in France in 1560, and into England in 1583. The present national colors of the United States were not adopted by Congress until 1777. The flag was first used by Washington at Cambridge, January 1, 1776. Paris was known as Lutetia until 1184, when the name of the great French capital was changed to that which it has borne ever since. The longest span of wire in the world is used for a telegraph in India over the river Vistula. It is over 6,000 feet, and is stretched between two hills 1,200 feet high. The largest library in the world is in Paris, founded by Louis XIV. It contains 1,400,000 volumes, 175,000 manuscripts, 300,000 maps and charts, and 150,000 coins and medals. The tallest man was John Hale, of Lancashire, England, who was 9 feet 6 inches in height. His hand was 17 inches long and 8½ inches broad. In round numbers, the weight of $1 million in standard gold coin is 1 3/4 tons, standard silver coin, 26 3/4 tons, subsidiary silver coin, 25 tons, minor coins, 5-cent nickel, 100 tons. The largest stationary engine in the world is at the zinc mines at Friedenville. The number of gallons of water raised every minute is 17,500. The driving wheels are 35 feet diameter and weigh 40 tons each. The cylinder is 110 inches in diameter. The part of United States territory most recently acquired is the island of San Juan, near Vancouver's Island. It was evacuated by England at the close of November, 1873. The highest monument in the world is the Washington Monument, being 555 feet. The highest structure of any kind is the Eiffel Tower, Paris, finished in 1889 and 989 feet high. It is claimed that crows, eagles, ravens, and swans live to be 100 years old, herons, 59, parrots, 60, pelicans and geese, 50, skylarks, 30, sparrowhawks, 40, peacocks, canaries, and cranes, 24. The greatest cataract in the world is Niagara, the height of the American Falls being 165 feet. The highest fall of water in the world is that of the Yosemite in California, being 2,550 feet. The most ancient catacombs are those of the Theban kings, begun 4,000 years ago. The catacombs of Rome contain the remains of about 6 million human beings, those of Paris, 3 million. The quickest passage ever made across the Atlantic was that of the steamer Lucania, of the Cunard Line, being 5 days 7 hours and 23 minutes from New York to Queenstown, the distance being 2,850 miles. There has been no irregularity in the recurrence of leap year every 4 years since 1800, and will be none until 1900, which will be a common year, although it will come forth after the preceding leap year. The first English newspaper was the English Mercury, issued in the reign of Queen Elizabeth, and was issued in the shape of a pamphlet. The Gazette of Venice was the original model of the modern newspaper. The Mormon Church in Utah shows a membership of 127,294, 23,000 families. The Church has 12 apostles, 58 patriarchs, 3,885 70s, 3,153 high priests, 11,000 elders, 1,500 bishops, and 4,400 deacons, being in office for each 6 persons. A monkey wrench is not so named because it is a handy thing to monkey with, or for any kindred reason. Monkey is not its name at all, but Monkey. Charles Monkey, the inventor of it, sold his patent for $2,000 and invested the money in a house in Williamsburg, Kings County, NY, where he now lives. The Union Arch of the Washington Aqueduct is the largest in the world, being 220 feet. 20 feet in excess of the Chester Arch across the Dee in England, 68 feet longer than that of the London Bridge, 92 feet longer than that at Neuilly on the Seine, and 100 feet longer than that of Waterloo Bridge. The height of the Washington Arch is 100 feet. The largest ship ever built, the Great Eastern, recently broken to pieces and sold to junk dealers, was designed and constructed by Scott Russell, at Maxwell, on the Thames. Work on the giant vessel was commenced in May, 1854. She was successfully launched January 13, 1858. The launching alone occupied the time from November 3, 1857, until the date above given. Her total length was 600 feet, breadth 118 feet, total weight when launched 12,000 tons. Her first trip of any consequence was made to New York in 1859–60. The most extensive mines in the world are those of Freiberg, Saxony. They were begun in the 12th century, and in 1835 the galleries, taken collectively, had reached the unprecedented length of 123 miles. A new gallery, begun in 1838, had reached a length of 8 miles at the time of the census of 1878. The deepest perpendicular mining shaft in the world is located at Pryzorum, Bohemia. It is a lead mine. It was begun 1832. January 1880, it was 3,280 feet deep. The deepest coal mine in the world is near Tournai, Belgium. It is 3,542 feet in depth, but, unlike the lead mine mentioned above, it is not perpendicular. The deepest rock salt bore in the world is near Berlin, Prussia. It is 4,185 feet deep. The deepest hole ever bored into the earth is the artesian well at Potsdam, which is 5,500 feet in depth. The deepest coal mines in England are the Dunkirk collieries of Lancashire, which are 2,824 feet in depth. The deepest coal shaft in the United States is located at Pottsville, Pennsylvania. In 1885 it had reached a depth of 1,576 feet. From this great depth 400 cars, holding 4 tons each, are hoisted daily. The deepest silver mine in the United States is the Yellow Jacket, one of the great Comstock system at Virginia City, Nevada. The lower levels are 2,700 feet below the hoisting works. Fate of the Apostles. The following brief history of the fate of the Apostles may be new to those whose reading has not been evangelical. St. Matthew is supposed to have suffered martyrdom, or was slain with the sword at the city of Ethiopia. St. Mark was dragged through the streets of Alexandria, in Egypt, till he expired. St. Luke was hanged upon an olive tree in Greece. St. John was put into a cauldron of boiling oil at Rome and escaped death. He afterward died a natural death at Ephesus in Asia. St. James the Great was beheaded at Jerusalem. St. James the Less was thrown from a pinnacle, or wing of the temple, and then beaten to death with a fuller's club. St. Philip was hanged up against a pillar at Hierapolis, a city of Phrygia. St. Bartholomew was flayed alive by the command of a barbarous king. St. Andrew was bound to a cross, whence he preached unto the people until he expired. St. Thomas was run through the body with a lance at Coromandel, in the East Indias. St. Jude was shot to death with arrows. St. Simon Zealot was crucified in Persia. St. Matthias was first stoned and then beheaded. St. Barnabas was stoned to death by Jews at Salonia. St. Paul was beheaded at Rome by the tyrant Nero. The capital of the United States has been located at different times at the following places: at Philadelphia from September 5, 1774, until December 1776, at Baltimore from December 20, 1776, to March 1777, at Philadelphia from March 4, 1777, to September 1777, at Lancaster, Pennsylvania, from September 27, 1777, to September 30, 1777, at York, Pennsylvania, from September 30, 1777, to July 1778, at Philadelphia from July 2, 1778, to June 30, 1783, at Princeton, New Jersey, June 30, 1783, to November 20, 1783. Annapolis, Maryland, November 26, 1783, to November 30, 1784, Trenton, from November 1784 to January 1785, New York from January 11, 1785, to 1790, then the seat of government was removed to Philadelphia, where it remained until 1800, since which time it has been in Washington. The single tax. This idea was first formulated by Mr. Henry George in 1879, and has grown steadily in favor. Single tax men assert as a fundamental principle that all men are equally entitled to the use of the earth. Therefore, no one should be allowed to hold valuable land without paying to the community the value of the privilege. They hold that this is the only rightful source of public revenue, and they would therefore abolish all taxation, local, state, and national, except a tax upon the rental value of land exclusive of its improvements, the revenue thus raised to be divided among local, state, and general governments, as the revenue from certain direct taxes is now divided between local and state governments. The single tax would not fall on all land, but only on valuable land, and on that in proportion to its value. It would thus be a tax, not on use or improvements, but on ownership of land, taking what would otherwise go to the landlord as owner. In accordance with the principle that all men are equally entitled to the use of the earth, they would solve the transportation problem by public ownership and control of all highways, including the roadbeds of railroads, leaving their use equally free to all. The single tax system would, they claim, dispense with a horde of tax gatherers, simplify government, and greatly reduce its costs, give us with all the world that absolute free trade which now exists between the states of the Union, abolish all taxes on private uses of money, take the weight of taxation from agricultural districts, where land has little or no value apart from improvements, and put it upon valuable land, such as city lots and mineral deposits. It would call upon men to contribute for public expenses in proportion to the natural opportunities they monopolize, and make it unprofitable for speculators to hold land unused, or only partly used, thus opening to labor unlimited fields of employment, solving the labor problem and abolishing involuntary poverty. Value of foreign coins. Proclaimed by law, January 1, 1891. Country. Country. Monetary units. Standard. Standard. Value in U.S. money. Value in U.S. money. Argentine Republic. Peso. Gold and silver. 96 cents. 5 to 10. Austria. Florin. Silver. 0.38. 1 to 10. Belgium. Franc. Gold and silver. 0.19. 3 to 10. Bolivia. Boliviano. Silver. 0.77. 1 to 10. Brazil. Milreis. Gold. 0.54. 6 to 10. Canada. Dollar. Gold. 1.00. Chile. Peso. Gold and silver. 0.91. 2 to 10. China. Tael. Silver. 1.27. Cuba. Peso. Gold and silver. 0.92. 6 to 10. Denmark. Crown. Gold. 0.26. 8 to 10. Ecuador. Peso. Silver. 0.77. 1 to 10. Egypt. Piastre. Gold. 0.04. 9 to 10. France. Franc. Gold and silver. 0.19. 3 to 10. Great Britain. Pound sterling. Gold. 4.86. 6 to 100. Greece. Drachma. Gold and silver. 0.19. 3 to 10. Ermine Empire. Mark. Gold. 0.23. 8 to 10. Haiti. Gourd. Gold and silver. 0.96. 5 to 10. India. Rupee. Silver. 0.36. 6 to 10. Italy. Lira. Gold and silver. 0.19. 3 to 10. Japan. Yen. Silver. 0.85. 8 to 10. Liberia. Dollar. Gold. 1.00. Mexico. Dollar. Silver. 0.83. 7 to 10. Netherlands. Florin. Gold and silver. 0.40. 2 to 10. Norway. Crown. Gold. 0.26. 8 to 10. Peru. Sol. Silver. 0.77. 1 to 10. Portugal. Maurice. Gold. 1.08. Russia. Ruble. Silver. 0.61. 7 to 10. Sandwich Islands. Dollar. Gold. 1.00. Spain. Peseta. Gold and silver. 0.19. 3 to 10. Sweden. Crown. Gold. 0.26. 8 to 10. Switzerland. Franc. Gold and silver. 0.19. 3 to 10. Tripoli. Mabab. Silver. 0.69. 5 to 10. Turkey. Piastre. Gold. 0.04. 4 to 10. U.S. of Colombia. Peso. Silver. 0.79. 5 to 10. Venezuela. Bolivar. Gold and silver. 0.15. 4 to 10. The largest producing farm in the world lies in the southwest corner of Louisiana, owned by a northern syndicate. It runs 100 miles north and south. The immense tract is divided into convenient pastures, with stations of ranches every 6 miles. The fencing alone cost nearly $50,000. The 7 wonders of the world are 7 most remarkable objects of the ancient world. They are the pyramids of Egypt, Pharos of Alexandria, walls and hanging gardens of Babylon, Temple of Diana at Ephesus, the statue of the Olympian Jupiter, Mausoleum of Artemisia, and Colossus of Rhodes. The 7 sages flourished in Greece in the 6th century BCE. They were renowned for their maxims of life and as the authors of the mottos inscribed in the Delphian temple. Their names are Solon, Chilo, Pittacus, Bias, Periander, Cleobulus, and Thales. The estimated number of Christians in the world is over 408 million, of Buddhists, 420 million, of the followers of Brahma, 180 million, of Mohammedans, 150 million, of Jews, 8 million, of atheists, deists, and infidels, 85 million, of pagans, 50 million, and of the 1,100 other minor creeds, 123 million. In 1775 there were only 27 newspapers published in the United States. 10 years later, in 1785, there were 7 published in the English language in Philadelphia alone, of which one was a daily. The oldest newspaper published in Philadelphia at the time of the Federal Convention was the Pennsylvania Gazette, established by Samuel Keimer in 1728. The second newspaper in point of age was the Pennsylvania Journal, established in 1742 by William Bradford, whose uncle, Andrew Bradford, established the first newspaper in Pennsylvania, the American Weekly Mercury, in 1719. The next in age, but the first in importance, was the Pennsylvania Packet, established by John Dunlop in 1771. In 1784 it became a daily, being the first daily newspaper printed on this continent. Gems of Thought. Poor Richard's Almanac by Benjamin Franklin. Poor Richard's Almanac. Courteous reader. Courteous reader. I have heard that nothing gives an author so great pleasure as to find his works respectfully quoted by other learned authors. This pleasure I have seldom enjoyed. For though I have been, if I may say it without vanity, an eminent author of almanacs annually now for a full quarter of a century, my brother authors in the same way, for what reason I know not, have ever been very sparing in their applauses, and no other author has taken the least notice of me, so that did not my writings produce me some solid pudding, the great deficiency of praise would have quite discouraged me. I concluded at length that the people were the best judges of my merit, for they buy my works, and besides, in my rambles where I am not personally known, I have frequently heard one or other of my adages repeated, with as Poor Richard says at the end of it. This gives me some satisfaction, as it showed, not only that my instructions were regarded, but discovered likewise some respect for my authority, and I own that to encourage the practice of remembering and repeating those sentences, I have sometimes quoted myself with great activity. Judge, then, how much I must have been gratified by an incident I am going to relate to you. I stopped my horse lately where a great number of people were collected at a vendue of merchants' goods. The hour of sale not being come, they were conversing on the badness of the times, and one of the company called to a plain, clean old man with white locks. Pray, Father Abraham, what think you of the times? Won't these heavy taxes quite ruin the country? How shall we ever be able to pay them? What would you advise us to do? Father Abraham stood up and replied, If you would have my advice, I will give it you in short, for a word to the wise is enough, and many words won't fill a bushel, as Poor Richard says. They all joined, desiring him to speak his mind, and gathering round him, he proceeded as follows. Friends, says he, and neighbors, the taxes are indeed very heavy, and if those laid on by the government were the only ones we had to pay, we might the more easily discharge them, but we have many others, and much more grievous to some of us. We are taxed twice as much by our idleness, 3 times as much by our pride, and 4 times as much by our folly, and from these taxes the commissioners cannot ease or deliver us, by allowing an abatement. However, let us hearken to good advice, and something may be done for us. God helps them that help themselves, as Poor Richard says in his Almanac of 1733. Idleness, pride, folly. It would be thought a hard government that should tax its people 1/10 part of their time, to be employed in its service. But idleness taxes many of us much more, if we reckon all that is spent in absolute sloth, or doing of nothing, with that which is spent in idle employments or amusements that amount to nothing. Sloth, by bringing on disease, absolutely shortens life. Sloth, like rust, consumes faster than labor wears, while the used key is always bright, as Poor Richard says. But dost thou love life? Then do not squander time, for that's the stuff life is made of, as Poor Richard says. Time. How much more that is necessary do we spend in sleep? Forgetting that the sleeping fox catches no poultry, and that there will be sleeping enough in the grave, as Poor Richard says. If times be of all things the most precious, wasting of time must be, as Poor Richard says, the greatest prodigality, since, as he elsewhere tells us, lost time is never found again, and what we call time enough always proves little enough. Let us then up and be doing, and doing to the purpose, so, by diligence, shall we do more with less perplexity. Sloth makes all things difficult, but industry all things easy, as Poor Richard says, and he that riseth late must trot all day, and shall scarce overtake his business at night, while laziness travels so slowly that poverty soon overtakes him, as we read in Poor Richard, who adds, Drive thy business. Let not that drive thee. And early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. So what signifies wishing and hoping for better times? We may make these times better if we bestir ourselves. Industry need not wish, as Poor Richard says, and he that lives on hope will die fasting. There are no gains without pains, then help, hands. For I have no lands, or if I have they are smartly taxed. And, as Poor Richard likewise observes, he that hath a trade hath an estate, and he that hath a calling hath an honor. But then the trade must be worked at, and the calling well followed, or either the estate nor the office will enable us to pay our taxes. If we are industrious we shall never starve, for, as Poor Richard says, at the working man's house hunger looks in, but dares not enter. Nor will the bailiff or the constable enter, for industry pays debts, while despair increaseth them. What though you have found no treasure, nor has any rich relation left you a legacy? Diligence is the mother of good luck, as Poor Richard says, and God gives all things to industry. Then plough deep while the sluggards sleep, and you shall have corn to sell and to keep, says Poor Dick. Work while it is called today, for you know not how much you may be hindered tomorrow, which makes Poor Richard say, one today is worth 2 tomorrows, and farther, have you somewhat to do tomorrow? Do it today. If you were a servant, would you not be ashamed that a good master should catch you idle? Are you then your own master? Be ashamed to catch yourself idle, as Poor Richard says. When there is so much to be done for yourself, your family, your country, and your gracious king, be up by peep of day. Let not the sun look down and say, Inglorious, here he lies! Handle your tools without mittens. Remember that the cat in gloves catches no mice. As Poor Richard says, 'tis true there is much to be done, and perhaps you are weak-handed, but stick to it steadily, and you will see great effects, for constant dropping wears away stones, and by diligence and patience the mouse ate into the cable, and little strokes fell great oaks, as Poor Richard says in his almanac, the year I cannot just now remember. Methinks I hear some of you say, must a man afford himself no leisure? I will tell thee, my friend, what Poor Richard says, employ thy time well, if thou meanest to gain leisure, and since thou art not sure of a minute, throw not away an hour. Leisure is time for doing something useful. This leisure the diligent man will obtain, but the lazy man never. So that, as Poor Richard says, a life of leisure and a life of laziness are 2 things. Do you imagine that sloth will afford you more comfort than labor? No! For as Poor Richard says, trouble springs from idleness, and grievous toil from needless ease. Many, without labor, would live by their wits only, but they'll break for want of stock, i.e. capital, whereas industry gives comfort, and plenty, and respect. Fly pleasures, and they'll follow you. The diligent spinner has a large shift, and now I have a sheep and a cow. Everybody bids me good morrow. All which is well said by Poor Richard. But with our industry we must likewise be steady, settled, and careful, and oversee our own affairs with our own eyes, and not trust too much to others, for, as Poor Richard says, I never saw an oft-removed tree, nor yet an oft-removed family, that throve so well as those that settled be. And again, 3 removes are as bad as a fire, and again, keep thy shop, and thy shop will keep thee, and again, if you would have your business done, go, if not, send. And again, he that by the plough would thrive, himself must either hold or drive. And again, the eye of the master will do more work than both his hands. And again, want of care does us more damage than want of knowledge. And again, not to oversee workmen is to leave them your purse open. Trusting too much to others' care is the ruin of many, for, as the almanac says, in the affairs of this world men are saved, not by faith, but by the want of it. But a man's own care is profitable. For saith Poor Dick, learning is to the studious and riches to the careful, as well as power to the bold, and heaven to the virtuous. And further, if you would have a faithful servant, and one that you like, serve yourself. And again, he adviseth to circumspection and care, even in the smallest matters, because sometimes a little neglect may breed great mischief, adding, for want of a nail the shoe was lost, for want of a shoe the horse was lost, and for want of a horse the rider was lost, being overtaken and slain by the enemy, all for want of a little care about a horseshoe nail. So much for industry, my friends, and attention to one's own business. But to these we must add frugality, if we would make our industry more certainly successful. A man may, if he knows not how to save as he gets, keep his nose all his life to the grindstone, and die not worth a groat at last. A fat kitchen makes a lean will, as Poor Richard says, and many estates are spent in the getting. Since women for tea forsook spinning and knitting, and men for punch forsook hewing and splitting. If you would be wealthy, says he in another almanac, think of saving as well as of getting. The Indies have not made Spain rich, because her outgoes are greater than her incomes. Away, then, with your expensive follies, and you will not have so much cause to complain of hard times, heavy taxes, and chargeable families, for, as poor Dick says, women and wine, game and deceit, make the wealth small and the wants great. And farther, what maintains one vice would bring up 2 children. You may think, perhaps, that a little tea, or a little punch now and then, a diet a little more mostly, clothes a little more finer, and a little more entertainment now and then, can be no great matter. But remember what Poor Richard says, many a little makes a mickle, and further, beware of little expenses, a small leak will sink a great ship, and again, who dainties love, shall beggars prove. And moreover, fools make feasts and wise men eat them. Here are you all got together at this vendue of fineries knickknacks. You call them goods, but if you do not take care, they will prove evils to some of you. You expect they will be sold cheap, and perhaps they may for less than they cost. But, if you have no occasion for them, they must be dear to you. Remember what Poor Richard says, buy what thou hast no need of, and ere long thou shalt sell thy necessaries. And again, at a great pennyworth, pause a while. He means that perhaps the cheapness is apparent only, and not real, or the bargain by straightening thee in thy business may do thee more harm than good. For in another place he says, many have been ruined by buying good pennyworths. Again, Poor Richard says, 'tis foolish to lay out money in a purchase of repentance, and yet this folly is practiced every day at vendues for want of minding the almanac. Wise men, as Poor Richard says, learn by others' harms, fools scarcely by their own, but felix quem facient aliena pericula caudam. Many a one for the sake of finery on the back, has gone with a hungry belly, and half starved their families. Silks and satins, scarlets and velvets, as Poor Richard says, put out the kitchen fire. These are not the necessaries of life. They can scarcely be called the conveniences, and yet, only because they look pretty, how many want to have them? The artificial wants of mankind thus become more numerous than the natural, and, as poor Dick says, for one poor person there are 100 indigent. By these and other extravagances, the genteel are reduced to poverty, and forced to borrow of those whom they formerly despised, but who, through industry and frugality, have maintained their standing, in which case it appears plainly that a ploughman on his legs is higher than a gentleman on his knees, as Poor Richard says. Perhaps they have had a small estate left them, which they know not the getting of. They think, 'tis day, and will never be night, that a little to be spent out of so much is not worth minding. A child and a fool, as Poor Richard says, imagine 20 shilling and 20 years can never be spent, but always taking out of the meal tub and never putting in, soon comes to the bottom. Then, as poor Dick says, when the well's dry, they know the worth of water. But this they might have known before, if they had taken his advice. If you would know the value of money, go and try to borrow some, for he that goes a-borrowing, goes a-sorrowing, and indeed, so does he that lends to such people, when he goes to get it again. Poor Dick further advises and says, fond pride of dress is, sure, a very curse. Ere fancy you consult your purse. And again, pride is as loud a beggar as want, and a great deal more saucy. When you have bought one fine thing, you must buy 10 more, that your appearance may be all of a piece. But poor Dick says, 'tis easier to suppress the first desire than to satisfy all that follow it. And 'tis as truly folly for the poor to ape the rich, as for the frog to swell in order to equal the ox. Great estates may venture more, but little boats should keep near shore. 'Tis, however, a folly soon punished, for pride that dines on vanity sups on contempt, as Poor Richard says. And in another place, pride breakfasted with plenty, dined with poverty and supped with infancy. And after all, what use is this pride of appearance, for which so much is risked, so much is suffered? It cannot promote health or ease pain. It makes no increase of merit in the person. It creates envy. It hastens misfortune. What is a butterfly? At best, he's but a caterpillar drayist. The gaudy fops his picture just, as Poor Richard says. But what madness must it be to run into debt for these superfluities? We are offered, by the terms of this vendu, 6 months' credit, and that, perhaps, has induced some of us to attend it, because we cannot spare the ready money, and hope now to be fine without it. But, think what you do when you run in debt. You give to another power over your liberty. If you cannot pay at the time, you will be ashamed to see your creditor, you will be in fear when you speak to him, you will make poor, pitiful, sneaking excuses, and by degrees come to lose our veracity, and sink into base, downright lying, for, as Poor Richard says, the second vice is lying, the first is running into debt, and again, to the same purpose, lying rides upon debt's back. Whereas a free-born Englishman ought not to be ashamed or afraid to see or speak to any man living. But poverty often deprives a man of all spirit and virtue. 'Tis hard for an empty bag to stand upright, as Poor Richard truly says. What would you think of that prince, or that government who should issue an edict forbidding you to dress like a gentleman or gentlewoman, on pain of imprisonment or servitude? Would you not say that you are free, have a right to dress as you please, and that such an edict would be a breach of your privileges, and such a government tyrannical? And yet you are about to put yourself under such tyranny, when you run in debt for such dress. Your creditor has authority, at his pleasure, to deprive you of your liberty, by confining you in jail for life, or to sell you for a servant, if you should not be able to pay him. When you have got your bargain you may, perhaps, think little of payment, but creditors, Poor Richard tells us, have better memories than debtors, and in another place says, creditors are a superstitious set, great observers of set days and times. The day comes round before you are aware, and the demand is made before you are prepared to satisfy it, or, if you will bear your debt in mind, the term which at first seems so long will, as it lessens, appear extremely short. Time will seem to have added wings to his heels as well as his shoulders. Those have a short Lent, saith Poor Richard, who owe money to be paid at Easter. Then since, as he says, the borrower is a slave to the lender, and the debtor to the creditor, disdain the chain, preserve your freedom, and maintain your independency. Be industrious and free, be frugal and free. At present, perhaps, you may think yourself in thriving circumstances, and that you can bear a little extravagance without injury. But, for age and want, save while you may. No morning sun lasts a whole day. As Poor Richard says, gain may be temporary and uncertain, but ever, while you live, expense is constant and certain, and 'tis easier to build 2 chimneys than to keep one in fuel, as Poor Richard says, so, rather go to bed supperless than rise in debt. Get what you can and what you get hold. 'Tis the stone that will turn all your lead in gold, as Poor Richard says, and while you have got the philosopher's stone, sure, you will no longer complain of bad times or the difficulty of paying taxes. This doctrine, my friends, is reason and wisdom, but after all, do not depend too much upon your own industry and frugality and prudence, though excellent things, for they may all be blasted without the blessing of heaven, and therefore, ask that blessing humbly, and be not uncharitable to those that at present seem to want it, but comfort and help them. Remember Job suffered, and was afterwards prosperous. And now, to conclude, experience keeps a dear school, but fools will learn in no other, and scarce in that, for it is true, we may give advice, but we cannot give conduct, as Poor Richard says. However, remember this, they that won't be counseled can't be helped, as Poor Richard says, and further that, if you will not hear reason, she'll surely rap your knuckles. Thus the old gentleman ended his harangue. The people heard it, and approved the doctrine, and immediately practiced the contrary, just as if it had been a common sermon. For the vendu opened, and they began to buy extravagantly, notwithstanding all his cautions, and their own fear of taxes. I found the good man had thoroughly studied my almanacs, and digested all I had dropped on those topics during the course of 25 years. The frequent mention he made of me must have tired any one else, but my vanity was wonderfully delighted with it, though I was conscious that not a tenth part of the wisdom was my own which he ascribed to me, but rather the gleanings that I had made of the sense of all ages and nations. However, I resolved to be the better for the echo of it, and though I had at first determined to buy stuff for a new coat, I went away resolved to wear my old one a little longer. Reader, if thou wilt do the same, thy profit will be as great as mine. I am, as ever, thine to serve thee. July 7, 1757. Richard Saunders. Richard Saunders. The Watermill. Oh! Listen to the watermill, through all the livelong day, as the clicking of the wheels wears hour by hour away. How languidly the autumn wind doth stir the withered leaves, as on the field the reapers sing, while binding up the sheaves. A solemn proverb strikes my mind, and as a spell is cast, the mill will never grind again with water that is past. The summer winds revive no more leaves strewn o'er earth and main. The sickle never more will reap the yellow garnered grain. The rippling stream flows on, tranquil, deep, and still, but never glitteth back again to busy watermill. The solemn proverb speaks to all, with meaning deep and vast. The mill will never grind again with water that is past. Oh! Clasp the proverb to thy soul, dear loving heart and true, for golden years are fleeting by, and youth is passing too. Ah! Learn to make the most of life, nor lose one happy day, for time will ne'er return sweet joys neglected, thrown away, nor leave one tender word unsaid, thy kindness shall broadcast. The mill will never grind again with water that is past. Oh! The wasted hours of life, that have swiftly drifted by. Alas! The good we might have done, all gone without a sigh. Love that we might once have saved by a single kindly word. Thoughts conceived but ne'er expressed, perishing unpenned, unheard. Oh! Take the lesson to thy soul, forever clasp it fast. The mill will never grind again with water that is past. Work on while yet the sun doth shine, thou man of strength and will. The streamlet ne'er doth useless glide by clicking watermill. Nor wait until tomorrow's light beams brightly on thy way. For all that thou canst call thine own, lies in the phrase, today. Possessions, power, and blooming health, must all be lost at last. The mill will never grind again with water that is past. Oh! Love thy God and fellow man, thyself consider last. For come it will when they must scan dark errors of the past. Soon will this fight of life be o'er, and earth recede from view, and heaven in all its glory shine where all is pure and true. Ah! Then thou'lt see more clearly still the proverb deep and vast. The mill will never grind again with water that is past. D. C. McCallum. D. C. McCallum. Is life so dear, or peace so sweet, as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take, but for me, give me liberty or give me death. Patrick Henry. Patrick Henry. The law is a sort of hocus-pocus science, that smiles in your face while it picks your pocket, and the glorious uncertainty of it is of more use to the professors than the justice of it. Macklin. Macklin. Our mission. In calm and stormy weather, our mission is to grow, to keep the angle paramount, and bind the brute below. We grow not all in sunshine, but richly in the rain, and what we deem our losses may prove our final gain. The snows and frosts of winter a richer fruitage bring. From battling with the anvil, the smith's grand muscles spring. 'Tis by the law of contrast that fine effects are seen, as thus we blend in colors, the orange with the green. By action and reaction, we reach our perfect growth, nor by excess of either, but equipoise of both. The same code binds the human, that governs Mother Earth. God cradled her in tempest, and earthquakes from her birth. Our life is but a struggle for perfect equipoise. Our pains are often jewels, our pleasures gilded toys. Between the good and evil, the monarch will must stand. to shape the final issue. By God's divine command, our mission is to battle with ill in every form, to borrow strength and volume from contact with the storm. In the beautiful hereafter, these blinding mortal tears shall crystallize in jewels, to sparkle in the spheres. With weak and moldish vision, we work our way below, but sure our souls are building, much wiser than we know. And when the work is finished, the scaffolding then falls, and lo, a radiant temple, with pearl and sapphire walls, a temple far transcending the grandest piles below, whose dome shall blaze with splendor in God's eternal glow. Wealth is necessary, let us not disclaim against it. Every nation needs it to attain the highest achievements in civilization. But it is a blessing only as a servant, and is destructive as a master. John P. Altgeld. John P. Altgeld. If I were a young man, I should ally myself with some high and at present unpopular cause, and devote my every effort to accomplish its success. John G. Whittier. John G. Whittier. Ill fares the land, to hastening ills a prey, where wealth accumulates and men decay. Princes and lords may flourish and may fade. A breath can make them, as breath has made. But an honest peasantry, a country's pride, when once destroyed, can never be supplied. War preys on two things, life and property, but he preys with a partial appetite. Feasting on life, he licks his jaws and says, "More, by your leave!" Devouring property, he says, between grin and glut, "This is so good that it ought to be paid for." Into the vacuum of wasted life rush the moaning winds of grief and desolation. Into the vacuum of wasted property rushes the goblin of debt. The wasted life is transformed at length into a reminiscent glory. The wasted property becomes a hideous nightmare. The heroes fallen rise from their bloody cerements into everlasting fame. The property destroyed rises from the red and flame-swept field as a spectral vampire, sucking the still warm blood of the heroic dead and of their posthumous babes to the 10th generation. The name of the vampire is Bond. John Clark Ridpath. John Clark Ridpath. To a waterfowl, whither, midst falling dew, while glow the heavens with the last steps of day, far through their rosy depths dost thou pursue thy solitary way? Vainly the fowler's eye might mark thy distant flight to do thee wrong, as, darkly seen against the crimson sky, thy figure floats along. Seek'st thou the plashy brink of weedy lake, or marge of river wide, or where the rocking billows rise and sink on the chafed ocean side? There is a power whose care teaches thy way along that pathless coast. The desert and illimitable air, lone wandering, but not lost, all day thy wings have fanned. At that far height, the cold, thin atmosphere. Yet stoop not, weary, to the welcome land, though the dark night is near. And soon that toil shall end. Soon shalt thou find a summer home, and rest, and scream among thy fellows, reeds shall bend. Soon, o'er thy sheltered nest, thou art gone, the abyss of heaven hath swallowed up thy form, yet on my heart deeply hath sunk the lesson thou hast given, and shall not soon depart. He who, from zone to zone, guides through the boundless sky thy certain flight, in the long way that I must tread alone, will lead my steps aright. William Cullen Bryant. William Cullen Bryant. Robert Burns. Considered by many the world's greatest song-writer and natural poet. While Burns was yet a ploughboy, he was challenged by two highly educated gentlemen, who were seated awaiting their dinner to be served at an inn in the town of Ayr. The terms of the challenge was for each to write a verse on the event of their first acquaintance. The one writing the best and most appropriate short rhyme was to have his dinner paid for by the other two. Burns wrote as follows: I, Johnny Peep, saw two sheep. Two sheep saw me. Half a crown apiece will pay for their fleece. And I, Johnny Peep, go free. On another occasion, while drinking at a bar, a hanger-on who was notorious for his much drinking and was dubbed the Marquis, asked Burns to write an appropriate epitaph for his gravestone. Burns, quick as flash and without any apparent effort, wrote, "Here lies a false marquis, whose title is shamed. If ever he rises, it will be to be damned to a mouse. We sleek it, cowrin timrouse beastie. Oh, what a panic's in thy breastie! Thou needna start awa essay hasty. Why bickering brattle? I wad be laid to rin and chase thee. Why ing prattle? I'm truly sorry man's dominion has broken nature's social union, and justifies that ill opinion which makes thee startle at me, thy poor earth-born companion and fellow mortal. I doubt na whiles but thou may thieve. What then? Poor beastie, thou maun live. A dime in ichor in a thrave. SASMAO request. I'll get a blessin' why the lave. And never miss tea. Thy wee bit housie too in ruin. It's silly was the winds are strewing. And naething now to big a new ain. Oh, foggage green, and bleak December's winds ensuin'. Baith snell and keen. Thou saw the fields laid bare and waste, and weary winter comin' fast. And cozy here, beneath the blast, thou thought to dwell, till, crash, the cruel coulter passed out through thy cell. That wee bit heap o' leaves and stibble has cost thee mony a weary nibble. Now thou'st turned out for thy trouble, but house o'erhauled, to thole the winter's sleety dribble. And Cranrook called, but, mousie, thou art no thy lane. In proving foresight may be vain. The best laid schemes o' mice and men gang aft egg lay, and leave us naught but grief and pain. For promised joy, still thou art blessed, compared why me? The present only toucheth thee. But, och, I backward cast my ee on prospects drear, and forward though I canna see, I guess and fear. Robert Burns. Robert Burns. Chapter 11. Oratorical Department. The author believes he is here presenting such selections as will be accepted as masterpieces. Mr. Bryan's speech at New Haven, where he was disturbed by students, is taken from his book, The First Battle, and is here offered to show the wonderful composure of the speaker, rather than to present a fine or eloquent speech. The New York Sun's editorial, and the resolution of the Council of Indians will show the difference of opinion that exists between commercial editors and the men of nature. It is obvious that these students were disturbing a public meeting, and to justify them is to wink at crime, scorn at justice, mock at the freedom of speech, and excuse ignorance. Certainly the Indian presents the idea of advancing forward, while the New York Sun man is advancing backward. Patrick Henry's speech. Virginia must prepare for war. There is no time for ceremony. The question before the House is one of awful moment to this country. For my own part, I consider it as nothing less than a question of freedom or slavery, and in proportion to the magnitude of the subject ought to be the freedom of debate. It is only in this way that we can hope to arrive at truth, and fulfill the great responsibility which we hold to God and our country. Should I keep back my opinions at such a time, through fear of giving offense, I should consider myself as guilty of treason toward my country, and of an act of disloyalty toward the majesty of heaven, which I revere above all earthly kings. It is natural to man to indulge in the illusions of hope. We are apt to shut our eyes against a painful truth, and listen to the song of that siren till she transforms us into beasts. Is this the part of wise men engaged in a great and arduous struggle for liberty? Are we disposed to be of the number of those who, having eyes see not, and having ears hear not the things which so nearly concern their temporal salvation? For my part, whatever anguish of spirit it may cost, I am willing to know the whole truth, to know the worst, and provide for it. I have but one lamp by which my feet are guided, and that is the lamp of experience. I know of no way of judging of the future but by the past. And judging by the past, I wish to know what there has been in the conduct of the British ministry for the last 10 years to justify those hopes with which gentlemen have been pleased to solace themselves in the House. Is it that insidious smile with which our petition has been lately received? Trust it not. It will prove a snare to your feet. Suffer not yourselves to be betrayed by a kiss. Ask yourselves how this gracious reception of our petition comports with those warlike preparations which cover our waters and darken our land. Are fleets and armies necessary to a work of love and reconciliation? Have we shown ourselves so unwilling to be reconciled, that force must be called in to win back our love? Let us not deceive ourselves. These are the implements of war and subjugation, the last arguments to which kings resort. I ask what means this martial array, if its purpose be not to force us to submission. Can gentlemen assign any other possible motive for it? Has Great Britain an enemy in this quarter of the world to call for all this accumulation of navies and armies? No, she has none. They are meant for us. They can be meant for no other. They are sent over to bind and rivet upon us those chains which the British ministry have been so long forging. And what have we to oppose to them? Shall we try argument? We have been trying that for the last 10 years. Have we anything new to offer upon the subject? Nothing. We have held the subject up in every light of which it is capable, but it has been all in vain. Shall we resort to entreaty and humble supplication? What terms shall we find which have not been already exhausted? Let us not deceive ourselves longer. We have done everything that could be done to avert the storm which is now coming on. We have petitioned, we have remonstrated, we have supplicated, we have prostrated ourselves before the throne, and have implored its interposition to arrest the tyrannical hand of the ministry and Parliament. Our petitions have been slighted, our remonstrances have produced additional violence and insult, our supplications have been disregarded, and we have been spurned, with contempt, from the foot of the throne. In vain, after these things, may we indulge the fond hope of peace and reconciliation. There is no longer any room for hope. If we wish to be free, if we mean to preserve inviolate those inestimable privileges for which we have been so long contending, if we mean not basely to abandon the noble struggle in which we have been so long engaged, and which we have pledged never to abandon until the glorious object of our contest shall be obtained, we must fight. I repeat it, we must fight. An appeal to arms, and to the God of hosts, is all that is left to us. They tell us that we are weak, unable to cope with so formidable an adversary. But when shall we be stronger? Will it be the next week, or the next year? Will it be when we are totally disarmed, and when a British guard shall be stationed in every house? Shall we gather strength by irresolution and inaction? Shall we acquire the means of effectual resistance by lying supinely on our backs, and hugging the delusive phantom of hope until our enemies have bound us hand and foot? We are not weak if we make a proper use of those means which the God of nature hath placed in our power. 3 millions of people, armed in the holy cause of liberty, are invincible by any force which the enemy can send against us. Besides, we shall not fight our battles alone. There is a just God who presides over the destinies of nations, and will raise us friends to fight our battle for us. The battle is not to the strong alone, it is to the vigilant, the active, the brave. Besides, we have no election. If we were base enough to desire it, it is now too late to retire from the contest. There is no retreat but in submission and slavery. Our chains are forged, their clanking may be heard on the plains of Boston. The war is inevitable, and let it come. I repeat it. Let it come. It is in vain to extenuate the matter. Gentlemen may cry peace, peace, but there is no peace. The war is actually begun. The next gale that sweeps from the north will bring to our ear the clash of resounding arms. Our brethren are already in the field. Why are we here idle? What is it that gentlemen wish? What would they have? Is life so dear or peace so sweet, as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death. Speech in Convention, March 25, 1775. Abraham Lincoln's speech. Speech at the dedication of the National Cemetery at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, November 19, 1863. 87 years ago our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation, or any nation so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But in a large sense we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here have consecrated it far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note, nor long remember, what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living, rather to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that these dead have not died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people shall not perish from the earth. William Jennings Bryan's Speeches. Yale College Incident. Bryan speaks under difficulties. I am glad that there are students here, because I want to say a word to students. Your college has helped to add fame to your city, and those who assemble here are supposed to come in order that they may better equip themselves for the duties of life. I am glad to talk to students because, my friends, we have a cause which appeals to students. If the syndicates and corporations rule this country, then no young man has a fair show unless he is the favorite of a corporation. Applause, and yells for McKinley by a cordon of the students. If the people have a right to govern themselves and exercise that right, then every citizen has an equal chance and every man may achieve what he desires. We wish to leave all the avenues open so that the son of the humblest citizen may aspire to the highest position within the gift of the people. Applause and yells repeated. I am not speaking now to the sons who are sent to college on the proceeds of ill-gotten gains. Enthusiastic applause. I will wait until these sons have exhausted what their fathers have left them and then appeal to their children who will have to commence life where their grandfathers commenced. Great applause. My friends, a just government is best for the great masses of the people. Equal laws and equal opportunities are best for 9 out of every 10 of us. Yells again repeated. Therefore, our cause appeals to every young man who wants to make this government so good as to deserve the love, confidence, and the support of every citizen in this land. We appeal not only to the students, we appeal to businessmen who have been terrorized by the financial, what may I call it? Applause. People have been tyrannized over by financial institutions until in some instances it is more dangerous to raise your voice against the ruling power than it is in an absolute monarchy. Great applause and yells. If there is anybody who loves this sort of thing, then I shall offend him by speaking of it, but I shall not offend any man who loves liberty and the right of free speech in this country. Great applause. The business men have been told that the free coinage of silver would ruin them. If it can ruin them with more rapidity than the gold standard has ruined them, then, my friends, it will be bad, indeed, because the gold standard has increased the number of failures among business men, and every step that has been taken has been followed. Yells from the students. I have been so used to talking to young men who earn their own living that I do not know. Great applause and cheering. I say, I have been so used to talking to young men who earn their own living that I hardly know what language to use to address myself to those who desire to be known, not as creators of wealth, but as the distributors of wealth which somebody else created. Great applause and cheering. If you will show me a young man who has been taught to believe, more yells and cries of McKinley. In all my travels I have not found a crowd that needed talking to so much as this crowd does. Cries of That's right. I came to this city something more than a year ago, and I then learned something of the domination of your financial classes. I have seen it elsewhere, but my friends, the great mass of the people even of this city, will be better off under bimetallism that permits the nation to grow, than under a gold standard which starves everybody except the money changer and the money owner. We sometimes out west are instructed by your insurance companies. I carry insurance in old line companies and in what are known as the mutual or assessment companies. I carry insurance in fraternal organizations like the United Workmen and the Modern Woodmen, as well as in the old line companies, and I am glad that my assessment companies are satisfied to take my money and give me insurance without attempting to tell me how I must vote. Your old line companies have seen fit to insult the intelligence of the people by attempting to exercise a guardian care, notwithstanding the fact that we are able to look after ourselves without their instructions. You have laboring men also in large numbers in this city. I do not know whether the advocates of the gold standard here who employ men in the shops insist upon telling their employees how to vote. I have in other places found employers who would put in envelopes the pay for the day's work or week's work, and then print on the outside of the envelopes some instructions to the employees. If the manufacturer, employer, or railroad president feels that there must be something on the outside of the envelope as well as upon the inside, let him write on the outside. You will find within your wages. They are to cover your work. We recognize that the men who have sense enough to do the work we want done have sense enough to vote right, without our telling them how to vote. I notice that in some places they have been organizing sound money clubs, and they have the applicants sign a statement, saying that the free coinage of silver would hurt him in his business as a wage earner. I have wondered why our great financial magnates do not put in their application a statement similar to that. Why don't the heads of these syndicates which have been bleeding the government make application to sound money clubs and write in their application that the free coinage of silver would hurt them in their business as heads of syndicates? They want people to believe that they are entirely benevolent, that they are philanthropists, and that what they do is done merely because they believe that the people will be benefited by having them run the government, and they submit to the inconvenience of running the government in order to help the people, who, they say, will be benefited. More confusion and applause by the students. Why is it that the broker or the bond buyer does not write in his application that he has a personal interest in the gold standard? Why is it that these men want to throw upon the wage earners whatever odium there may be in using his vote to protect his personal interests? I believe the wage earner, and the farmer, and the businessman, and the professional man, all of these will be benefited by a volume of money sufficient to do business with. If you make money scarce, you make money dear. If you make money dear, you drive down the value of everything, and when you have falling prices, you have hard times. And who prosper by hard times? There are but few, and those few are not willing to admit that they get any benefit from hard times. No party ever declared in its platform that it was in favor of hard times, and yet the party that declares for a gold standard in substance declares for a continuation of hard times. Here a band which had been playing for a drill in another part of the square came nearer and made talking more difficult, and my voice not being in good condition, I concluded my remarks by saying, "It is hard to talk when all the conditions are favorable, and I must ask you to excuse me from talking any further in the presence of the noises against which we have to contend today." I have since learned that some misunderstood my closing words, and thought I again referred to the students, but this is an error. They were making no disturbance when I finished speaking. I did not even mean to criticize the band, because I was sure that the interruption was not intentional, but my voice being hoarse and the crowd large, it was difficult to make myself heard even when there was perfect quiet. The incident gave rise to a good deal of public discussion. A few papers criticized my language on that occasion and declared that my words provoked the hostile demonstration. As a matter of fact, the hostility was manifested before I began to speak, and it was some minutes before I could obtain a hearing. This is the only speech in which I have inserted the applause, and it is only done here because the interruptions are also quoted. The report is reproduced exactly as it appeared at the time in order that the reader may form his own opinion upon the subject. The following press dispatch appeared in the morning papers of September 3rd. Yale students criticized. Muskogee, IT, September 29. At a mass meeting of the Cherokees, Creeks, Choctaws, and Seminoles, held here yesterday, the following resolution was unanimously adopted. Resolved, that we contemplate with deep regret the recent insulting treatment of William J. Bryan by students of a college in the land of the boasted white man's civilization, and we admonish all Indians who think of sending their sons to Yale that association with such students could but prove hurtful alike to their morals and their progress toward the higher standard of civilization. The Sun defends the Yale students. The New York Sun came to the defense of the boys in an editorial, from which the following is an extract. What did these students really do? On the day that Yale University opened its new college year, Bryan came to New Haven and prepared to address a great crowd at the green adjacent to which are the college buildings of the center of university life, in a town of which the university is the great and distinguishing feature. The students gathered in strong force, as was natural. Practically they were on their own ground. They expressed their feelings against repudiation with the vigor and vociferousness of youth, and they had a right to do it. They ought to have done it, and the sentiment to which they gave utterance was honorable to them. The boys made a great noise, cheering for McKinley and yelling and jeering at repudiation, so that Mr. Bryan could not be heard for several minutes. If they had applauded him incessantly for even a full half-hour, would there have been any complaint of their preventing him from starting out in his speech? Has not a crowd in the open air as much right to hiss as to cheer? At what period in our history was that privilege taken from Americans? These dissenting students, the reports agree, did not offer any personal violence to Mr. Bryan or anybody else. They did not throw rotten eggs at him, or otherwise assail his dignity, but merely shouted their college cry and yelled derisively. They did not like the cause the speaker represented. They detested and despised both it and him, and they made known their feelings noisily. Speech concluding debate on the Chicago platform. Mr. Chairman and gentlemen of the convention, I would be presumptuous, indeed, to present myself against the distinguished gentlemen to whom you have listened if this were a mere measuring of abilities. But this is not a contest between persons. The humblest citizen of the land, when clad in the armor of a righteous cause, is stronger than all the hosts of error. I come to speak to you in defense of a cause as holy as the cause of liberty, the cause of humanity. When this debate is concluded, a motion will be made to lay upon the table the resolution offered in commendation of the administration, and also the resolution offered in condemnation of the administration. We object to bringing this question down to the level of persons. The individual is but an atom. He is born, he acts, he dies. But principles are eternal, and this has been a contest over a principle. Never before in the history of this country has there been witnessed such a contest as that through which we have just passed. Never before in the history of American politics has a great issue been fought out as this issue has been, by the voters of a great party. On the 4th of March, 1895, a few Democrats, most of them members of Congress, issued an address to the Democrats of the nation, asserting that the money question was the paramount issue of the hour, declaring that a majority of the Democratic Party had the right to control the action of the party on this paramount issue, and concluding with the request that the believers of free coinage of silver in the Democratic Party should organize, take charge of, and control the policy of the Democratic Party. 3 months later, at Memphis, an organization was perfected and the Silver Democrats went forth openly and courageously proclaiming their belief, and declaring that, if successful, they would crystallize into a platform the declaration they had made. Then began the conflict. With a zeal approaching the zeal which inspired the Crusaders who followed Peter the Hermit, our Silver Democrats went forth from victory unto victory until they are now assembled, not to discuss, not to debate, but to enter up the judgment already rendered by the plain people of this country. In this contest brother has been arrayed against brother, father against son. The warmest ties of love, acquaintance and association have been disregarded. Old leaders have been cast aside when they have refused to give expression to the sentiments of those whom they would lead, and new leaders have sprung up to give direction to this cause of truth. Thus has the contest been waged, and we have assembled here under as binding and solemn instructions as were ever imposed upon representatives of the people. We do not come as individuals. As individuals we might have been glad to compliment the gentleman from New York, Senator Hill, but we know that the people for whom we speak would never be willing to put him in a position where he could thwart the will of the Democratic Party. I say it was not a question of persons, it was a question of principle, and it is not with gladness, my friends, that we find ourselves brought into conflict with those who are now arrayed on the other side. The gentleman who preceded me, ex-Governor Russell, spoke of the state of Massachusetts. Let me assure him that not one present in all this convention entertains the least hostility to the people of the state of Massachusetts, but we stand here representing people who are the equals, before the law, of the greatest citizens in the state of Massachusetts. When you, turning to the gold delegates, come before us and tell us that we are about to disturb your business interests. We reply that you have disturbed our business interests by your course. We say to you that you have made the definition of a businessman too limited in its application. The man who is employed for wages is as much a businessman as his employer. The attorney in a country town is as much a businessman as the corporation counsel in a great metropolis. The merchant at the crossroads store is as much a businessman as the merchant of New York. The farmer who goes forth in the morning and toils all day, who begins in the spring and toils all summer, and who by the application of brain and muscle to the natural resources of the country creates wealth, is as much a businessman as the man who goes upon the Board of Trade and bets upon the price of grain. The miners who go down 1,000 feet into the earth, or climb 2,000 feet upon the cliffs, and bring forth from their hiding places the precious metals to be poured into the channels of trade are as much businessmen as the few financial magnates who, in a back room, corner the money of the world. We come to speak for this broader class of businessmen. Ah, my friends, we say not one word against those who live upon the Atlantic coast, but the hardy pioneers who have braved all the dangers of the wilderness, who have made the desert to blossom as the rose, the pioneers away out there, pointing to the west, who rear their children near to nature's heart, where they can mingle their voices with the voices of the birds, out there where they have erected schoolhouses for the education of their young, churches where they praise their Creator, and cemeteries where rest the ashes of their dead. These people, we say, are as deserving of the consideration of our party as any people in this country. It is for these that we speak. We do not come as aggressors. Our war is not a war of conquest. We are fighting in the defense of our homes, our families, and posterity. We have petitioned, and our petitions have been scorned. We have entreated, and our entreaties have been disregarded. We have begged, and they have mocked when our calamity came. We beg no longer, we entreat no more, we petition no more. We defy them. The gentleman from Wisconsin has said that he fears a Robespierre. My friends, in this land of the free you need not fear that a tyrant will spring up from among the people. What we need is an Andrew Jackson to stand, as Jackson stood, against the encroachments of organized wealth. They tell us that this platform was made to catch votes. We reply to them that changing conditions make new issues, that the principles upon which democracy rests are as everlasting as the hills, but that they must be applied to new conditions as they arise. Conditions have arisen, and we are here to meet those conditions. They tell us that the income tax ought not to be brought in here, that it is a new idea. They criticize us for the criticism of the Supreme Court of the United States. My friends, we have not criticized. We have simply called attention to what you already know. If you want criticisms, read the dissenting opinions of the court. There you will find criticisms. They say that we have passed an unconstitutional law. We deny it. The income tax law was not unconstitutional when it was passed. It was not unconstitutional when it went before the Supreme Court for the first time. It did not become unconstitutional until one of the judges changed his mind, and we cannot be expected to know when a judge will change his mind. The income tax is just. It simply intends to put the burden of government justly upon the backs of the people. I am in favor of an income tax. When I find a man who is not willing to bear his share of the burdens of the government which protects him, I find a man who is unworthy to enjoy the blessings of a government like ours. They say that we are opposing national bank currency. It is true. If you will read what Thomas Benton said, you will find he said that, in searching history, he could find but one parallel to Andrew Jackson. That was Cicero, who destroyed the conspiracy of Catiline and saved Rome. Benton said that Cicero only did for Rome what Jackson did for us when he destroyed the bank conspiracy and saved America. We say in our platform that we believe that the right to coin and issue money is a function of government. We believe it. We believe that it is a part of sovereignty, and can no more with safety be delegated to private individuals than we could afford to delegate to private individuals the power to make penal statutes or levy taxes. Mr. Jefferson, who was once regarded as good democratic authority, seems to have differed in opinion from the gentleman who has addressed us on the part of the minority. Those who are opposed to this proposition tell us that the issue of paper money is a function of the bank, and that the government ought to go out of the banking business. I stand with Jefferson rather than with them, and tell them, as he did, that the banks ought to go out of the governing business. They complain about the plank which declares against life tenure in office. They have tried to strain it to mean that which it does not mean. What we oppose by that plank is the life tenure which is being built up in Washington, and which excludes from participation in official benefits the humbler members of society. Let me call your attention to 2 or 3 important things. The gentleman from New York says that he will propose an amendment to the platform providing that the proposed change in our monetary system shall not affect contracts already made. Let me remind you that there is no intention of affecting those contracts which according to present laws are made payable in gold. But if he means to say that we cannot change our monetary system without protecting those who have loaned money before the change was made, I desire to ask him where, in law or in morals, he can find justification for not protecting the debtors when the Act of 1873 was passed. If he now insists that we must protect the creditors, he says he will also propose an amendment which will provide for the suspension of free coinage if we fail to maintain the parity within a year. We reply that when we advocate a policy which we believe will be successful, we are not compelled to raise a doubt as to our own sincerity by suggesting what we shall do if we fail. I asked him, if he would apply his logic to us, why he does not apply it to himself. He says he wants the country to try to secure an international agreement. Why does he not tell us what he is going to do if he fails to secure an international agreement? There is more reason for him to do that than there is for us to provide against the failure to maintain the parity. Our opponents have tried for 20 years to secure an international agreement, and those are waiting for it most patiently who do not want it at all. And now, my friends, let me come to the paramount issue. If they ask us why it is that we say more on the money question than we say upon the tariff question, I reply that, if protection has slain its thousands, the gold standard has slain its tens of thousands. If they ask us why we do not embody in our platform all the things that we believe in, we reply that when we have restored the money of the Constitution, all other necessary reforms will be possible, but that until this is done there is no other reform that can be accomplished. Why is it that within 3 months such a change has come over the country? 3 months ago, when it was confidently asserted that those who believe in the gold standard would frame our platform and nominate our candidates, even the advocates of the gold standard did not think that we could elect a president. And they had good reason for their doubt, because there is scarcely a state here today asking for the gold standard which is not in the absolute control of the Republican Party. But note the change. Mr. McKinley was nominated at St. Louis upon a platform which declared for the maintenance of the gold standard until it can be changed into bimetallism by international agreement. Mr. McKinley was the most popular man among the Republicans, and 3 months ago everybody in the Republican Party prophesied his election. How is it today? Why, the man who was once pleased to think that he looked like Napoleon, that man shudders today when he remembers that he was nominated on the anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo. Not only that, but as he listens he can hear with ever-increasing distinctness the sound of the waves as they beat upon the lonely shores of St. Helena. Why this change? Ah, my friends, is not the reason for the change evident to any one who will look at the matter? No private character, however pure, no personal popularity, however great, can protect from the avenging wrath of an indignant people a man who will declare that he is in favor of fastening the gold standard upon this country, or who is willing to surrender the right of self-government and place the legislative control of our affairs in the hands of foreign potentates and powers. We go forth confident that we shall win. Why? Because upon the paramount issue of this campaign there is not a spot of ground upon which the enemy will dare to challenge battle. If they tell us that the gold standard is a good thing, we shall point to their platform and tell them that their platform pledges the party to get rid of the gold standard and substitute bimetallism. If the gold standard is a good thing, why try to get rid of it? I call your attention to the fact that some of the very people who are in this convention today and who tell us that we ought to declare in favor of international bimetallism, thereby declaring that the gold standard is wrong and that the principle of bimetallism is better, these very people 4 months ago were open and avowed advocates of the gold standard, and were then telling us that we could not legislate 2 metals together, even with the aid of all the world. If the gold standard is a good thing, we ought to declare in favor of its retention and not in favor of abandoning it. And if the gold standard is a bad thing, why should we wait until other nations are willing to help us to let go? Here is the line of battle, and we care not upon which issue they force the fight. We are prepared to meet them on either issue or on both. If they tell us that the gold standard is the standard of civilization, we reply to them that this, the most enlightened of all the nations of the earth, has never declared for a gold standard, and that both the great parties this year are declaring against it. If the gold standard is the standard of civilization, why, my friends, should we not have it? If they come to meet us on that issue, we can tell them that they will search the pages of history in vain to find a single instance where the common people of any land have ever declared themselves in favor of the gold standard. They can find where the holders of fixed investments have declared for a gold standard, but not where the masses have. Mr. Carlyle said in 1878 that this was a struggle between the idle holders of idle capital and the struggling masses, who produce the wealth and pay the taxes of the country. And, my friends, the question we are to decide is, upon which side will the Democratic Party fight? Upon the side of the idle holders of idle capital, or upon the side of the struggling masses? That is the question which the party must answer first, and then it must be answered by each individual hereafter. The sympathies of the Democratic Party, as shown by the platform, are on the side of the struggling masses who have ever been the foundation of the Democratic Party. There are two ideas of government. There are those who believe that, if you will only legislate to make the well-to-do prosperous, their prosperity will leak through on those below. The Democratic idea, however, has been that if you legislate to make the masses prosperous, their prosperity will find its way up through every class which rests upon them. You come to us and tell us that the great cities are in favor of the gold standard. We reply that the great cities rest upon our broad and fertile prairies. Burn down your cities and leave our farms, and your cities will spring up again as if by magic. But destroy our farms, and the grass will grow in the streets of every city in the country. My friends, we declare that this nation is able to legislate for its own people on every question, without waiting for the aid or consent of any other nation on earth. And upon that issue we expect to carry every state in the Union. I shall not slander the inhabitants of the fair state of Massachusetts, nor the inhabitants of the state of New York by saying that, when they are confronted with the proposition, they will declare that this nation is not able to attend to its own business. It is the issue of 1776 over again. Our ancestors, when but 3 millions in number, had the courage to declare their political independence of every other nation. Shall we, their descendants, when we have grown to 70 millions, declare that we are less independent than our forefathers? No, my friends, that will never be the verdict of our people. Therefore, we care not upon what lines the battle is fought. If they say bimetallism is good, but that we cannot have it until other nations help us, we reply that, instead of having a gold standard because England has, we will restore bimetallism, and then let England have bimetallism because the United States has it. If they dare to come out in the open field and defend the gold standard as a good thing, we will fight them to the uttermost. Having behind us the producing masses of the nation and the world, supported by the commercial interests, the laboring interests, and the toilers everywhere, we will answer their demand for a gold standard by saying to them, "You shall not press down upon the brow of labor this crown of thorns, you shall not crucify mankind upon a cross of gold." Speeches of C. A. Bogardus. I don't know much about the tariff question, but I think I know enough to know that if we buy $20 worth of rails of a foreigner, the foreigner will have the money and we will have the rails. But if we make the rails in America and buy them of an American, America will have the money and the rails too. Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln. I don't know much about the money question, but it appears to me that if under the gold standard we borrow $20 million of a foreigner, when we pay it back the foreigner will have the money and the interest too. But if we coin the silver, which is an American product, into American dollars, borrow $20 million of an American, when we pay it back America will have the money and the interest too. C. A. Bogardus. C. A. Bogardus. Nothing should ever tempt us, nothing will ever tempt us to scale down the sacred debt of the nation through a legal technicality. Whatever may be the language of the contract, the United States will discharge all its obligations in the currency recognized as the best throughout the civilized world at the time of payment. W.M. McKinley. W.M. McKinley. I hope nothing ever will tempt us to scale the debt of the nation through a legal technicality. Whatever may be the language of the contract, the United States should discharge its obligations according to the contract. C. A. Bogardus. C. A. Bogardus. This word to all: when I am dead, be sure you are right, then go ahead. David Crockett. David Crockett. This word to all: while we are alive, be sure we are right, then let drive. C. A. Bogardus. C. A. Bogardus. Speeches of C. A. Bogardus. Address delivered at Farmington, Iowa, November 20, 1897 by C. A. Bogardus. Subject: How to read. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, it is not so much the amount of reading that educates us, as it is what we read and the manner it is done that benefits us, for as Poor Richard says, the used key is always bright. So the well-read book always shows the handling. A small, well-chosen library carefully read is of vastly more benefit than the large, poorly chosen, unread volumes that adorn the shelves of many homes. Yet I am not sure but that poorly chosen books are better not read than read. A learned doctor once said, "It is not what we eat that sustains life, but is what we digest." We might well paraphrase his words and say it is not what we read that educates us, but it is what we understand. For what we want is not learning, but knowledge. That is the ability to make learning answer its true end as a quickener of intelligence and widener of the intellectual field. We should not read to contradict, nor to believe and take for granted, nor to find talk and discourse, but to weigh and consider. This being self-evident, we should ever remember that whatever is worth reading at all is worth reading well. Hence, inasmuch as reading matter is always the expression of some author's thoughts, it follows that the object of reading at all is to learn the thoughts of the writer. So we may well aver that to read understandingly requires thought and industry. For reading availeth not unless done understandingly. Therefore, an article is not read, in the full sense of the word, until it is understood. I will close by reading an article from an old scrapbook. When it is read, I trust it will accomplish a double mission, viz., that we more thoroughly comprehend the necessity of putting thought into our reading, and that the real virtue in thought is acting in harmony with the knowledge or right. The article to which I refer is entitled, "An Angel in a Saloon." I will now read it. One afternoon in the month of June, 1870, a lady in deep mourning, followed by a little child, entered one of the fashionable saloons in the city of N. The writer happened to be passing at the time, and prompted by curiosity, followed her in, to see what would ensue. Stepping up to the bar, and addressing the proprietor, who happened to be present, she said, "Sir, can you assist me? I have no home, no friends, and am not able to work." He glanced at her and then at the child, with a mingled look of curiosity and pity. Evidently he was much surprised to see a woman in such a place begging, but without asking any questions gave her some change, and turning to those present, he said, "Gentlemen, here is a lady in distress. Can't some of you help her a little?" They cheerfully acceded to the request, and soon a purse of $2 was made up, and put in her hand. "Madam," said the gentleman who gave her the money, "why do you come to a saloon? It isn't a proper place for a lady, and why are you driven to such a step?" "Sir," said the lady, "I know it isn't a proper place for a lady to be in, and you asked me why I am driven to such a step. I will tell you in one short word," pointing to a bottle behind the counter, labeled whiskey. "That is what brought me here, whiskey. I was once happy and surrounded with all the luxuries that wealth could procure, with a fond, indulgent husband. But in an evil hour he was tempted, and not possessing the will to resist the temptation, fell, and in one short year my dream of happiness was over, my home was forever desolate, and the kind husband, and the wealth that some called mine lost, never to return, and all by the accursed wine cup. You see before you only the wreck of my former self, homeless and friendless, with nothing left me in this world but this little child," and weeping bitterly, she affectionately caressed the golden curls that shaded a face of exquisite loveliness. Regaining her composure, and turning to the proprietor of the saloon, she continued, "Sir, the reason why I occasionally enter a place like this is to implore those who deal in the deadly poison to desist, to stop a business that spreads desolation, ruin, poverty, and starvation. Think one moment of your own loved ones, and then imagine them in the situation I am in. I appeal to your better nature, I appeal to your heart, for I know you possess a kind one, to retire from a business so ruinous to your patrons. Did you know the money you take across the bar is the same as taking the bread out of the mouths of the famished wives and children of your customers? That it strips the clothing from their backs, deprives them of all the comforts of this life, and throws unhappiness, misery, crime, and desolation in their once happy homes? Oh, sir, I implore, beseech, and pray you to retire from a business you blush to own you are engaged in before your fellow men, and enter one that will not only be profitable to yourself but your fellow creatures also. You will excuse me if I have spoken too plainly, but I could not help it when I thought of the misery, the unhappiness, and the suffering it has caused me." "Madam, I am not offended," he answered in a voice husky with emotion, "but I thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you have said." "Mamma," said the little child, who meantime had been spoken to by some of the gentlemen present, taking hold of her mother's hand, "these gentlemen wish me to sing, little Bessie, for them. Shall I do so?" They all joined in the request, and placing her in a chair she sang, in a sweet childish voice, the following beautiful song. "Out in the gloomy night sadly I roam. I have no mother dear, no pleasant home. Nobody cares for me, no one would cry. Even if poor little Bessie should die. Weary and tired I've been wandering all day, asking for work, but I'm too small, they say. On the damp ground I must now lay my head. Father's a drunkard and mother's dead. We were so happy till father drank rum. Then all our sorrow and trouble begun. Mother grew pale and wept every day. Baby and I were too hungry to play. Slowly they faded till one summer night found their dead faces all silent and white. Then with big tears slowly dropping I said, 'Father's a drunkard and mother's dead. Oh, if the temperance men only could find poor, wretched father and talk very kind. If they would stop him from drinking, then I should be so very happy again. Is it too late, temperance men? Please try. Or poor little Bessie must soon starve and die. All day long I've been begging for bread. Father's a drunkard and mother's dead.'" The game of billiards was left unfinished, the cards thrown aside, and the unemptied glass remained on the counter. All had pressed near, some with pity-beaming eyes, entranced with the musical voice and beauty of the child, who seemed better fitted to be with angels above than in such a place. The scene I shall never forget to my dying day, and the sweet cadence of her musical voice still rings in my ears, and every word of the song as it dropped from her lips sank deep into the hearts of those gathered around her. With her golden hair falling carelessly around her little shoulders, and looking so trustingly and confidingly upon the gentlemen around her, her beautiful eyes illuminated with a light that seemed not of this earth, she formed a picture of purity and innocence worthy the genius of a poet or painter. At the close of the song many were weeping, men who had not shed a tear for years, now wept like children. One young man who had resisted with scorn the pleadings of a loving mother and the entreaties of friends to strive to lead a better life, to desist from a course that was wasting his fortune and ruining his health, now approached the child, and taking both hands in his, while tears streamed down his cheeks, exclaimed with deep emotion, "God bless you, my little angel! You have saved me from ruin and disgrace, from poverty and a drunkard's grave. If there are angels on earth, you are one. God bless you! God bless you!" And putting a bill into the hands of the mother said, "Please accept this trifle as a token of my regard and esteem, for your little girl has done me a kindness I can never repay. And remember, whenever you are in want, you will find in me a true friend," at the same time giving her his name and address. Taking her child by the hand she turned to go, but pausing at the door said, "God bless you, gentlemen. Accept the heartfelt thanks of a poor, friendless woman for the kindness and courtesy you have shown her." Before any one could reply she was gone. A silence of several minutes ensued, which was broken by the proprietor, who exclaimed, "Gentlemen, that lady was right, and I have sold my last glass of whiskey. If any one of you want more, you will have to go elsewhere." "And I have drank my last glass of whiskey," said a young man who had long been given up as utterly beyond the reach of those who had a deep interest in his welfare, as sunk too low ever to reform. Speech at Decatur, Indiana, September 22, 1896. The occasion being a rally in which the Hon. B. F. Shively, candidate for governor, and John R. Brunt, candidate for Congress, had spoken over 3 hours. The Indianapolis Sentinel said of Mr. Bogardus that he held the closest attention throughout, and closed amid great cheers and cries of "Go ahead." Mr. Bogardus spoke as follows: "Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, that phase of the money question which is before the American people today and upon which we will vote in November is merely shall we, or shall we not, open the mints to the free and unlimited coinage of silver as they are now open to the coinage of gold. Concurrent with, and as a part of the phase, is the declaration that when the metals are so coined that the money made therefrom shall be treated equally under the law, and that the democratic idea of equal rights to each and special privileges to either shall be again incorporated in our national laws. A great many rash, and it seems to me foolish things, are being said concerning the independent bimetallists of our country. To charge the free coinage people with being repudiators and anarchists is but to put the party making such false statement in the position of a base misrepresenter, and sooner or later the charge must slap its maker in the face. There is no doubt in my mind but that there is a party in this country who is advocating repudiation, but it is not the Democratic Party, it is the Republican Party that is advocating it. Webster says repudiation is the act of rejecting or refusing. If a party desires to pay the national debt according to contract, it certainly is not advocating repudiation, but if a party desires to violate the contract, it desires to repudiate. Now, my friends, let us get right at the facts. Before we can tell who the repudiators are, we must know what the contract is, and then we must know what the contesting parties want to do in the premises. I will read you a copy of a U.S. bond. Copy of U.S. bond. The United States of America are indebted to the bearer in the sum of $100. This bond is issued in accordance with the provisions of an Act of Congress, entitled, "An Act to Authorize the Refunding of the National Debt," approved July 14, 1870, amended by an Act approved January 20, 1871, and is redeemable at the pleasure of the United States, after the first day of July, A.D. 1907, in coin of the standard value of the United States on said July 14, 1870, with interest in such coin from the day of date hereof, at the rate of 4% per annum, payable quarterly, on the first day of October, January, April, and July of each year. The principal and interest are exempt from the payment of all taxes or duties of the United States, as well as from taxation in any form, by or under state, municipal, or local authority. Washington, July 1, 1877. J. M. Doty, Register of the Treasury. Entered G. W. B. Recorded W. S. Now, I am not trying to mislead you when I say that a party who proposes to pay that bond according to contract is not a repudiator, nor am I misleading when I say that a party who attempts to prevent its payment according to contract is a repudiator. The bond, according to its own wording, is payable in coin of the standard value of July 14, 1870. When we learn exactly what that coin is, we will then, like Saul of Tarsus, see things in a new light. By the law that was in force on that date, silver or gold could be coined into standard money, and their standard value was their legal value. The Democratic Party desires the privilege of coining the metals according to that law, and then paying the bonds with those coins according to that law. No repudiation there. No, not a particle. Cheers. The Republicans do not want to coin silver and gold according to that law, and they do not want to allow the debts to be paid in gold or silver money according to that law. There is repudiation there, yes, lots of it. In fact, it is nothing but repudiation. Great applause. Do you want to hear about the anarchy part of this question? Cries of yes. Yes, very well, let us examine along that line. The Democrats say that the government can coin money and regulate its value, and they will accept it in payment of a debt. No anarchy there, no, not a bit. Laughter. The Republicans admit that the government can coin money and regulate its value and make it a legal tender. But they openly declare that they won't take it in the payment of a debt unless they want to. There is anarchy there in abundance, yes, in great abundance. Great and continued applause. Let me ask the Republicans if it is not a little strange that a law savored with such element of anarchy and repudiation should have been in full force in America from 1792 to 1873, a period of 81 years, and have pleased the people so well, that during all that time no political party ever openly advocated its repeal? Is it not, I ask, strange that George Washington, who fought so bravely for independence, should have signed a law for repudiation and anarchy? Strange, ah, very strange. Is it not that General Grant, when he discovered that he had unknowingly signed a bill for the repeal of the law that they now say would be repudiation, should have said he did not know that the law demonetized silver, and if he had known it he would have suffered his right arm to have been cut off before he would have signed the law? My friends, not only do the Republicans advocate repudiation, but it also, by proposing a scarce money system, is advocating confiscation of the debtor's property. For with a large money basis, money is easier to get than with a small money basis. Careful thought will show that easy money means high prices, and when money is scarce and hard to get, prices are low. It therefore follows that President Lincoln was correct when he said, "If a government contract a debt, and then contract the money before the debt is paid, it is the most heinous crime a government can commit against its people." We may boast long and strong of the great wisdom of our diplomats and the brilliancy of our statesmen, but whatever they may say will never overshadow the fact that in a people's government the people must vote understandingly, and when we thoroughly analyze this charge of repudiation and anarchy, we will see that it is the same old trick of the burglar crying "Stop thief" to the honest man, while the rogue himself escapes. Much is being said about our money being good abroad, and great fear is expressed by the bankers' party that our silver money under bimetallism will only be worth 50 cents on the dollar in foreign countries. Now, my friends, let us use common sense, and we will easily solve the problem as to how to make our silver dollars good abroad. That feature of the question can be accomplished by following this plain, easy method, namely, the next time a foreigner presents a bond of a few $1,000,000 for payment, have Uncle Sam hand the gentleman the amount in silver dollars, then let the foreigner attend to making them good abroad. It will be to his interest to procure a law making the silver good in his own country. Now I want to ask you, in the name of common sense, would not you think the foreigner crazy if, when we paid him in our silver, he would go to his own country and cry down the very money we had paid him? Oh no, he would not do that. He would use his influence to have a law passed in favor of bimetallism in his own country. But you may urge that he might not succeed in his effort, and he would have a lot of half-value American dollars on hand that would not be good abroad. Very well, the worst thing that could possibly happen to us under circumstances of that kind would be when the foreigner found he could not pass the money abroad, he would discover all of a sudden that the money is good in America, and as a matter of fact he would spend his money where it would be taken for goods. So we see that we would thus either force a recognition of our money abroad, or else we would control the markets of the world. Then in reality we would pay our debts abroad in American produce at a fair price and keep our money at home, where it belongs, as a medium of exchange. And we would then realize the wisdom of the Hon. W.M. E. Gladstone when he said to the English Parliament that, so far as England was concerned, bimetallism to them as a creditor country would compel them to pay more for American produce. But the grand old man in his frank and honest manner added, so far as America is concerned, it would immediately give her control of the markets of the world. When we lament the fact that under our present financial system the rich are growing richer, and the poor are becoming poorer day by day, we hear someone say, that is true, but the law of the survival of the fittest is to blame for those facts. If you will pardon me for seemingly diverging from the subject, I will say something in regard to the abuse of the law of the survival of the fittest. Yes, I admit that under any law, and under any conditions, those who are best suited to the conditions under which they live will get on better than those who are not so well suited by nature to combat for existence and prosperity. Nature has so laid its plans that, at or near the equator in the warm climate, tropical fruits grow better than they do in Iceland, while the pine trees, true to nature, thrive best in cold regions. The polar bear enjoys the snows of Alaska, but would suffocate in the tropical heat of Borneo or Sumatra. True to the law of the survival of the fittest, the elephant and ostrich thrive in sunny Africa, but would perish in Norway's winters. These things are true, because all nature is in perfect harmony with itself. When carefully considered, we find that the reason some things prosper in one place and perish in another is merely that they are fitted for the conditions in which they thrive and are unfitted for the vicious surrounding in which they perish. The lion and tiger prosper among vicious beasts, but the child and lamb survive better where love, mercy, and righteousness reign. Let us suppose that Christ and John L. Sullivan were contesting for the pugilistic championship under London prize ring rules. Most assuredly Sullivan would win in the first round. But let us change the conditions and make the place of contest the pulpit of a Quaker church, and the subject. Suffer little children to come unto me, and forbid them not, for such is the kingdom of heaven. Don't you think Sullivan would be quite out of place and Christ would be the victor on that occasion? Suppose a fine pasture, bountiful with grass and water, should be well stocked with a few hundred sheep and lambs, and lurking around in hidden nooks of the field were a dozen or more Norway wolves. The sheep and the wolves are in the same pasture. I want to ask you, my friend, what kind of stock do you think the farmer will have in that pasture in a few days if he says to himself the law of the survival of the fittest will protect those sheep if they are fit to live, and if they can't survive, then I will shear the wolves for my winter's wool. My friends, if that farmer ever got any wool from those wolves, he would have to get it from their stomachs. He couldn't shear it from their backs, because it don't grow on that class of animals. What would you think of the farmer's good wife if after the wolves had killed and sucked the warm blood of the last lamb she would, in her supreme recognition of the law of the survival of the fittest, take from her child's grave the tombstone that had carved thereon the image of a little lamb at rest under the weeping willow, and place in its stead a statue of marble with the life-sized image of a wolf with the blood of a lamb streaming from his teeth? No, that would not be the act of a sane mother, nor would the farmer willingly leave the sheep in the pasture with no other protection but the wolves. Under laws recognizing viciousness, the most vicious will survive best. Our country and her people are industrious and willing, but we are in debt, having promised to pay American dollars that by the vicious system of contracting the money under the gold standard, which makes dollars harder and harder to get, which is only another way of expressing the fact that wages and produce will go lower year by year under the system of greed that is accompanying the gold standard in all countries. But one thing can help the masses of our people out of the bondage of debt, and that thing is higher prices for labor and produce. Higher prices in America will follow either of two causes: foreign famine and war, or bimetallism and an increased volume of money. The latter is within our control, the former method no one should desire. Let us not disclaim against the wolves, for scientists tell us that the shepherd dog that so kindly protects the sheep is a direct descendant of the wolf, but he has been domesticated by the law of man. So we see that under the vicious law of the survival of the fittest, the wolf as a master was a sheep destroyer. But under the civilized law of the survival of the fittest, the descendant of the vicious wolf, as we know, the shepherd dog is a servant of the sheep. Gold is good money, but as a master it is a tyrant. Let us hitch it side by side with silver and paper money, put it all under direct control of the government, and the wealth of this nation will be our servant, but with gold in control our nation's wealth becomes a hard master. The other day, while on the train, in conversation with a rich banker, the subject of the rich and poor came up. He said, there was nothing in the law that tended to make people rich or poor. His idea was that individual prosperity came from each man's ability as a financier. Why, said he, don't you know that if the property was all equally divided among the people, the same people who now have it would get it again in a very short time? I asked him if he was willing to change certain laws about the banking business, then divide the property and money of the United States equally among the people. He said he did not want to have any such thing done. When I asked him to specifically name his objections to such a transaction, he replied that it would not be fair to take what he made and give it to someone who had not made it. Then when I reminded him that he had said he would have it all back in a short time, he said that if the law was changed about banking he would not have the same chance to get it back, that he now had to keep it. I told him that I agreed with him on his last statement, but if I should agree with him in his first statement, I could not see how the changed law and division of property would affect his ability, and if it did affect it, then I said the banking law must be a part of his ability. Then he replied that banking laws were something that our congressmen would attend to. At this part of the conversation the train stopped, and the banker bade me goodbye and with a pleasant smile greeted a crowd that was waiting at the depot to escort him to the Opera House, where he was to make a speech in favor of a law allowing the banks to issue all the money and retire the government from the banking business. The fellow was a candidate for Congress. As the train left the station, I took from my valise a little book of statistics and found that 79% of our congressmen and 63% of our senators were either bankers or bank directors. Then I thought his last remark was true, that our congressmen would attend to the banking laws all right, especially from a banker's point of view. I then thought of a path up the mountainside that was so crooked a traveler going up would meet himself coming back. Thanks for your attention. Speech delivered at Jacksonville, Illinois, December 15, 1897 by C. A. Bogardus. Our Financial System. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to request my hearers this evening to be not possessed of party prejudice. If there is any one feature of the human mind that works more disaster to civilization and humanity than another, that feature is political partyism made blind by prejudice. Prejudice blinds the eye to light, and benumbs the mind until reason is shut out. The Bible says, "And if the blind lead the blind, both shall fall into the ditch." In examining any proposition, we should not proceed to change reasons and facts to suit our thoughts, but rather remove all prejudice from our mind and then change our thoughts to agree with the facts. For my part, one would that all voters and their wives and children would form themselves into a party of political truth seekers. When that is done, humanity, justice, and a pure government of all the people, by all the people and for all the people, will form the armor of our civilization. But as long as blind partyism prevails, men will get into heated political discussions that only widen the gulf of misunderstanding. Misleading newspaper articles will make the gulf deeper, and the cunning hand of plutocracy and coercion will widen the waters of the gulf into a vast restless ocean, without even the signs of a rainbow to tell them that the great storm of poverty and human slavery to the money power, that knows no love, no mercy, no justice or Christianity, shall not continue forever and anon. As we stand on a mountain crest and cast our eyes over the wide extent of country, it is the more prominent features that impress themselves on our vision. The lesser details, the waving field, the blooming bush, the evergreen moss, the singing bird and fragrant rose, which attract the attention and admiration of the immediate bystander, are lost to our view by the distance. But the range of forest-clad hills, the winding river, the crystal lake, the wide expanse of fertile plains and snow-capped mountain peaks, determine the landscape and claim our attention. We of the United States are today surrounded by the Anglo-American civilization of the closing days of the 19th century. Let us from this height glance along the road of our nation's journey hither. We can at best only hope to notice the more prominent lines of advance. To carefully trace the growth of all the departments would not only greatly exceed the limited time at our command this evening, but would also confuse us by the multiplicity of subjects demanding our attention. When God created man in his own image and placed him on earth, he gave man dominion over the earth and all the fullness thereof. There is an old maxim which teaches that through respect for the giver, we should not give, barter, or sell away a present. God gave the earth and all that is in it to mankind. May we not here ask, to what mankind was the earth given? And what is meant by man? It is plain to the student that by man is meant all mankind, for all time so long as he shall live, for we find in research of the Scripture that God is not God of the dead, but of the living. I want to ask you in the name of justice and humanity, should a great majority of mankind now, in the strongest and most highly civilized country, give the earth and its abundance to the money corporations, trusts and combines, that are in reality transforming our beloved republic into a den of thieves? Or should we keep possession of the bountiful gift, that our children and the children of the generations to follow will inherit the land, that was so graciously presented to all mankind, by an all-wise providence? One of the uppermost features in our civilization today is our national medium of exchange called money. Reasonable men of all parties agree that our money should be sound and honest, and limited only in amount by the necessities and requirements of the citizens of our country, in striving after a nobler and higher civilization in which the greatest good to the greatest number shall be the pinnacle of ultimate achievement. In June of 1896, the representatives of a great party met in National Convention in the city of St. Louis, Missouri, and outlined a party platform in which we find a plank which says, "We are therefore opposed to the free coinage of silver, except by international agreement with the leading commercial nations of the world, which we pledge ourselves to promote, and until such agreement can be obtained, the existing gold standard must be preserved." As we think of and discuss this or any other proposition, the question foremost in our mind should be, is that proposition, if adopted, likely to promote the interest of an independent, liberty-loving, democratic people, or will it, if adopted, work in an opposite direction? In my judgment, a careful examination of that plank will reveal the fact that it is hypocritical in the extreme, and in itself makes by its own declaration improbable the very thing it pretends to advocate and pledge itself to support, namely, bimetallism, by an international agreement with the leading commercial nations of the world. There is no businessman, farmer, or politician who has ever successfully accomplished any undertaking by adopting the idea most prominent in this plank, which is declaring bimetallism to be right, and then saying that we cannot and will not do anything to procure it if the leading commercial nations of the world do not consent to it. Let us examine this plank in detail, and see if the general proposition of waiting for our common enemy to assist us in helping ourselves is not ridiculous. We notice that the party in drawing up this plank says that they pledge themselves to promote bimetallism by agreement. Then in the next clause say, and until such an agreement can be obtained, the existing gold standard must be preserved. Let me illustrate. Suppose this gentleman on my right, having a horse fairly worth on the market $100, should say to the young man on my left that he desired to sell the animal. If the young man wished to buy, he would ask the price of the horse. I ask, what would the owner receive for his steed, if he should reply, "Well, I asked $100, but if you will not give that much, I will take $25. Now, my gold standard friends, do you not know that the purchaser would take advantage of the seller, and only give $25 for the horse? When the party at St. Louis pledged themselves to promote international bimetallism, and then asserted, until such an agreement can be obtained, the existing gold standard must be preserved, they in effect, like the man with the horse, put their business in the other fellow's hands. For was not that clause simply another way of saying to the foreigner, if you will not give us bimetallism, we will take the gold standard, although we prefer the bimetallic standard? Fellow citizens, I ask you in the name of American independence, does it not appear as though there was a colored gentleman somewhere in the background? Let us examine further, and we will see that the colored man wears a British coat of arms, and has his American office on William Street, New York City. We will make no mistakes in our conclusion if we understand the facts, and to more clearly appreciate the full international effect of the plank under examination, let us draw another picture from human nature. We will imagine you people of Jacksonville to be a little sporty, and that you have in your midst a prize fighter of whom you are quite proud. We will suppose that Springfield has a character of the same kind, and the St. Louis Athletic Club should offer $50,000 as a purse for a fist-stick contest between these two champions. $40,000 to be the reward of the winner, and $10,000 to soothe the wounds of the defeated pugilist. We will suppose the fight is arranged and the men go into careful training. The time for the mill has at last arrived, the ring is complete, and all details perfect. A large audience has assembled and betting is liberally indulged in. Of course, Jacksonville sports back their home man. At the appointed hour, the contestants enter the ring. Then you see your Jacksonville man is much the superior in appearance to the Springfield upstart. Your man, being the quicker and stronger, has a longer reach, and is the more scientific. America is quicker and stronger, has a longer reach, and is more scientific than any other nation on earth. You feel sure your man will win the fight on short notice. In fact, you almost pity the man from Springfield, to see that he must compete in a fist-stick combat with such a giant as the Jacksonville gladiator. The referee announces that Marquis of Queensberry's rules are to govern. He looks at his watch and announces that in 1 minute the fight will be on. The fighters raise their hands to position. When just a few seconds of time still remains before the slugging is to commence, your Jacksonville man says to his opponent, "Hold on, if you don't run I will." What, I ask you, would you think of your prize fighter then? Think of the United States training for a century for supremacy of American self-government over foreign monarchical governments. Then when all things are completed for the final fight of the survival of the fittest, a great party saying to the monarchies of Europe, "We know bimetallism is right, but if you will not consent to it, then we will stick to the gold standard. If you don't run, we will." Great laughter and applause. Party prejudice prevailed, and through the misrepresentations of the papers and certain unscrupulous politicians, the party making those representations carried the election. International bimetallic commissioners were sent to the foreign countries to procure this great international agreement, and did they get it? Facts answer no. Let me again implore you to lay aside party prejudice and look matters squarely in the face, and we will immediately see that not only did Mr. Walcott and his party make a signal failure in procuring international bimetallism, but by the very terms of the St. Louis platform it was impossible for him to succeed in his alleged purpose. Now, my friends, let us suppose Mr. Walcott and his 2 associates are in England talking with the rich moneyed men for international bimetallism, and Mr. Walcott is dealing out sledgehammer argument in favor of international bimetallism, using the same argument in England the Bryan Democrats used in the campaign of 1896 in the United States. The financial men of England would then say to Mr. Walcott, "Did you say that bimetallism in the United States meant 50-cent dollars?" Mr. Walcott would answer, "Yes, I said that." Whereupon the Englishman would say, "Then international bimetallism would mean international 50-cent dollars. Question number 2. Mr. Walcott, did not you say bimetallism in the United States meant repudiation? Yes, would come from Mr. Walcott. Then the Englishman would reply, "Would not international bimetallism mean international repudiation?" Question number 3. Mr. Walcott, did you not tell the people of the United States that free silver over there meant anarchy and lost confidence? Again Mr. Walcott is forced to admit that was just what he said here in 1896. In a triumphant air the Englishman would say international free silver would mean international anarchy and international lost confidence. Laughter and applause. If Mr. Walcott should further continue the argument, what could the poor fellow say if the Englishman would draw the Republican platform of '96 on him and read the following? "And until such agreement can be obtained, the existing gold standard must be preserved." Johnny Bull would add, "You Americans served notice on us that all we had to do was to stick to the gold standard, and you would also stick to it. Now, we moneyed men of England think we can get more bushels of corn, oats, rye and barley, more days' labor of you fellows for what you owe us under the gold standard than we could under international bimetallism. We know it is hard on you, but it is the making of us, and we will stick to the gold standard, and as you said you would stick to it if we did, all we can do for you, Mr. Walcott, is to serve you a fine wine supper, and tell you to return to America and stick to the gold standard." Great applause. My friends, the most ridiculous proceeding I ever heard of was the Republican Party sending commissioners abroad to procure international bimetallism with that plank staring them in the face. I want to ask you if you do not think that if Mr. Walcott would have taken a carload or 2 of the Republican literature of 1896 and handed out the pamphlets to the Englishmen, saying this is what we think of free silver in the United States, will you help us to have it by an international action? Would not that kind of literature hurt the cause instead of helping it? For my part, I have no objections to the President sending a senator from Colorado to the foreign countries to advocate bimetallism, but I do insist that he sent the wrong senator. Most certainly Mr. Teller could have gone abroad with a little handful of free silver literature that was left over in the campaign of '96 and accomplished more, in a day's honest consistent work, for bimetallism, than could Senator Walcott with the tons of gold standard pamphlets published by the Republican Party. Great applause. A noticeable fact is that one of the greatest job lots of political trickery and deception that was ever attempted in America has been practiced in the United States since the month of June, 1896. Later in the season, the so-called Gold Standard Democrats conventioned in Indianapolis, Their money plank reads: "We assert the necessity of such intelligent currency reform as will confine the government to its legitimate functions, completely separated from the banking business, and afford to all sections of our country a safe, uniform, and elastic bank currency, under government supervision, measured in volume by the need of business." Strange as it may seem, while Mr. Walcott was abroad, pretendingly for the purpose of procuring bimetallism by international agreement, the President and Secretary of the Treasury were working up a scheme to have the gold standard adopted according to the tenor of the Indianapolis platform. When we consider 7 million voted for international free silver, and 6,500,000 voted for independent free silver, we see the United States has 13,500,000 bimetallists. Only 134,000, or less than 1%, voted the gold standard Democratic ticket. Yet, my friends, we today find Mr. Gage trying to overrule the desire of more than 99% and put into law the will of less than 1% of our voting population. And what amount of money do the gold standard people want? They say they want it safe, uniform, and elastic, measured in volume by the need of business. Will you tell me by whose business they wish to measure the volume of money? It cannot be the farmer's business and the merchant's business they would have to measure the volume by, for that would make a double standard of measurement, and they tell us we cannot have but one standard of measurement. Then I ask, whose business will measure the amount under such a law? To me the answer comes back in reverberating tones repeated with emphasis, measured in volume according to the banker's business, of course. Our philosophers tell us there are two kinds of elasticity: elasticity by compression and elasticity by expansion. Thus, an elastic substance, after being either compressed or expanded when released, returns to its original shape and size. So when the bankers want money expanded in volume according to the need of their business, they would expand it, and whenever their business ends are best accomplished by contraction, then, of course, contraction is the program with them. While the government is completely separated from the banking business so they can furnish no relief, we might compare that system with an alligator on the banks of a Louisiana river lying out to sun himself. He gets the banker's elastic idea in his head, and his upper jaw flies over his back, and his mouth is twice as large as when it is closed, elasticity by expansion. Laughter. A sweet substance gathers on his open mouth, and the flies light there to eat it, just as the people will gather around the bankers for money when there is no other place to procure it. The flies gather thicker and thicker, and the mouth gets bigger and bigger, more and more elasticity by expansion. Finally, the alligator, like the banker, happens to think that there is another kind of elasticity, when down comes the upper jaw on the lower jaw and the flies are caught in the trap, and the government shall go out of the banking business to furnish no relief or escape. Cries of good, and cheers. My friends, if I mistake not, every cry of the Republican Party from the time of John C. Fremont until the campaign of 1896 has been against banks issuing paper money, except that the government was strictly in the banking business. Have not they always told us that when state or other banks issue paper money without the government in the banking business to back up the issue, such money in case of a failure of the issuing bank became wildcat money? And did they not say to us wildcat money made paupers? Now they go squarely back on all they have taught us on the money question, and advocate the wildcat money system themselves according to their own statements. One thing I will concede is that the Republicans and gold standard Democrats are certainly on their past statements entitled to the $1 million offered by the United States Patent Office for the invention of a perpetual motion. Would not they have a complete and perpetual motion in their bank issuing money with the government completely separate from the banking business? For we see the bank issue would be made of paper. So we have the perpetual motion in this simple problem. Rags make paper, paper makes money, money makes banks, banks make paupers, and paupers make rags. Rags make paper, paper makes money, great cheer and laughter. Now, my friends, let me read you a plank in a platform that contains the spirit upon which our forefathers freed the 13 American colonies from England, the spirit on which their descendants maintained American liberty and builded from 3 million population along the Atlantic shores in 1781, a nation of 70 million grand Anglo-Americans, with their 100 states and territories extending from the rock-bound coast of the Pine Tree State to the Golden Gates of California, stretching over a vast area of more than 3 million square miles, with great cities, towns, villages, and hamlets, with our colleges and universities that are equaled by none in Europe. I will now read you the money plank of the Chicago platform, which contains the spirit represented by the statue at New York, of liberty enlightening the world. It is as follows. We demand a free and unlimited coinage of both gold and silver at the present legal ratio of 16:1, without waiting for the aid or consent of any other nation. We demand that the standard silver dollar shall be a full legal tender equally with gold, for the payment of all debts public and private, and we favor such legislation as will in the future prevent the demonetization of any kind of legal tender money by private contract. While bimetallism is the theme this evening, you will excuse me for intruding on your time long enough to briefly comment on the spirit of that plank that shines prominently above all other issues in the Chicago platform. It is these simple words: without waiting for the aid or consent of any other nation. I want to ask you, what would have been the result if our forefathers in 1776 had adopted any other spirit than this? Does not the answer immediately echo that we would be today English? History tells us that while the British redcoats with their muskets were invading the colonies, a handful of bold liberty-loving men met at Philadelphia and signed the Declaration of Independence. You may read that instrument, and you will see that it declares for American liberty from an American point of view, without waiting for the aid or consent of any other nation. When bold old non-international agreement John Hancock read that declaration, he made a speech to the multitude in front of Liberty Hall, in which he implored them to throw aside trivial differences, and on the main question of independence, all good liberty-loving people should hang together. Benjamin Franklin replied, "Yes, we must all hang together or we will all hang separate." In Franklin's witticism, I think I can see the solution of our present financial trouble. The good people of all parties must solve the problem, then we must all hang together or we will all hang separately to the tail of the old British lion. And while we voters are thus suspended, the cubs of that lion will devour the young Anglo-American eagles before they scarcely have time to scream for mercy. Not only did that spirit of independence pervade in Philadelphia in 1776, but it was foremost at Bunker Hill. But Benedict Arnold and Major Andre seemed to have taken a different view, and the former fled to English assistance, the latter was executed because of his attempt to do likewise. But the spirit of independence, without waiting for the consent of any other nation, shone forth like a plumed knight or a mighty gladiator on the 19th day of October, 1781, at Yorktown, when the British gave up their swords and surrendered to the liberty-loving fathers of America. Do you think Cornwallis would have surrendered to Washington if the Colonial Congress had declared that they would promote independence by international agreement, and until such agreement could be obtained, the existing will of King George must be maintained, and if Washington and his army had fought for English instead of American supremacy? I want to say to you that it was not the international agreement spirit that won in the War of 1812 at New Orleans. General Jackson told his Kentucky riflemen to keep their powder dry and guns well loaded, and when they were close enough to see the white of the enemy's eyes to shoot directly between them. History tells us that the third volley charmed and the British surrendered to the American army once more without an international agreement. In the blackest of the dark days of the late rebellion, when the possible, and to a certain extent the seeming probable success of the Confederacy was spreading like an appalling cloud over our country, we find it on record that the English were preparing their man of war and navy to assist the South when the illustrious Lincoln said, "Hands off." And it was so. Suppose Mr. Lincoln had said to England, "Let us have an international agreement that you are not to interfere." Why, my friends, I believe England would have signed such an agreement the day after Mr. Lincoln had acknowledged the independence of the Southern states, and not before. We may as well know that the success of a republican or democratic form of government is envied by all the monarchies or empires where the people have less self-government. The gold standard monarchies or empires will never, knowingly, do anything to improve times in a republic and thus create among their subjects the desire to throw off the monarchical yoke of oppression. I know that much has been said against the American Republic becoming entangled with the European powers, but I fear that many entreating on this line do not show the real menace of such an entanglement. We all know that the laws of the empires and monarchies are in the interest of the moneyed classes, and we are proud to say that in America our laws are for the masses. Let me tell you by way of comparison why we should keep out of an international agreement entanglement on the money question. I will use the tariff as an illustration. I care not what your politics may be, you will all agree with me that there was one redeeming feature in the McKinley Bill. That some good feature was in the Wilson-Gorman Act, and the same quality of goodness today shines forth in the present Dingley tariff law. Do you ask what that feature is? I answer it is this: that law was passed by the independent action of the American Congress. If we do not like it, we can repeal it, without waiting for the aid or consent of any other nation on earth. Our government bonds are all payable in coins of the United States of the standard weight and value of July 14, 1870. That weight was 23.22 grains of gold or 371.25 grains of silver to the dollar. The value of those coins was that they were a legal tender in the payment of debts. If we have an international agreement for bimetallism, we cannot have it all our own way. The foreigner would be entitled to a voice. Suppose we would fix the ratio at any other than the ratio of July 14, 1870. Then our dollars would no longer be of the weight that the bonds call for, and the foreigner would have the best of us, for our own coins would not be a legal tender in payment of our bonds. Now suppose we wanted to repeal that law, could we repeal it by international agreement? Well, I guess not. The foreigners would never consent to the repeal of a law that was to their advantage. Therein lies the real menace of an international agreement, even if we could get it. The only way we could ever get rid of that agreement would be just to back squarely out, then we might properly be called repudiators. We often hear it said that the Congress of 1792 used great care to put just $1's worth of silver in a silver dollar, and $'s worth of gold in the gold dollar. Now, while it is true that according to the law of April 12, 1792, $1's worth of silver was put in the silver dollar, the amount of silver became worth $1 as a creature of law, and it is not true that the silver dollar became worth $1 because of the value of the silver contained in it. That Congress made the dollar just as God made man. God said, "Let us make man." And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. God did not study and bother his mind about taking a man's worth of dust to make a man. No, he took some dust of the ground and formed therefrom a man, and by his own authority breathed the breath of life in man's nostrils, and man thus became a living soul. God then gave man legal authority over the living creatures of the earth, and also gave him authority to replenish the earth. Man's rights came from the power of God. The Constitution says Congress shall have power to coin money and regulate the value thereof. So Congress made the dollar as God made man, and the American Congress formed the dollar of the silver and gold of the earth, put the eagle on one side of the coin and breathed into that coin the legal tender law, and the bimetallic dollar became a living soul of prosperity for 81 years, as long as the silver and gold were allowed to fly side by side. But when in 1873 the wings were clipped from the silver and the legal tender breath shut off, then the gold had to do all the work. It being too weak to do so, adversity came. They tell us that law cannot regulate value and that gold never changes in value. Let us for a moment form ourselves into a party of truth seekers and look up the record as to that proposition. The law of April 2, 1792, said 371.75 grains of silver could be freely coined into $1, or 2 halves, or 4 quarters, or 10 dimes, each to be a legal tender at its face value, if not worn, for any amount. That law also said 24.75 grains of gold could be coined into coins of the value of the dollar. Of course, you understand the gold was in higher denominations than the dollar. Now let us watch carefully as to whether or not the law cannot regulate value and that gold never changes. In 1834 the law said 23.20 grains of gold when coined in American money constituted $1. Let me see, the gold has changed all at once, and the law regulates the amount of gold that goes in $1. In 1837, the law requires 23.22 grains of gold to the dollar, another change. In 1853, the law says that no longer shall it require 371.75 grains of silver to make $1's worth of fractional coins, but that 342.22 grains of silver would make 2 halves, 4 quarters or 10 dimes, and they should be a legal tender in the payment of debts for $5. In 73 the coinage of the standard silver dollar was stopped by law, and silver fell in price. In 1878 the Bland-Ellison Act allowed the coinage of the standard silver dollar. In 1890 the Sherman Act called for more silver coinage, and the price of silver immediately advanced. In 1893 the coinage of silver was again stopped, and the price of silver dropped. Hence we see that the law does regulate values, and that gold does change in value so far even as the dollar is concerned. A teacher once told Benjamin Franklin that a boy told him, if he would take a tub weighing 100 pounds and put 500 pounds of water in it, which only about half filled the tub and water would weigh 600 pounds. But if he would put a live fish weighing 100 pounds in the tub, water and fish would not weigh more than 600 pounds. Can you explain that curious contradiction of the law of gravity? Asked the teacher of Franklin. Whereupon Mr. Franklin requested his interrogator to call at his office next day. Franklin procured a tub weighing 100 pounds, put in it 500 pounds of water, and the weight was 600 pounds, just as the boy had told the teacher. Then Mr. Franklin added a 100-pound live fish, and the total weight was 700 pounds. The next day the teacher called on Franklin for his solution of the great problem, whereupon Franklin replied, there was but one solution to the question. "What is that?" anxiously inquired the visitor. "Why," replied Franklin, "the boy lied. My friends, when they tell us the law cannot regulate value and that gold never changes, and when we examine the records and see that gold does change and that law does regulate value, we say there is but one answer to them, and that is just as Franklin answered the teacher about the boy. We hear it said by the Republicans that free silver would drive gold out of the country. Our Democratic friends tell us that free silver will not drive gold out of the country. So we see on that point people seem to differ in opinion. For my part, one believe that free silver either will drive the gold out, or else it will not. I want to ask the Republicans to acknowledge for the sake of argument that silver would not drive the gold out. Now, let us examine the question if silver don't drive the gold out, and we have a block of gold large enough to make into $100, and a block of silver sufficiently large to make into a like amount, if the gold standard democratic idea prevails, all the money we could coin would be the $100 from the gold, for silver could not be coined. But if bimetallism prevailed, we could coin $100 from the gold and $100 from the silver, making $200, that is, if the silver does not drive out the gold. But the Republicans may urge that free silver would drive out the gold by the gold going at a premium over silver. Then we would coin the block of silver into 100 legal tender dollars, and the gold would be exchanged for a block of silver, say 25% larger than the block that drove it out, and we would coin that block into 125 legal tender dollars, adding it to the silver that stayed at home, making $225, just $25 more than we would have if the gold did not advance to a premium. But they tell us that would be coining the cheapest metal. Now, honor bright, you Republicans cannot complain of that for the reason I will presently explain. We often hear it urged that during the 81 years of bimetallism in the United States only about 8 million silver dollars were coined, and that subsequently to 1873 more than 400 million have been coined. True, there were only about $8 million pieces made of the silver metal, but there were more than $8 million made because of the silver, for as France had a ratio of 15.5 to 1 against our ratio of 16 to 1, our gold stayed at home and the silver was at a 3% premium over the gold according to the French ratio. Then a $100 block of gold drove a $100 block of silver to France, and drove from France to America a block of gold large enough to make $103. So we had our gold made into $100, and the gold that came from France in exchange for silver made into $103, making a total of $203, whereas we could only have had $200 if one metal had not gone at a premium. History, arithmetic, and common sense prove the correctness of this proposition. Abraham Lincoln once said he did not know much about the tariff question, but he thought he knew enough to know that if we bought $20 worth of steel rails of a foreigner, the foreigner would have the money and we would have the rails. But if we made the rails in America and bought them of an American, America would have the money and the rails, too. Now, my Republican friends, don't you believe that? I do. I may not know much about the money question, but I think I know enough to know that if under the gold standard we borrow $20 million of a foreigner, when we pay it back the foreigner will have the money and the interest, too. But if we coin the silver, which is an American product, into legal tender dollars, borrow $20 million of an American, when we pay it back it kind of seems to me somehow that America will have the money and the interest, too. What say you, Lincoln Republicans? But another objection is that we would have a great commerce-destroying flood of silver in this country. Let us examine that proposition as seekers after the truth. Here comes Mr. Foreigner with a carload or two of silver. The United States mints coin it into legal tender American dollars and hands it back to Mr. Foreigner. Now, Mr. Foreigner will either take that silver money away with him or else he will leave it here. If he takes it away it will not flood this country, will it? Well, if he leaves it here he will either give it to us or buy something with it. Now, if he gives it to us, will not you Republicans be willing to take your share? Won't you Democrats willingly receive your share? And I ask, is there a gold standard banker in all America who would not, with just a tiny wee bit of persuading, be willing to take the shares of both Republicans and Democrats? Now, if Mr. Foreigner should buy something with this great flood of silver we can see the wisdom of Mr. Gladstone when he said, if America should adopt bimetallism they would within 6 weeks control the markets of the world. A favorite expression of our Republican friends is, that because Mexico does not maintain a parity between gold and silver under bimetallism, the United States cannot. When a man tells us that we should pity him, if we examine that question by comparison we will see the party making such a statement is either not sincere, or else he is not posted on the relative strength of the United States and Mexico. Records show that Mexico has 700,000 square miles of land, more than one half of which is nearly or quite barren desert or waste land, leaving only about 350,000 miles of arable land, 4,981 miles of railway, 27,861 miles of telegraph line and a population of 10 million Indians and Spaniards. The United States has 3,460,000 square miles, over two-thirds of which is arable land, and very productive of the staple articles consumed by the most enlightened nations of the world. We have 170,000 miles of railway, 780,000 miles of telegraph line, and a population of 72 million Anglo-Americans. Thus we see we have over 10 times as much arable land exclusive of Alaska, 34 times as much railway, 29 times as much telegraph line, and over 7 times the population of Mexico. In size, wealth, commerce, and science, Mexico is not to be compared with the United States. When we compare Mexico with the United States, we are comparing it with the most gigantic country of the 19th century. You can form the United States into 18 states each as large as Spain, or 31 states as large as Italy, or 62 states as large as England and Wales. What a mighty confederation of land, water, commerce, wealth, and people is the United States when we come to think of it. Why, friends, we can take 5 of the 6 first-class countries of Europe, France, Great Britain and Ireland, Germany, Austria and Italy, then add Mexico. Let some mighty smith forge them all together into one vast empire, and you can lay them all down in the United States, west of the Hudson River, twice. Wittingly has it been said that the United States has the natural basis for the greatest continuous government ever established by man. Mexico has less than 100 miles of inland navigation, while the United States has over 35,000 miles. Steamboats can go up the Mississippi, Missouri, and Ohio rivers over 2,500 miles from the Gulf, thus carrying our seaboard into the very heart of our continent. As to our resources, the crop of 1879, after feeding our population, furnished for export 283 million bushels of grain. This vast crop was raised on 164,215 square miles, or less than 1/12 of our arable land. It is estimated that if all our arable land was under the plow, it would feed a population of 1 billion people, and furnish for export 1 billion bushels of grain food for export. But what can we say of the people of Mexico and the United States? The difference in our population is not alone the difference between 10 million in Mexico and 72 million in the United States, but the difference between 10 million Indians and Spaniards and 72 million Anglo-Americans. Mexicans and Indians are but semi-civilized, and the Spaniards are, generally speaking, a sluggardly, non-advancing people, while the Anglo-Americans of the United States are the most highly civilized people on the earth, wide awake and progressive in science, literature, and mechanical inventions. At a recent exposition in Paris where the foremost nations of the world were exhibiting for premiums, 5 gold medals were given for the greatest inventions or discoveries. And how many came to the United States? Only 5, that is all. Now to say that because Mexico cannot maintain a parity between gold and silver, America cannot, is just about like saying that a Kentucky race horse cannot beat an English horse because a Mexican donkey cannot do so. My friends, our ability to maintain a parity between gold and silver is our ability to absorb money in our daily and yearly business. Give our country the increased volume of money that bimetallism will give us instead of the necessary contracted volume that the gold standard leaves us, and we will have a genuine lasting wave of prosperity moving westward from New England, starting the shops at increased wages. That wave will meet with joy the Western prosperity wave that sets in motion the mining and agricultural interests of a patient and patriotic people. The Eastern and Western wave will shake hands with the Southern cotton growers and Northern wheat raisers. From the 4 quarters of our nation, prosperity will spring up from an American point of view without waiting for the aid or consent of any other country, and without international agreement. Then will a mighty people standing for humanity and general prosperity shout aloud, "We lead, let others follow." I thank you for your attention. Good night. What next? Patrick Henry, the revolutionist, on March 25, 1775 said, "I have but one lamp by which my feet are guided, and that is the lamp of experience. I know of no way of judging of the future but by the past." Patrick, the Irishman, always said, "Our hind sight is better than our front sight." Right in the beginning, let me say that inasmuch as an open confession is good for the soul, I most emphatically and with one gulp swallow this doctrine in toto. I take it for granted that a vast majority will, without much persuasion, acknowledge that our historical knowledge has been garnered by looking backward. Experience shows that causes, equal to each other, produce equal effects. Hence, to arrive at a rational conclusion as to what must we do to be saved from Eastern imperialism or its equal, Western greed, supported by law, let us look at the United States in retrospect. My space is limited. I shall bid for your gratitude by being brief. I consult my watch, a beautiful piece of machinery, and learn that it is 3 o'clock. It is July 21, 1902. It has been raining, or rather drizzling, for about 20 hours. It is an ideal time for reflection. Near the window where I sit is a large, vacant lot. The grass is fragrant, its surface is smooth and elevated. I remember viewing the same lot 8 years ago, just after a similar rain to the one that is now abating. The lot was then a large pond, 18 inches deep. What a change labor has made on its surface! Looking in another direction, I see a lot, now covered with water as it was 8 years ago. I will venture the assertion that it will be covered with water 1,000 years hence, unless labor improves it as it has the one just mentioned. My library contains several volumes devoted entirely to the history of the United States. They all say that 400 years ago, what is now the United States was a vast territory of uncultivated land, crossed by the mountain ranges and rivers that still hold forth. There were also people here, and they had a government. We call it tribe rule and tribal relations. They were savages. Hence, looking backward as far as history permits, we find the United States a tract of land that was the home of nature and nature's beasts. Inhabited by the roaming Indian, whose government and mechanical ability were as widely different from the present style as the city of Chicago is from old Fort Dearborn, in Lake Michigan swamps of 1811. History recounts that European government had succeeded in governing so that the toiling subjects preferred to come to America, and dwell among Indians, and rule themselves, than to stay in Europe among friends, and be ruled by the old-style, European government. Be it remembered that it was not the tangible improvements which were the handiwork of labor, from which the poor of Europe fled, but it was the European laws that oppressed them. It was oppression from which they were fleeing. They did not come to the New Connecticut because it was new, but because it was the only available place for them. They did not come to America because they did not like law, or because they did not want to worship God, but to gain justice and privilege of worship. The poor came to America to earn a living without kingly interference. The kings sent rulers not to earn a living, but to get a living. The poor said, "I will go to America and eat bread in the sweat of my face." The ruler said, "Where you go, I will go also, and I will eat bread in the sweat of your face." Thus we see that the oppressed came to America to avoid tyranny, while simultaneously the rulers came over to impose the very rule the toilers were seeking to avoid. So successful were they in their purpose that in 1776, the toiling class, who are always in the majority, concluded that they needed no more European rule, and in 7 years of war, the idle rulers were driven from America. In forming the new government, the people, who had so courageously fought to drive out England's kingly rule, commenced to look for formulas for a government. They turned to England for precedents, consequently a government was formed, which in many respects resembled the English government. Especially was this resemblance noticeable in the Supreme Court, for the judges hold office for life, during good behavior. Right here let me observe that there is no good reason why the inferior courts should not have a life tenure of office, if such a policy is correct for the Supreme Court, and if it is better for inferior courts to hold office for short terms, it is best that the Supreme Court be subject to the same policy. It is ridiculous that our representatives should be made such by popular vote, and the laws they make be construed by a set of judges whose office expires only when the spirit judge has a harp, and the dust judge has a coffin. Popular vote retires the inferior judge, a fashionable funeral retires the supreme judge, but the robe is left as the imperial emblem. It seems to me it is time to abolish the life tenure of office with our Supreme Court, and it is entirely fitting that their robes be hung in the curio hall of some popular museum, as a souvenir of a ridiculous custom no longer desirable in a popular government. Let me here drop a thought. You may have it for what you think it is worth. The expressed will of a majority of the people should be the Supreme Court decision in the United States. Were that the case, an income tax would be constitutional, and a tariff between the states and some territory owned and controlled by our government would be unconstitutional. Since the victory at Yorktown, great questions have been argued and settled by the laboring men and inventors. Great questions have been argued, but not settled by the politicians. Washington used candles, we use electric lights. Washington's 4 men picked the seed from 25 pounds of cotton per day. 4 men in our generation, gin 25,000 pounds per day. Washington traveled with horses and oxen, 30 miles per day. We travel by steam 1,000 miles per day. Washington sent a letter 100 miles and waited a week for the answer. We telegraph thousands of miles and get an answer within the hour. Washington's voice could be heard a quarter of a mile. We talk and carry on conversation hundreds of miles. Each of these propositions, and thousands of others, have been settled by the inventors and toilers. In short and in fine, the difference between the United States with her natural resources of 125 years ago, and the United States of today, with her vast farms, great mines, magnificent cities, and 100,000 miles of railroad, and other improvements too numerous to mention, all this difference, I say, is coextensive with America before and after taking the labor treatment. But what can we say of the politician and his doings during these years, stripped of all ambiguity? When we tell the unpolished, but plain truth, we must say he never advanced 1 iota until he was routed from his old position by the toiling masses. It is curious to note that every new social, political, and ethical idea hatches in the same mind and is developed by the same crowd that contrives the machinery and builds the cities, railroads, farms, mines, etc. The politicians, except where labor has compelled them to march forward, stand where Patrick Henry and Thomas Jefferson put them when the Constitution was adopted. Of course, there were some steep places in our governmental structure, and where labor has not buoyed up the politician, he has occasionally slid back to the rules of King George III. As King George had one tax for England at home, and another for the colonies, so with us, of late, we have one tax for ourselves and another for our possessions. We should, however, give the politician due credit for the way he spells colonies. English style is to commence with a C. Our modern style necessitates commencing with a P. Then, the pronunciation is different. In England it is colonies, in America, possessions. Yet all over the world they mean the same, to wit, the strong taxing the weak without allowing representation. It is literally true that Henry, Jefferson, Washington, and the Adams argued the slavery question. As long as we retain the Philippine Islands, that question still faces us, for their advent to our possession brought slavery for us to foster, and we are fostering it. The money question was argued 100 years ago, and it is still up for argument. Politicians still are turning on both wings of the tariff. Republicans hold to the argument that the European manufacturers, because of the low wages paid their workingmen, would undersell our home manufacturers if free trade was adopted by the United States. Democrats contend that free trade will work to benefit 99% of our people, where, as they claim, protection benefits only 1% to the injury of the masses. According to the Chicago Tribune of July 19, 1902, Europe is afraid that, unless a high tariff law protects it, American manufacturers will flood their markets, thus hindering their home industry. Strange, indeed, that in America we should fear free trade with Europe, because they pay low wages, and Europe fears free trade with us, because we pay higher wages. Another peculiar thing is shown in the Tribune article, when it mentions that there is not much fear that European nations will agree on a general tariff law, because, as it says, Austria might want to admit free the very articles that France, Germany, or England might want to shut out. Wonder how much the tariff barons of the United States would pay the Tribune editor for an article in favor of a high protective tariff that would say, "There is not much danger of a general tariff law continuing in the United States, because Texas or Kansas might want to admit free the very things that Massachusetts or Connecticut might want a high tariff imposed on." Let us acknowledge the truth. Tariff laws are class legislation. It is odd, indeed, that we should have such great regard for the interest of the foreigner on the money question, and then so utterly ignore his interests on the tariff question. If our hindsight were not better than our foresight, it would seem queer to hear politicians advocate the gold standard and a high tariff, and with the same breath rage against the trusts, when the trust is simply the fruit of these two laws. It were as logical to send a highwayman, train robber, or an incendiary to Congress to break up bank robbings and general stealing as to send an advocate of the gold standard and protective tariff to Congress to break up the trusts. The inventor and laborer are a congenial team, and under their influence, the world improves and enriches. The politician and money power are another well-mated team, and under their rule they get the wealth that the other team produces. The people elect the representatives. The money power gets the legislation. Lincoln called the United States a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. We have outgrown Lincoln's time, and there is a suspicion that we are a government of the trusts, and for the trusts, by the representatives. I suggest that inasmuch as our representatives have become misrepresentatives for the masses, and tools for the classes, it would be wise to adopt pure democracy and make our laws by direct legislation. Then we will have a government of all the people, by all the people, and for all the people. If not this plan, what next? Footnotes. Note. It is not pretended that in every instance the formulas are absolutely those used to make the medicines as indicated herein, but in every instance the medicines are equally good, when made according to instructions. Note. You can remember the equivalence by noting the fact that Z is the first letter of 0, and C of cipher. T has but one stroke, N has 2, M has 3. The script F is very like 8, the script P like 9, R is the last letter of 4, L is the Roman numeral for 50, which suggests 5. The others may be retained as memorizing these two nonsense lines. 6 Shy J Oesis Chase George. 7 Great K Ing Cam Qurle Ing. Tea at this time was a costly drink, and was regarded as a luxury. He's a lucky fellow who is made prudent by other men's perils. At the time when this was written, and for many years afterward, the laws against bankrupts and poor debtors were extremely severe. In the Middle Ages there was a great search made for the philosopher's stone, as it was called, a mineral which should have the power of turning base metals into gold.